All right, all right. We are live
Let's
Yes,
go.
we are.
with our episode number 63
Yeah,
of
baby.
OnPoint, the gaming newscast.
Let's go.
I am CMoney, and on the other side of the screen, you can see the very lovely Doodle.
Hi, guys. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here with us.
And in the middle, you see our boy Madman.
That's me.
Guys, man, we are coming off of a crazy long episode of On Point Anime and Beyond last night. If you remember, this show used to be, it was getting up to over 7 hours long. Okay. And we said we're gonna stop that and we're gonna break up the show and focus this one solely on gaming. And we moved our anime and TV to its own night, Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, we went for almost 6 hours last night. Now, yesterday was a little different. So
Yes.
we had, first of all, we
Yeah,
had
pretty different.
2 guests on the show for the first time, which was the Dusty Uno, our boy Dusty, and our
Yes.
boy John Wolf.
Yes.
And we had a great time. Mr. Joanna Dark says that he blames John Wolf for the length. I do too.
I do too. I do too.
For sure, for sure. But no, it was wild, and it got really spicy, really
like
hectic.
AFC spicy.
It got intense.
It did get intense. I would say it's an important
Caliente. All right.
yeah, caliente for sure. It was definitely a good it was an episode that probably needed to happen. It was good. The discussion was real, and there was like real talk that happened
Revolutionary in a way.
around the other stuff. But yeah, if you guys didn't watch that, definitely go check that out. And as we always do, we're gonna do a little housekeeping before we move into this jam-packed show, guys. Like, this show, there's a lot. This week was wild. So before we move forward, I just want to remind you guys, remember, YouTube hates us and they refuse to let us monetize. So if you're so inclined to have a desire to help support the channel, a link is it's pinned up top on our comment section. It's also scrolling down below, like these fine people, where you can go ahead and support us on our Patreon, just like actually some of them are in the chat now with us. We got our boy Jacob Novik,
Yeah, baby.
and Mr.
Jacob.
Joanna Dark, and
Yes,
Dragonheart Yobi.
Yeah.
So thankful to you guys. It really, really, means
you,
a lot
guys.
to us for the support. So definitely wanted to shout that out. Now, this week, as far as shows are concerned, we actually have a little bit of a change in the schedule, I would
Just
say.
for this week.
Just for this week, because we have some things going on. So obviously Monday morning stays the same. That's going to be our morning quest show with Doodle and CMoney, where we're going to go over some gaming news, whatever we want to talk about. Definitely very chat focused. We spend a lot of time with the chat, normally an hour and a half. That show has gone a little longer too,
Little bit.
but we'll try to keep it contained. So that's Monday. This upcoming Tuesday, we have our guest show. It's going to be her, him, and a guest. And our guest this week is none other than Colt Eastwood.
Colt Eastwood.
He was very gracious to accept our invitation. So he will be on the show. That's going to be awesome. You don't want to miss it. And this is where the changes are going to come in a little bit. So our Friday night show is On Point Anime and Beyond. Normally it's at 9 p.m. Eastern. This week, we're going to be going live at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Reason being is we just had our boy Mav on the show. He was our last interview on her, him, and a guest. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. It was so good.
Yes.
So he was on the show, and he basically invited us to come on to his show on Friday night. So we want to be gracious to our guests. They invited us, so we're going to make some moves to go ahead and accommodate that. So 6 p.m. our show, and then I'll be on Mav's show at 10. So that's going to be a fun time. And then normally this show right here that you're watching would be going live next Saturday. But our baby twin's birthday is next Saturday. So we will not be doing the show. We will be spending the day with them. So we're going to be moving our show to Sunday.
Yes.
Same time, 3 p.m. But that is what's going to go on with the schedule. Dragonheart Yobi, what?
Baby, welcome. Let's go.
So to get that all out of the way, we're going to start the show the way we always started, which is with what we have been playing. And we're going to start this week with our boy MADMAN.
Yes. So I have actually played some more Starfield. So for some reason my boost doesn't work anymore in my spaceship, so I basically can't progress in the story. So I have opted to just, wander around, and now I am a security guard, which is random.
Wow.
Yeah,
So you got a
meanwhile,
job.
I had killed a security
Nice.
guard like 10 minutes prior, so I think I'm the most qualified. So,
So you killed him and then took his job.
Probably. Yeah.
That sounds
Put on
about
his
right.
outfit, took his job. All right.
Yeah. No, that sounds about right for sure.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, Doodle, what have you been rocking with?
Well, I have been playing a little bit of Party Animals.
Party Animals.
Yes, there we go. I always get names twisted.
Yep,
But yes, it's a lot of fun, you guys. It reminds me a
Agreed.
little bit of what's the name of the game where Human Full Flat, where
And Gang Beasts.
yeah, so
and
with the same type of, but like a really elevated one. It's a lot of fun to play with the kiddos. I played a little bit of Rubber Bandit yesterday.
Nice.
That was a lot of fun. Always, we go out there stealing shit. Give me your money.
course.
And Fortnite, baby. Yes. Came
Uh,
through with some Fortnite.
Yo, those skins, those are
Dope.
fire.
Those are fire
Those are fire.
skins.
Absolutely. And then as far as I'm concerned, I did play some Party Animals with the kiddos and the Doodle, and that was fun. It's exactly what we expected it to be. It's a just wild, hilarious game.
Yeah.
People getting upset. There's a lot of different emotions that happen during this game. You want to win, you get knocked off, you get tossed over. It's like
Beat the shit out.
it's
Yeah,
wild,
it's brutal.
for sure. And then I mean, aside from that, Starfield is just pretty much it for me. Starfield is like the game that keeps on giving. It's like you can, I've been trying to stop doing the quests themselves, and I've been, doing the smuggling runs where I'm going into these planets and, smuggling. And dude, it's like no matter what you think you're doing, you go over there, and I knew where I had to go steal the thing I needed to steal, but like I saw some issues going on. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta help these people. I'm gonna rob them, but I'm gonna help them first.
I'm gonna help you, and then I'm gonna beat the living crap out of you and rob your shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I helped you, and then I'll rob you. It works perfectly. And that just led to like this crazy adventure of finding this guy, finding out that he didn't just leave and get lost or anything like that. No. He was kidnapped. He wandered out of the safety of the base, and somebody put a bag over his head and took him. And then there's like these creatures who came out of nowhere. So he kind of got separate and loose, but he was stuck because he couldn't get past the creatures. So I had to go kill all those creatures, get to him. Then we bring him back. Turns out, well, one of the people who are on that base is the person who kidnapped him. And it's my job now to find out who it is. Wild.
Damn.
Wild.
All right.
I just went to go smuggle. I went to go steal. And now I'm on this new journey.
Yes.
So, the game that keeps on giving.
Expect the unexpected, baby.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Love it. For sure.
Keeps you on the edge.
For sure. Fonzo was good, my man.
Welcome.
Dusty. What is going on? G Mandy. What is up, fam?
Good
Carmel.
afternoon,
Hola.
you guys.
Everybody, thank you for coming to hang with us.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. All right. So, as we said, this is a doozy of a week. Got a lot of stuff popping off. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the topic of the show.
Let's go.
Right after this. All right. We like to have a little jingle.
Let's go.
Okay, so the big news this week, and there's a lot that could have contended for this spot, but I still feel like this had to be the biggest news of the week because it was the biggest leak in gaming history.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It is so crazy
Yeah.
that the entire roadmap for Xbox and Microsoft has been leaked. The roadmap to 2030 plus a lot of background information. Now, I know the question. God, Xbox can't catch a break.
No.
Who could have possibly hated Xbox so much to leak all of this information? It's a good question. Okay, it's a good
We
question.
have the answer, guys.
We do have the answer. We do have the answer.
Hold on
And
tight.
It's gonna be a bit surprising to you if you're not familiar with the situation
Yes.
already, because the leakers have been caught.
Yes.
This is facts.
They're under arrest, you guys.
They are taken in for questioning.
Yes.
And good news for them is they don't have to go too far because it was in fact Xbox who leaked their own.
That's the sign of the police.
Oh.
Get him, baby.
So this was all part of the FTC trial. Now, there's a little bit still like a little stuff that's a little gray because Xbox uploaded all this information to the FTC's, website. And that website at some point was supposed to be secure, meaning that you couldn't see what was on there. So Xbox sent everything over to them unredacted. And well, guess what? It was public.
It was.
People went, snatched it up, and we have so much information, so much to dive into. So we're going to do that. Okay. We're going to dive into it, but I do want to go ahead and where is it?
I love that they act like we didn't snatch that shit real fast.
Like,
Like it's the
honestly.
freaking internet. You
Yeah,
might as well
yeah.
just
It's
leave
like,
it up there.
You might as well
It's
just leave it
like-
because everybody knows. Also, before I go into what I was just about to go into, that wasn't the only leak. They also leaked, and this we're not going to go into, but Microsoft leaks 38 terabytes of private data via unsecured Azure storage. So they had a day. It wasn't just the
Some
Xbox
dumb
leak.
shit.
They leaked a whole bunch of other private shit that was crazy. So Phil Spencer, he responded to this. He responded to it in two ways. He responded to it publicly to us, and then he responded to it internally to his people. And we're gonna read that real quick so we can kind of get the situation at hand as far as our boy Phil is seeing this. Okay. So Phil Spencer tweets, "We've seen the conversation around old emails and documents. It is hard to see our team's work shared in this way because so much has changed and there's so much to be excited about right now and in the future. We will share the real plans when we are ready."
The real plans.
Real.
The
real
big boy
plans.
plans.
Real
Oh, he's trying to
plans.
cover his tracks as he was
So-
bad mouthing some people.
This is the thing. I can tell you right now, if you're telling me though, can't wait to share the real plans, in
That
my
sounds
mind, I'm
exciting.
saying, okay, whatever we know now, you have something better
Yes.
going on, right?
Well, you have to remember these things are older. Like we were talking about documents from years ago as well.
Some
Things
of them, yeah.
shifted. Yeah, things have changed and evolved.
I don't know.
So-
I mean, Phil Spencer has the balls to try and buy Nintendo, apparently. So I don't know.
Oh, we're gonna go into it, man. We don't need to leak our own show. All right.
That's my job.
So let's
Yo, we
let's-
gotta
let's go
snitch.
ahead and
gotta
just,
snitch
now
in
I
the
know how it happened to
house.
Xbox.
Yeah.
All right. Now I know. Oh Jesus.
By the way, a big shout out to Yobi, who send us the info ASAP. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thanks, Yobi,
Yes, when
Yobi.
that day happened, Yobi sent a ton of that info our way.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated. Much appreciated.
Fanto Sir said Xbox blame pass.
Yeah, right. Poor Xbox, bro. All right. So Phil sent a message out to his team. So he says, "Team, today several documents submitted in the court proceedings related to our proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard were unintentionally disclosed. I know this is disappointing, even if many of the documents are well over a year old and our plans have evolved. I also know we all take the confidentiality of our plans and our partners' information very seriously. This leak obviously is not us living up to that expectation. We will learn from what happened and be better going forward. We all put incredible amounts of passion and energy into our work, and this is never how we want that hard work to be shared with the community. That said, there's so much more to be excited about, and when we're ready, we'll share the real plans with our players. In closing, I appreciate all of the work that you pour into Team Xbox to surprise and delight our players. In the days and weeks ahead, let's stay focused on what we can control. Continuing the amazing success of Starfield, the upcoming launch of the incredible and accessible Forza Motorsport,
Very accessible.
continuing to build games, services, and devices that millions of players can enjoy.
That was beautiful.
So, same thing. Obviously, we know that these team memos or these team emails, we also know he knows because we
That
get
we're watching.
time that these are also public.
Yeah, I know. Like, we're talking privately, but we're not.
Yeah, that sounds extreme. Like he knows that people are watching. Like he's
Yeah,
probably like, who the
absolutely.
leaked these emails?
It was
So-
me.
Absolutely.
Welcome, Shin.
G maybe said, "Hey, Shin, what's good, my man?" G maybe says, CMoney's like, "Don't steal my mic drop." Yo, for
Pardon me.
reals. Okay, you can't just be popping in here talking reckless. Jordan Dark says, Phil Takashi 69 Spencer leaking stuff. LOL. If you guys don't know, Takashi 69 is a known snitch out in these streets. So
I didn't know.
yeah, it's that's funny. It's a
Snitch,
good time.
bitch,
Yo.
snitching, bitch,
And you know it.
and you know it.
All right, so the roadmap. Okay, so there's a lot of different ways that we can go ahead and tackle this.
Let's go.
All right. So I think the most like non-game related thing that I'm excited for coming up soon, I think is like the bigger thing because we were kind of questioning this, is the leaks. I'm sorry, the leaks is the next gen refreshes,
Yeah.
right? The mid-gen refreshes, right? We've been talking about, is it going to happen? Should it happen?
Will it happen?
And honestly, you know, these being, you know, still, I think these are from May of 2022, so they're over a year old at this point. It still leaves questions, right? Because we're gonna talk about these, but the mid-gen refreshes as they stand right now are not power refreshes. Okay, meaning it's not going to be where we're getting a more powerful, you know, Xbox Series X or more powerful Series S. The mid gens are just refreshes in general, and we're gonna break down what it is, but it's not power. And there's still those rumors that PlayStation is going to do a mid gen refresh that is going to increase the power. So, I mean, the question is Xbox going to ride with these plans and do a non-power bump, or are they going to, you know, did they switch gears maybe a little bit to try to increase the power? We don't know 100% any of this stuff,
Yeah.
but we do have a great idea of what they were actually starting with. So the first one we'll talk about real quick is the Series S. Okay. So the first thing is that the actual Series S looks, oh man, baby, can you press the button so that the video behind you
Of
can
course.
play? Sorry about that. I keep forgetting.
Okay.
So the Series S is almost like the least exciting visually because it looks almost identical
Yeah.
to the original Series S. The only thing that seems to be a difference when it comes to the picture is the grill is not necessarily black. It's like it could be like a dark gray or a lighter kind of gray. So
Yeah.
you see some type of difference there. But overall, aesthetically, it looks almost the same. So the Series S refresh is called Elwood.
Oh.
That is like the secret name, the you know the project name for
Yeah.
it. And they say it's the best value in next gen gaming. Once again, undisputed. Says Elwood will deliver Gen 9 console gaming with more internal storage, faster Wi-Fi, reduced power, and a more immersive controller, all for the same affordable price. Now we are gonna dive into that controller because that's actually like really exciting. So we'll do that after we talk about the two systems. So it says even more customer value. more internal storage for the game. So it's 1 terabyte storage right out the box. All new, more immersive controller, and it's the same low price, $299.
Yeah.
It's going to have updated technologies. So all new Southbridge to modernize IO and sustainability efforts. It's going to have Wi-Fi 6E radio for better throughput, latency, and interference mitigation, which is huge for cloud because a lot of people, as we found out, still use cloud gaming on their actual consoles. So having that better Wi-Fi, if you're not able to plug in directly, is a huge benefit. And then Bluetooth 5.2 radio for improved accessory experience. I feel like this is something that I'm not hearing too much about. Like people are mentioning it and kind of letting it be. Um, the the consoles we have now, they do not have Bluetooth,
Yeah.
right? The actual physical console, you can't like connect a Bluetooth headset, right?
That's
Or
actually a really big deal.
yeah, they
Yeah,
have
that's
like
odd.
that special like that special direct Xbox direct connection or whatever it is. But they don't have standard Bluetooth. So is this them telling us that they're gonna have Bluetooth access where we can have a Bluetooth headphone instead of the other version,
Yeah.
or have Bluetooth a controller that's Bluetooth so
Maybe.
that maybe third parties can start making, you know, the controllers that are wireless instead of always wired? I mean, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty big deal. Because obviously, that would save if you want to have like competition in the third party realm. If they could compete with Xbox and actually make their own controllers that are wireless, that might, push things forward. And
Xbox is very into controllers, by the way.
they
We
are.
like
Like,
them a lot.
they dove right in. You can make anything. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, I agree. And then, we heard a lot about this at Apple's event, and it looks like it's trickling over to the gaming consoles. Improve sustainability story. So, new low power standby mode is 20% of the current Xbox Series S standby mode. So you're using a lot less power. You're getting increased use of PCR and housing to over 30%, and it's 100% recyclable packaging. Um, so that's it for the details of the Series S. And again, it's the least exciting because again, it's visually it looks almost identical. So it's not even like a piece where it's like, oh, I'm gonna get one, so I have the cool looking one sitting there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still white.
The specs, though, is what matters.
Yeah, the specs is the well, I mean the internal specs are staying the same. The real difference is just gonna be, the Wi-Fi
Yeah.
and the Bluetooth. Um, So, I mean, outside of that, and obviously the new controller, I don't. It looks like the port on the bottom as well has been changed to the USB-C port.
Yeah.
So it's not the USB-A, the big just the rectangles. It's the USB-C port on front. So I mean, that's definitely a difference there. Now this one is the exciting one. Still not a power bump, okay, but aesthetically speaking, it is different, very different.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen it, essentially, um, the Series X right now is essentially like a square. It's
Yeah.
just a square. Well, and then it's tall, so it's a rectangle. I don't know. Either way, it's four corners. This one is more of a cylinder style, so it looks rounded. It might be more of like a oval style.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like the Wi-Fi routers now, which is funny
It
because
does.
they made fun of the PlayStation 5 looking like the Wi-Fi router.
The
But this
irony.
one kind of looks that way, but it's all black, sleek. The power button is towards the bottom now, and it's right in the middle of it. And then beneath that, um, there's a single USB-C, and it looks like the pairing button is under there. But on top of all this, the real big kicker, it's all digital, baby.
Yeah.
There is no disk drive on here.
I think Xbox is the biggest push for like the all digital future. Like there, you can tell they put very little effort into their box art or like their boxes. Period. So I think that they are trying really hard to like push to a digital only future.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I just noticed over here, but Fonso says we only had a power refresh last gen because of the 4K surge in TVs. Prior gens just did die shrinks, etc., to make manufacturing cheaper and more efficient. That makes a lot of sense, Fonso, because you're right. The power is not going to go to higher resolutions. What it if they did do the bump, what it would go to is higher frame rates. But I can see, well, we have the roadmap, so we know they're thinking way bigger for future, and we're going to get there. But the disk drive not being there does give it. Oh shit! Sorry, I was about to talk and I saw Dragon Yobi just says it. It looks like an Xbox Series humidifier.
Well, yeah,
That's
that's pretty
hilarious.
fair. I get that.
That's hilarious.
It does. It does.
They were looking
But
at console.
but yeah, it definitely looks very nice. Like I want to have it because I think it'll look dope.
I love that it's really different essentially from
It's a
what we
circle,
had
a
before.
cylinder. That's what it's called.
So I feel like they'll make the way that Xbox does things, they went ahead, they made the mini fridge, maybe they'll make a humidifier and
Can you imagine?
whatever else we come up with, right?
That would be
That'd be
wild.
pretty dope.
That would be wild. All right, so the code name for the new Xbox Series S refresh is Brooklyn.
Ooh,
It's
let's go.
the most powerful Xbox ever. Now, adorably all digital. I don't know how that marketing got in there.
That's
I don't know
cute.
what PR guy thought that it would say adorably all digital. But maybe what he's saying is
cute.
that it's also like the picture doesn't actually show us. It might be way smaller too. Like the Xbox is like a tall tower, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe it's shorter as well, so maybe it's like more compact
Well,
with the same
considering
power.
the fact that it is all digital, right? It may be.
Yeah, you get rid of the disk drive, so
Yep.
you save a lot more space. Also, the question comes in: would they do what the rumor is for the PlayStation, where they're gonna have possibly a detachable disk drive?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So now they got that USB-C up front. You plug in the disk drive, and now you can take your digital and make it physical if you want, right? All right, so they say Brooklyn will deliver 4K Gen 9 console gaming with more internal storage, faster Wi-Fi, reduced power, and um, reduced power usage, a more immersive controller, and a beautiful redesign that elevates the all digital experience of the Xbox ecosystem. Now, before I go into this deeper, keep in mind, okay, we're still in the same gen. So again, this is not a more powerful box.
Yeah.
So I hear all this stuff going on online where people talking about, oh, Xbox is trying to get rid of the disc and nah, fam. PlayStation already did this to you. If you
The
remember,
digital edition.
okay, PlayStation 5 has a disc drive,
Yeah.
or you can buy the PlayStation 5 all digital. Okay,
Exactly.
so let's not start crying as if Microsoft is doing something
That they
to
shouldn't be
change the
doing.
situation for physical media. We've already been there, done that with PlayStation, right? And everything was all good, right? Doodle?
I don't think
Everything's
they'll
cool.
ever
Yeah.
kill.
agree.
No, Xbox might be the only one, but they'll still probably have physical options. Even if it's like box and digital code, they'll still make a physical like store
So the
presence.
big thing is that if we go back and we remember, Xbox has been trying to go digital for a very long time,
They
right?
have an
But
obsession
we
with it.
have not accepted that, or some of us have not, because I was on board with family share and everything they had going on.
Yes.
So I feel like they let enough years go by where this can now be introduced. Also,
Absolutely.
I also feel like they have a backbone now. Philly has a plan and he's not budging. He's listening, but he's really still doing his thing, which I love and appreciate. So I think that if they are going digital and this is the route they want to take, there's no kicking and crying or anything to do about it because they have a vision and I'm excited for it. And I do hope that they do make the changes. I love my physical games for the Switch, but honestly, with Game Pass and, I just feel like it's just a much easier situation than going ahead and
Absolutely.
putting these discs in and out. So, I'm excited for the idea that this is all just going digital.
And honestly, I've been all digital.
Yeah.
So like even on the Switch, I'll buy digital. Like I can't be bothered with the idea of a disc. Now, The
I
only
can't for some
time
reason. I think it's the case, like
it
the
happened it happened
box.
movies are the things that train me against it.
Yeah.
It's like, do I wanna go and we're sitting down and we're like, "Oh, let's put on a movie."
What are you talking?
Okay,
Oh,
well, let's go ahead and let's get up, go over to the movie case, start seeing what we have and put it on. No, I wanna just click the buttons. Let's click
it's fair.
buttons. Let's
Like I
just
think,
see what's available
yeah,
right here, right now.
I get it. I
Boom.
think movies are a bigger offender in my opinion because like video games, like if you like I kind of like having video game collections. Like they can look cool, and because games aren't always available to just easily stream, or you can't just get a DVD and then that'll it'll work on anything. Like games work on what they work on, and it's not a guarantee that there'll be a remaster or backwards compatibility. I think with movies, it's become really pointless to buy just like every movie that comes out that you'd be interested in because it clutters up and they're just 2 hours of film on a disc, and you can likely stream them or watch them on like or get them dirt cheap to rent on Prime Video or some shit. Like I think physical movies only matters is if like you're a fan of the movie, or you just love it so much you want to own it and something like that. Not just for, oh, this movie looks all right. Let me pay $30 for a 4K.
Yeah, I feel I'm on the same boat because as far as like physical for games are concerned, the only time that I'll even entertain it is with collector's editions.
Or Halo.
And Big
Yes,
Pup says, "Hi, can I ask you something?" Feel free to
of
do so, my man.
course.
Um,
Welcome.
so the the collector's editions are the only thing that get me excited for physical anything because I love
Yes, and with the
statues. As you can see,
movies,
you
the
see some
steel
of them
books,
here
oh my gosh.
and here. But this whole room is filled with them. I love this stuff.
I'm sorry, real quick. I like the trend that gaming, I hope they do in movies, that sometimes like they might sell a steelbook on its own, like a cheaper, but like you could buy a steelbook and the copy of the game. Like you could get a tin that looks super cool, or you could just get the game. I feel like with steelbooks, the detriment that annoys me is that if you put it on a shelf with other games or movies, it sticks out like a sore thumb. It looks weird. It doesn't look right.
Yeah,
But they look best if they're standing on their own. And if you got the option to like have both, you could have your like steel books that are like just collectibles, and have your movie that goes with the other movies. I like that a lot. I really
yeah.
like that. I hope they do that
I
more.
can't stand the idea of going to pick up a disc and, like, set it up. It feels like such a commitment
For
than
game
just,
or
like,
movie or both.
clicking on things, and if you see, can you please highlight you maybe's, comment? Because I was thinking the same thing, like, if your freaking disc, they get scratched. Nintendo, we've learned the tricks. You blow into the thing, you clean the cartridge, you
Cartridge.
throw it
Yeah.
back in, and boom, somehow it works, These little things filled with so much fun. But like again, these discs they get scratched, they start skipping, and it's just so much to it. Not to mention, honestly, like after a while, and we were so into movies for so long and like collecting all this stuff, and it's like, dude, like, the space is crazy.
It
So,
really
to be
takes up a
able to
lot.
yeah, it's like the special ones, yes, perfect. But, like, to go ahead and just, like, store all this crap, and it's just it's easy to go ahead and click on something and not feel committed to,
Yeah.
like, "Okay, now I'm gonna go ahead and play this, or I'm gonna watch this." It just feels heavy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get that. That commitment is the bitch, especially when you're going into like, the time is so limited. So you go get up, put in a movie, and then you're like 10, 15 minutes into it, and it's just like, oh my God, what am I sitting here watching?
Yeah.
It's like, oh man,
"Do
but
I
do I want to
remember this
go
better
and
than it was?"
yeah, like then you gotta go and go get the disc again. I don't know. It might just sound like being lazy, but it's just like we have all this stuff right at our fingertips. I just want to move forward, I don't want
It's
to keep
funny because
going.
I didn't think I will ever feel that way. It's like, "Okay, just go and grab it," but when you have the access of just clicking and then getting out so fast and choosing something else, and, I it sounds spoiled or, it comes from the apps of Netflix and everything else, but it's the freaking truth. I don't want to commit to anything that I can't just, like, easily get out of.
Yeah,
That's
for
that.
sure. Fonto says always online is the big kicker for me. Also, broadband infrastructure needs to be top tier for everyone to have the same service levels. I mean, does it? I mean, what are the download speeds that are recommended for Xbox right now to do anything? Because I think even like if you play cloud, you only need like maybe 30 megabytes download speed if you want to do like the high resolution stuff. I think most people, maybe not most people, I don't know. I guess I don't know what it is everywhere, but I would say this, like, technology has to keep moving
Yeah,
forward, right?
that's the big
And
deal.
as much as we want to, slow that progress because it's not here yet, let's also remember that video game consoles like the Xbox, um, were part of the reason why broadband even became widely used,
Yeah.
right? Because the technology demanded it, so it pushed forward. Well, until somebody takes that leap and pushes things forward again, the infrastructure is never going to change or get better if they don't have to get better, right? So if we're in the situation where we have to be always online, then the infrastructure will adjust and get better. Think about this. Like, we're in in the America and the United States, and other countries, some of the other countries have way better internet structure than
Mhm.
we do, right? So like we know that there's a better world out there with internet, right? Like there's
Yes.
better versions. There's also places that have horrible internet, and again, as much as it's like that sucks, right? It sucks that the people who don't have access to good internet or cheap internet are going to be at a disadvantage, right? Like they might not be able to experience what's coming in the future. That sucks. But again, if somebody's not pushing it forward, there's no chance for those places to even get better, right? Because then what's the need, right? What's the desire? People like Microsoft, they have the money to say, okay, we want to help bring this in more places. So
Yeah,
we're going to spend money in these other
facilitate.
countries and help build up the infrastructure,
They
right?
should.
And they won't do that if they have no incentive to do that. But if
Yeah.
they have an incentive, if they have the incentive where they know there's demand in a place that if they only had internet, they would be able to make more, then they would go ahead and spend more and they will kind of push that forward. Cause again, I remember the time where we were just on dial up.
Oh my god, yeah.
Broadband came in with technology, like the push for gaming. Oh my god, like I remember it when like it was yesterday when I first find out about the Xbox having broadband internet, and I was like, oh my god, I need to have this. Like, call my mom, like you gotta get it to me. I need broadband in the house. This is what pushed things forward. And now broadband is everywhere, right? At a certain point, people didn't think broadband would be everywhere. It was dial up, right?
And let's not forget the investment that goes into them, like, themselves just going ahead and putting these games on disc and going ahead and putting it on, a case and wrapping that up, and then what it does as well, and, you know, that's why, Game Pass is such a big deal. Like, people buy these games and they beat it in, like, a week or less, and then they go and exchange it, right?
Yep.
And we have this cycle at places like GameStop, and it's kind of like it's gotta be frustrating for the makers of the game
Yeah, I mean, but
because the
even
new copies are not getting picked up, right? If you can buy a cheaper version of it, which I never opt for, by the way. Like, I like my nice, clean, brand new, never touched situation,
yeah,
but,
if you're gonna
you
get
know
a physical copy, you
yeah,
want it to be new. I mean, at the very least. But I mean, some people that's the only way they could buy games, right? They could only get them if they're cheaper, right?
yeah,
So, to those people, I would say let's figure out Game Pass for you because Game Pass is the absolute
yeah.
cheapest way. But
I
at the
do
same
believe right now it
times,
has to be a balance until we transition into that full blown.
well, remember, Xbox had a plan for this already.
Mhm.
And honestly, I think come this next gen, they're going to be reintroducing a lot of those plans that they were going to do. I think they're going to move that forward
Yeah,
because they realize that they should have just stuck to their guns because everything they were doing is where we are now, where people are mostly digital. The always online situation, every console in like the developed areas are always online. People just have them on constantly. Um, every game essentially, unless there's an indie title, has to be downloaded. Even if you put the disc in, you put the disc in, you only
yeah,
have so much data on there, and then it's downloading the rest of the game, right? So that's going to be you know, the way they have it going forward, you can have both versions. Like before, the disc was just going to be an unlock key. So you would have the disc, you put it in, it unlocks the game. You just have to put the disc in every once in a while to make sure that it knows that you still own it.
Yeah.
But even then, with technology now, they can just know whether you own it, because the only way you can trade it in, or if it's trying to register somewhere else, like you have to have it go online and be like, no, this game's already owned by somebody else. You should be able to trade in these games too. Take the license right online, right? It's very easy. You go ahead, you sell the game digitally to GameStop, whatever. They now have that code, and then when they sell it, the next person gets that code, you no longer have access to it. I mean, there's ways around it, right? Like there's ways to make it happen. Oh, Cullen, what's up, my man? Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
Man, it's funny because the chat flies by, and it's like by the time you finish talking, you look back and there's like a million chats go by. Joby says Xbox Cloud best performance will be achieved at rates of 10 megabytes per second on mobile devices, 20 megabytes per second on consoles, PC and tablets, and 5G Wi-Fi or mobile data connection. So 20 megabytes. I mean, realistically speaking, in most places that have internet, these are not huge numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like most places can at least get 100 down, right? We have a terabyte, but I could boost this up. I could do not a terabyte, a gig, but I could actually go and get 2 gigs if I wanted to. Like they already have 2 gigs where we are. So, Dusty, you gonna cut deep, bro?
Yeah.
You gonna cut
you
deep,
know what
Dusty?
we're going through, Dusty. You know what we're going
Dusty,
through.
you
All
know
right?
we ain't got no goddamn emotes because of YouTube not letting us do what we're supposed to do.
Trying to give us a side eye. That's some
Damn,
bullshit.
Dusty calling us out like that.
Cut us deep, bro.
That's
I
cold,
want
bro.
the damn emojis. Yeah, that's right. We need them.
Cold.
Go call YouTube. See what they tell you about that we don't know about.
What's
know what I'm
up,
saying?
Dave? What's going on, my man?
Web
Welcome.
Dave,
Thanks
What's
for
up?
stopping by,
Howdy,
brother.
bro.
All right. Let's move past this digital talk. Let's go into the Brooklyn, the refreshed Xbox Series X. So, giving our fans more to love. Has a beautiful and innovative new design, which I agree. I do like how it looks. More internal storage for games. Now it comes 2 terabyte standard, which is a big push. USB-C front port with power delivery. All new, more immersive controller. Same great price as $499. Now, back when they did this, it was $499. Obviously, we know in certain places prices have increased. So I would imagine that the price will move wherever it is, right? So it's definitely like you're gonna be at 550 in some places for sure. Look at over here. You got Fanto. He says my max in the area is 60 megabytes per second. I tried to go 1 gig, but not available in my area.
Dude, it's so annoying.
That's so bad. But again,
frustrating.
But even at 60, you do have usage for it, right? Obviously, if you're doing a bunch of things, that's going to slow you down, which sucks. But again, if things keep progressing, that can do nothing but go up, right? It's never going to go down, right? They're not going to be like, you know what, we're going down to 30, we're cutting you. It's bound to go up. It just sucks that you have to deal with that, Fonto.
Yeah,
sucks,
so
man.
annoying.
Yobi says, same. I have a gig up and a gig down. I'm gonna upgrade to 5 gig in the future. Yeah, I feel you. Like obviously, if it's available, I want it all.
Yeah.
They just because that 2 gigs is so new, it's almost literally double the price. So I was like, nah, I'll wait. I'll wait till there's 3 gigs and then I'll get 2 because that's wild. All right, updated technologies, all new softwares to modernize the I/O and sustainability efforts, the Wi-Fi 6, the Bluetooth 5.2, and it's a 6 nanometer die shrink for improved efficiency. So they're actually changing the chip on here. They're making it smaller, which makes the efficiency better. That's pretty dope. But that also has to deal with the size of the system. It's going to be a smaller box or a smaller cylinder or whatever shape it's going to be. So, yeah, I would say that's going to be a big benefit to make that space better used. What's up, Six Slayer? Welcome. Oh, that was really cool. Let me put this here. Six Slayer, Dragonheart Yobi, thanks for telling us about this great podcast. Legend, loving the discourse. Oh, that's awesome.
Thank you,
Six Slayer, welcome. Yobi, you awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you all guys for rocking with us for sure. All right, and then lastly, same thing, improve sustainability story. They're reducing. All right, this one is actually big though because that thing is power hungry. That Series X.
Yeah.
Reduce PSU power by 15%. New low power standby mode is 20% of the current Xbox standby mode. Increase use of PCR on housing to greater than 30% and is 100% recyclable plastic. So reduce the power by 15%. So the power draw, that's a big thing. And the low power standby mode, which is like I always leave it on. Like I always
Yeah,
have it
it's
on.
always running.
20% of the current mode is that's a big deal. So overall, I mean, what are your thoughts on this refresh, guys? I mean, it's not a power refresh, so we're not getting more power. And if it seems to be true, and they're gonna go ahead and have a PlayStation that comes out with more power, right? Do you think Xbox sticks to this plan, or do you think they figure out a way to bump it?
I think they have to bump it. If PlayStation is coming in with more power, I think they have to bump it. Um, so the question is, what was the purpose of this particular one other than obviously digital and seeing how that works? And I think that would be a very smooth way to test that out, right? To go ahead and do a mid refresh and see how people respond to, this digital console in this digital way, right? But I also feel, right, and let's not forget that Philly was talking about how they're trying to figure out to have more of a yearly upgrade, right? Seeing if there's a way to, like, add something to your Xbox that can go ahead and do those refreshes without having to buy a whole box. So I wonder how much of that thought went into this refresh that we're talking about, right?
Well,
Like
we know that we have more to discuss when it comes to the leaks because we do have the roadmap for the next gen system,
yes.
which does touch on what you're discussing now.
Okay. So, yeah, I just feel like, it's a nice smooth way to transition, which I was talking about, right? It's a smooth way to do it. And let's not forget that, like, games are still being made and, even if we move forward and it's all digital, your old like, the other console is still gonna go ahead and have the disk drive. So you'll be able to continue to have that. And if you don't
Yes,
want digital, you just don't move forward with it, but it'll be there for when you're ready, essentially. You know?
agreed,
Agreed.
agreed.
I do think all their plans and everything they're doing have been, like, very thought out. So, like you said, CMoney, if they wanna move forward with this, they need to understand that not everybody has, great internet, right? So, I'm sure that they're taking all these things into account, and I'm sure that they're gonna help figure out the situation, which can only benefit us all.
Agreed. Um, Joby says that handheld is what I got my eyes on as
Yeah,
well.
baby.
On everything, I want that. We're gonna talk about the handheld for sure, but I feel you absolutely. Um, Fonto says, nah, they will stay the course, no power upgrade this gen, but concentrate on producing fully optimized games first party. We're getting Forza next month, 4K 60 with ray tracing. So he also continues, more power can be gained by using Xbox ecosystem through PC, will be their counter argument. So, like, I I get that idea, and I don't know 100% what they're gonna do, but I could see them doing this. I think the problem is that as we're gonna talk about some of the leaked emails that came from this as well, and they were very much focused on the power situation with PlayStation. And you got to remember, like, if PlayStation comes out next year, Xbox plan to go next gen after this is going to be in 2028. That'll be 4 long years of PlayStation constantly kicking Xbox's ass on third party face to faces.
Yeah.
And we were
Yeah.
already in this boat, right? Like, we were already here where they're going to go ahead and have the Digital Foundry face off every time, and everything's going to be the Xbox version is so
I will
much
tell you
worse.
this much real quick. I will go ahead and find that the receipts that you have from E3 where they told you what you asked, right? Or you mentioned, are we ever going to fall behind the way that we did? And they said we will not fall behind in power. I will
Yes.
bring out the receipts real quick and call them out. You know that
Yeah.
Xbox is out there paying attention and listening. So
So
just
this
saying.
is what I can imagine with this situation. I can imagine a world where they do release this version of their idea, right? But if the PlayStation 4 comes out at the same time with a more powerful console, I could see them also say, "Hey, next year we're coming out with the more powerful one," like they did with the Xbox One X,
Yeah.
right? So remember in 2016 we got the refresh of the Xbox, right? 2017 we got the more powerful one. So and that's also in 2016 when we got the PS4 Pro, right? So for that year they got their ass handed to them on Digital Foundry. I mean, they were already getting their ass handed to them before
Yeah.
that point anyway. This just made it even worse. But it was that big kind of goalpost for them to say, but next year we will make the most powerful system, right? Next year we're gonna be the kings. So I think they might just wait to see what PlayStation's doing, and they might have that kind of side scenario where maybe PlayStation's refresh is not that big of a bump in power. Maybe it just brings it up to the same level as a Series X, or maybe it slightly passes it. um
Who's spreading the news that is powerful? Is it the PlayStation fanboys? Because then that's questionable.
Yeah,
that's
Just
Xbox
true
is trying
too.
to figure
saying,
out every
That's
way
true
they
like,
can
too.
we
possibly
gotta check
combat
our
PlayStation.
sources.
That's true too, man. I'm not gonna lie. We don't know where these sources are coming from. There are rumors. I mean, Tom Henderson, he's a pretty spot on leaker. He's leaked a lot of different stuff, and he seems to have on authority that this is what's gonna be going down.
Yeah.
Um,
But even
but
though Xbox acts nice, PlayStation is like their nemesis, and they are literally trying to predict every move they're making to figure out how are we going to one up them in every alternate reality that they do certain things. Like it's wild.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Tone,
Tone
welcome.
Tone, let's
He
go.
says the problem is devs haven't used the full power of the Series X. It's hard to make a mid-gen generation upgrade when they refuse to use all the tools they have now. So that's but see, that's exactly why a mid-gen refresh would be beneficial. Because this is what happened. Xbox went ahead, they made this dope ass system, and they had all this proprietary tech in there that says if you make your game for this system, it's gonna sing, right? And that's true. The problem is that no matter what we do for the rest of this generation, PlayStation is the dominant console.
Mhm.
It's already done. It's already done and decided. Xbox is not going to double or triple its
No.
numbers while PlayStation doesn't move, right? PlayStation's already more than double Xbox Series numbers right now, right? So if that's the case, a mid-gen refresh with more power will allow regular developers, if you can make some type of pipeline in your system that allows regular developers, third party, which is ultimately the majority of games we get every single month are from third parties, right?
Yeah.
So now they go ahead and have the ability to make more use of the power available and actually make the game without doing something specific that's only going to work on the Xbox. Because we know there's only a few companies who are going to do that. You know what I'm saying? And obviously we know first party, right? So first party is going to be crazy, right? They're going to, I could see Xbox trying to use the narrative of look at our first party games. Look at how amazing they look. It's not us, it's the developers. But they're never going to say that because they're not going to, screw over their partners,
Yeah,
right?
they're not gonna ruffle any feathers like
But we're
that.
all going to say it, right? We're going to
Yeah.
be out here like, look at what Xbox made. If this third party publisher put a little more effort, they would go ahead and make similar looking games. But all the games are being made first for PlayStation that are coming out of third party, and this is the issue. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's the issue with a lot of it. So I mean, look, we don't know um exactly what's gonna happen, but I do feel like it's gonna be it's I think the likelihood is they're probably gonna rock with what they planned right now, and they're gonna do a wait and see what PlayStation comes in at. You know, if PlayStation comes in at a BS, you know, barely any more powerful situation than the Series X, then it's gonna be like, okay, not that big of a
Yeah,
situation.
we don't need to rush.
But if PlayStation 5 comes out and they're like, yo, we're gonna be 4 or 5 teraflops, you know, more powerful than the Xbox Series X, we're gonna be doing 4K 60 on all these games. If you have this system,
Yeah,
where we're gonna be maxed out at 4K 30 on, you know, third-party games for the most of them that push in boundaries, right? Like that's an issue. You know what I'm saying?
agree.
Okay, Asante, what is good, my man?
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us, brother man, and dropping by. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. I think overall the Series X refresh Brooklyn is the one that's way more interesting to me because
Yeah.
visually it looks dope. I'm 99% sure I'll find a way to get this one. I don't think the Series S is worth an upgrade. You know what I'm saying? It's unless this is your first time in, right? So obviously that will be the Series
That will
S.
be
That'll be the
the right
lowest
way
cost
to start.
option
Yeah, for
to
sure.
start in. Exactly. All right. So now let's move over to arguably, I think, the most exciting part of all of these
Let's
leaks
go,
is the new
baby.
controller.
It looks
Yes.
sleek as
The
hell.
new controller looks fire.
I love it, dude. I love it.
Absolutely. It looks so dope. So first off, design wise, if you were colorblind, you wouldn't be able to notice too much difference because it looks essentially the same. But you do have the share button as you normally would. But the way they did it was they kind of like the handle area where you were hold it, they have a white and black two-tone finish on it. The
Yes.
top half is white. So basically the everywhere from the bottom of the controller in the middle up will be white, and then where you hold the handles, that's going to be black going down. I did see Sean Labrie on Twitter. It says, Xbox, if you're listening, let's pull those pants up a little bit, and
Hey,
gave it more of
yo.
a rounded edge, similar to like the series, the Elite
Yeah.
controllers, that when they have that black thing, it curves up.
Mhm.
I think this one's honestly, I like this better because this makes it unique. It feels like it looks very different.
Yeah, it does.
And it keeps like that shiny, classy part all up top, and then you got like the rubberish type
And that's
grips on
what
the
I
bottom.
love, to feel that rubber in your hand.
Pause.
Huh?
Come
Wow.
on, man.
Sorry. You guys know what I'm saying. To
You gotta watch out what you're talking.
Yes, holding that, it just feels right. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It's just, it has, because you want that texture. There we go. You want that texture.
Yeah, the texture.
Yes,
For sure.
to
for
feel
sure.
on.
I love
And then
texture.
the top is nice and smooth.
Yes.
That's what she
God
said.
damn. Doodle, you out here in these streets. All right, calm down. All right. So the code name for this remote is called Sybil or Sebel or Sabile. One version of that. The new Xbox controller, they say the world's best controller now playing on a screen near you. Okay. So ubiquity, it's going to be play anywhere. So it's going to be Xbox Wireless 2. It's going to be direct to cloud and Bluetooth 5.2. Also seamless pair and switch. So there's going to be new mobile app features. You're going to be able to see paired devices and the cloud and manage devices and accessories. This is wild. So what it sounds like is that you're going to be able to like just be logged into your name, like whatever your username is, right? So your screen name, and from there, maybe on the app, once it knows that you're there, whatever you're playing, it's just going to know that, so you don't even
Yeah.
have to be connected to the system. Is that like a possibility? Because it does say it's direct to cloud. So if you remember, Google Stadia had the same technology, right? So Google Stadia was direct to cloud. So you didn't connect it to your your device or your TV or something like that. You would just have it connected to the app, and it would know when you're playing the game because you loaded up the game, and then you can go ahead and start playing. and it's connected directly. So it doesn't go to the TV and then up to the cloud.
Yeah.
It's going straight to the cloud. You cut out the middleman and you get better latency. That would be dope, man. And that would be now where it's like play anywhere. If you're playing on your Xbox and then you go ahead and jump to the PC version of that game, right? And you log out on the Xbox, you sign in on your PC, and it's like, oh, you're there now. You can still keep playing on the controller.
Yep.
I mean, that would be dope. It says immersion. This is a big thing. And I remember when the PlayStation 5 first came out, they sent out surveys about what we thought about the PlayStation 5 controller. And I did favorably say that, yeah, maybe we should have had some newer haptics, right? Well, guess what? The time has come. Immersion, feel the game, precision haptic feedback, VCA haptics double as speakers. So the vibration of the haptics can also produce sound. So like what, like a gunshot? Like you shoot, the vibration gives us a gunshot sound, as opposed to like what the PlayStation controller has, the actual little speaker that's throwing out a sound. I don't know. That sounds interesting. There's also going to be an accelerometer and quieter buttons and thumbsticks, which I mean, it's not really that loud to begin with.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do want to hear the feedback to know that you pressed it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, it's a benefit, right? If they can make it better, why not?
Well, it'll be smoother, right? If it doesn't make those sounds, which is why like a lot of these controllers may get stuck, right? You press and it's like, I don't know if you know how like the thumbstick gets stuck down there. You have to pop it back up, or like these technical things that if it was just, for lack of better words, like Vaseline, right? You know what I'm saying? Like smoothly, oiled.
Pause, bro. Pause.
No, like,
what are you doing? What are you doing?
You guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is a little sus, bro. Chill the beans.
This is a family channel, all right?
Family friendly.
You guys know what I mean. If it doesn't, it's like when you oil something up, right? Gosh, never mind. Pass. I'm gonna pass on this. But you know what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
I get what you're saying.
Damn it.
All right, you gotta fall back a little bit. All right?
Apparently.
Yobi says, if I want to hear sounds, I'll put on my headphones. Facts.
Oh, what?
Fato says we need Hall effect sticks. I don't even know what that means, but I believe you. Kayasante says, my only concern is on PlayStation, every user has these haptics. I wonder how many devs will use the new haptics feature once it's optional. Kayasante, I feel you, but I think now is going to be easier. Like, I think if you think about it for a second, when it comes to PlayStation, these developers are making it already for PlayStation. So now it's not a question of, oh man, should we do it for Xbox? It's like, no, we're just going to take what we do on PlayStation. Now we could just move it over to what we already have. It's not going to take that much work. I'm sure there's some porting that has to be done, but it's going to be the same idea, right? So they're already putting all that extra. They're just going to take all that and code it to this controller because it theoretically should have the same, if not better, performance than the 3-year-old haptics that are in the PlayStation, right? The only thing will be they still have to do the old haptics for the other controller, which, you know, I mean, it is what it is. But I don't think it'll be too. I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. Look at these people in here, Vaseline. Look at you. Yeah, see what you started.
You know what I mean? Like oiling it up, like, you know, so it's smooth. The clicking.
You gotta love smooth.
You know,
well, you're still going. Lubed up.
Why are you coming to me?
It's because they hear it, so you have to get ahead of it. Okay, you have to get ahead of it. Fanto says Hall effect sticks use magnets. No more stick drift ever. Yo, yeah. 6-layer says Hall effect sticks are less likely to drift. All right. Dusty says Tokyo drift. Oh my god. Shitaro says for real. Doodle is a different breed today. Doodle is on some other shit. Look, mega pause. Fanto says.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Ultra
Obviously,
pause.
there's
no more explanations. No more explanations needed. Okay, we're gonna move on.
I'm gonna take a moment.
That's probably for the best.
Can we not talk about the
Listen,
controller anymore?
we still got more.
Gosh
We still got
darn it.
more. Okay, we
You
just
said
don't need
VFC.
no Vaseline
No.
talk, no lubrication talk. Okay, this is not a
For the
transmission. Okay,
sound. You
this is
know
the
what I'm
controller.
saying?
No, we don't need the idea of the
Smoother.
sounds.
Bounce.
We don't want to stop the sounds because the Vaseline makes it smoother and less what less painful.
It's the
Let's stop. Okay,
It's
let's stop.
smooth.
Let's stop. All right, sustainability. God damn it. Do good, feel good. This is another huge thing. And in this respect, they're actually going to eclipse what PlayStation is doing. And swappable batteries, recycle materials and less resin, and repair and disassembly. It's going to be easier to do. So this is the big kicker, right? For like all this time, okay, PlayStation fans are like, oh my God, you guys still use AA batteries? What is wrong with you? Right? And it's like, well, like AA batteries are fine because they're easy, and when it dies, I could just put in a new pair, as opposed to, in 3 hours when your PlayStation
Oh my
controller
gosh, that
dies,
was the worst
you have to sit and
experience,
wait,
you
right?
guys.
It was so bad.
It was
Even
so
the new one,
bad.
we
That
got the Pro Edge
controller.
crap sitting right there.
Yeah,
Battery
really
dies
bad.
so fast. But the beauty is now Xbox is saying, okay, fine. Okay, we're tired of hearing the PlayStation fanboys talk shit. They're not even doing this for us. They're doing it to shut up the
shut 'em up.
PlayStation fanboys. Okay. So, but they also don't want to screw over us
Yeah.
who actually like being able to swap our batteries so that we don't have to think about it. It's just like you keep your battery stack right there and boom, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Right. So, look, Yobi says we use rechargeable batteries and AA. So what? Exactly. Right. Six Layer says less resin means it's not as glued together like phones, makes self-repair easier to do. Hashtag right to repair. I feel that. I like that idea. But yes, being able to not only recharge the battery, but be able to swap that battery still. So what I imagine is that the rechargeable battery is literally just the, like those little packs that are essentially two AA batteries tied together and it recharges, right? I feel like that's what's going to be in there. And then you could either buy a separate piece that's always ready to go that you could just swap that one and then charge the other one, or you could still put in AA's. I feel like that's going to be a huge possibility. K. Asante says, I really dislike that my Elite 2 doesn't have removable batteries, but it's got like 40 hours per charge, so it's not that bad. Well, that's the reason why it doesn't matter. Like, I have my Halo one that sits here living his best life. Is it there? Yeah. Right? It's sitting. I have it comes with a dope ass case. The case is plugged in because it has a hole in the back. And then you just, grab it, finish with it. I put it right back in the case. It just sits there, constantly charged forever. Like I never have to worry about it. But even if I didn't, just like you said, that 40, it takes forever to drain the battery on these things. Maybe that's why they don't want to use Bluetooth.
Oh,
right. Because I think the Bluetooth maybe uses more power, maybe. That drains the battery faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Jacob says fanboys angry can be seen as jealousy. Yeah, fanboys anger can be seen as jealousy. Yeah. I mean, it's a
for the first time this week, I got to really see a lot of like the really hateful videos that I haven't seen before. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty evil.
It gets wild. I don't know if it was Jacob. I think it was Jacob that brought that up to me, but I had never actually seen it take place the way that I've seen it go down. This was something else.
Yeah, this is I mean, so much has happened in this 1 week that I think it was sensory overload for the fanboys. Like they're not used to having so much information come out because you got to remember, one man's trash is another man's treasure. The fact that Xbox got slapped up internally because they leaked everything, so it ruined all their plans, gave us all of this amazing detail and content and excitement. Like I was suggesting that we need Xbox to go ahead and give us their next roadmap. I did not think they were going to listen so quickly to me.
CMoney, we heard you.
You're welcome, everyone.
So this is the
I've
thing
been demanding
too,
it,
though.
and it is here.
Like they've been asking Philly, right? They've been asking him, hey, what about the handhelds? And he said, we don't want anything to do with that. And boom, look at what leaks out, right? Like this is the thing, and I always take these leaks with a little bit of a, "Mhm, really?" Like, you never know. Like, can this have possibly really been a mistake? Or,
Nah, this is a
like,
mistake.
this
This is a
this was
mistake.
a
This is a
lot,
mistake.
right? But
Because
at
it's
the
too
same
much.
time,
It's too much to have to, if this is not, or if these plans are not real, like if they were if they were just putting this out there, it's still too early. 2028, by that time, all of this
anything
can
can change.
change for the
Yes.
next one. Like, this is just what they're projecting in their minds. But what if the infrastructure is not there to support what they want to do? Or what if things are still too much money for them to do that? They might have to make those changes.
And as
Or
much as go ahead.
no, I'm just gonna say, or it's maybe they're gonna enhance it and do better.
Exactly.
And it can change the narrative. Like, you don't want people looking at something thinking, well, this is not great. And then turns out you're actually going to be doing this other big thing. So this whole time, people are going to look at this, and obviously I can see that it's not going to be the majority of the players out in the world, right?
Yeah.
It's only in a hardcore bubble. We're the only ones who know about this, right? Like, Timmy down the street who has an Xbox doesn't know that everything has been leaked, right? Like, that's not a thing. But the hardcore are the people who talk the most about it, right? Who are the people who are out here spreading the word. So, if there's plans that people are not happy about, and you don't have the ability to actually show them how it's going to work, that's a problem. Like, for instance, I think it was Fonto that said, like, that all digital future, right? He's concerned about that. Well, in 2023, that's our concern. In 2028, you don't know what the plans are. You don't know what access they have to, the pipeline of
Yes.
the internet structure, and talking to different companies and seeing what the plan is by then, right? So what that means is that there's going to be people who could be pissy now and say, you know what? I don't like that future,
Mhm.
so I'm not going to buy an Xbox.
I
Yep.
agree.
Right?
I can
Like,
understand that.
there's just the chance of that to happen, and that's why Xbox wouldn't want this information out, because without being able to deliver it to us in a way that we can digest it the way they want us to digest
Yes,
it.
like spoon-fed,
Exactly.
the gradual steps to go
Plus, they
ahead and
can't
have
hide it
everyone
with
accept it.
sexy
Gotta crawl
games,
before you
Yeah.
walk.
right? Like, it's a lot easier for them to be like, here's the new Xbox, and look at just some of the first party lineup coming day one. And they show us like these crazy amazing things. The narrative can then simmer and change, because it's like, look at, yes, it's going to be this. I don't even want to jump ahead because we're going to talk about it. But yes, these are the things we're saying that it's happening, but look at what that produces. That starts making people, they could relate that together and say,
Yes.
okay, I could see how we get from here to here, right? Now it makes sense. But now we're not going to see that for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? To 4.5 years, right? Before they actually show us any of this stuff. So at the end of the day, it's like, it's not a great look. KSI says, I would have thought it was planted, except they have also leaked third-party partner info
Oof,
as well.
that's rough.
Sue-worthy stuff.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah. That
For
is,
sure.
like, you're gonna have to start making phone calls because you can't trust Microsoft right now with this type of
Yeah,
situation, right?
that's
And,
rough.
it's the good and the bad. It was as bad as it was that all this stuff leaked. For us, it's kind of like we can see what they're planning, we see what they're doing, and it's exciting. And I don't think that it was anyone saw that this is the way that it was gonna be taken in, right?
Yes. Agreed. Agreed. Now, Fonto brings up a good point, man, and that's why this is kind of blowing my mind. Where, like, again, we're gonna get into what Xbox is planning, but I think everybody's gonna be making big changes,
Yeah.
because Fonto has here, imagine the GPUs in 2028. Okay, fam. The 4090 as it is right now is so massively more powerful than the PlayStation and Xbox and the Switch and the ROG Ally and the Steam Deck combined, bro. Like, there's so much more power in the 4090. By 2028, just like he said, it's like we're gonna be at the 7090. Like, dude, it's gonna be insane what's gonna be happening on PC as far as
Yeah.
power is concerned. How can Xbox and PlayStation compete with that? Because it's
That's the
gonna
question.
cost too much money to put that in a box.
Yep.
but we do have the answer, and we're
Let's
gonna go
go.
into it. No. This is just a tease. You know what I'm saying? Still, this is just the tip. Okay, just the
Pause.
tip.
Pause. All right. See, I was
That-
gonna say something.
That was
Took a
self-inflicted.
second, and then you come through with the freaking pause and see.
Yeah, listen, I gotta
Balance
spice it
it
up too.
out.
I gotta spice it up too. All right, so there's still a little bit more durable and reliable. New modular thumbsticks. We've just been talking about these thumbsticks. Are they going to have that magnet, that Hall effect? We don't know. It says modular. Sounds like magnets. Sounds like something you can pop off, put on. Don't know. Improved longevity. That is going to be I'm assuming the build quality, right? Because some people do have issues with the remotes. I mean, I'm not an aggressive gamer. Like my remotes are safe because I don't like go crazy like doing things on the controller, but I like now everybody's catching up. See, bro. Listen.
Oh,
See
hell
what?
no.
It's just a tip, mega pause.
Can you highlight Ponto's?
Doodle brand joystick oil coming to a GameStop near you. Yo, GameStop, hit me up.
I know.
We can make
I
that
know.
happen. All right. We can make Oh shit. That's hilarious. And then continue build improvements, right? So that is, I think it's going to be a huge deal. They have to constantly keep making it better. All right. But they're not even stopping there. Guys, this remote is going to be a game changer as far as remotes are come. Some would argue that this should have been the controller that launched with the Xbox Series consoles.
Yeah.
Because this sounds like a push. This sounds like the next gen version of our beloved Xbox controllers that are still the GOAT, whether it's the standard controller, whether it's the elite controller. No other system on the planet has an Xbox quality level. That quality, that feel, it's just perfect. Xbox perfected the controller. Don't care what anybody says. That's just what it be.
They got the size right too.
Yeah, it's perfect. So they are even doing more. Okay. And this one is so dope. And I don't know why. I'm so excited for the idea of it. But I do know why, because I just said, right, I have my Elite there. It's sitting there laying, right? And then I pick it up and bring it. Well, what's going to be part of the new controller? Engage and delight. Lift to wake. Lift to wake. That's dope. That means I
Ooh.
grab my controller, pick it up from where
Yes.
it is, and the controller says, I'm turning on for you, bud. I don't have to press the button. Now, again, how lazy can we be?
What
Very
is this?
lazy.
All
Okay?
sounds so dirty
Very-
to me.
That's because you got a dirty mind, Doodle. All right. And you're letting all these people know. Okay. Letting all these people know the dirty mind that exists here.
It turns on.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Jesus.
Classic.
So,
Doodle.
yeah, so that's a big thing. And then, but all still familiar Xbox feel, right? So the same ergonomics as Merlin, which is the code name for the other controllers we have. Same layout and activation forces and SELE XDL options as expected. So they'll have the standard editions, limited editions. That'll be, you know, when they make you a limited color or limited skin. And then Xbox Design Lab will also be a part of the controllers. And I really, honestly, I hope that they go ahead and let you do that half change, right? So I don't want black grips. I want red grips, right? Like let the grips, God, listen, raise the rouse. Hey, yo. Oh, Purple Berry, that's why they're 2Ds in Doodle? What the fuck?
Jeez. Wow, that's
Berry,
a lot.
what is wrong with you? You can't see, it's not 2Ds in Doodle ever. All right, fam? There's not 2Ds in Doodle ever. Barry, you don't even know what you just said about your mama. Barry, take your ass back.
This show
Go to
is
sleep.
really wild.
Get your ass out of here. Holy shit. Wow. That, man, that is wild, bro. Yo, that is wild. Oh, Barry, you don't even fucking know. No, you don't know what you just said.
I think she does.
Barry.
That's the problem.
Okay, no, she doesn't. She fucking doesn't. Yo, no, Purple, stop trying to explain it. Stop trying to explain it, Barry. It's just making it worse. Just move on. Delete your account and disappear. All right.
Wow.
You don't even know what you just said, bro. God damn it. What the Listen, we got to stop that shit right now. All right. So the controller. What do we think, guys? Doodle, you're gonna wait. Okay, you're gonna wait. Madman, Madman, what do you think about the controller? The new controller.
I think the controller looks really good. I like how like it looks like it's flatter. It's weird. It's got like a very it's like if you touch it, like you feel like it looks smooth, like smooth and buttery, and I like that a lot. I don't know. It just looks so nice. Like I saw it and I'm like, damn.
Pause.
That is a mighty fine controller.
What is going on with this show today?
What happened today? I don't know what's happening. Last night, we had that wild, crazy ass show, Anime and Beyond. And then today, this is like, what is happening? I don't even understand. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Doodle, why don't you tell us about this controller without saying anything that could be perceived in a way that we should not have it be perceived?
It's a nice controller. It's very sexy. I like it.
Yobi says, "Is it over? I'm back." Oh my god.
God. Yes.
Oh god.
So yeah, let's go. Xbox. I'm gonna keep that to myself.
Yeah. All right.
I think I need to take a moment.
Why did Xbox not use the project name when naming the new Xbox instead of Series X? We could have Scarlet.
Oh my gosh, I do love those names.
I love
what was the other one? See, you were like upset with Project Scorpio.
Oh yes, Project Scorpio. The Xbox Scorpio. That would have been fire, bro. That would have been fire. They absolutely should have done it. Yeah, Dragon Yobi. I don't think you heard.
Oh my god, Yobi,
I don't think you heard the
you gotta
part
go
that
back
came after. But yeah, it was wild.
You got a little crazy.
Okay. So these man, that was crazy. All right, that was crazy. But yeah, so that's our like closest part of the leak, right? The closest part of the leak are these mid-gen refreshes that are coming next year. I am interested to see how far they will go with it, whether they're going to keep to that, whether they're going to make some changes. But this, for me, honestly, oh shit. Welcome to the NSFW podcast. Oh my god. Yobi says I heard it. That's why I said I was leaving. Yeah. No, don't worry. We're gonna keep it suitable. Okay, we're gonna keep it suitable, Doodle.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This has nothing to do with me.
Yeah. I know you didn't leave. I know. Spiritually, you left, Yobi. Okay. So the most exciting part for me is, look, I mean, obviously, I love the games, and we're gonna be talking about some leaked games that are gonna be coming, and that's exciting. But I'm super into tech. I love what the future can hold. And I'm one of the people who was a firm believer in the Xbox One initial plan. I know that had that been, we would have been in a whole different place right now because they had the tech to do it. We know they do because we've seen it multiple times now. So the new system that they're planning, and I'm going to read it because this is going to be dope. So they're looking for a cohesive hybrid compute. Okay. Hybrid compute. So our vision, they say, develop a next generation hybrid game platform capable of leveraging the combined power of the client and cloud to deliver deeper immersion in entirely new classes of game experiences. Optimized for real-time gameplay and creators, we will enable new levels of performance beyond the capabilities of the client's hardware alone. Okay, so let's break that down a little bit, okay? Because this here is really a huge thing. If you don't remember with the original Xbox One, I'm not even looking at the chat. You guys are so wild. With the original Xbox One release, right? When they were first going to do it, it was going to be always online. The reason it was going to be always online was because the console, they didn't purposely make their console weaker than the PlayStation 4.
Yeah.
They didn't. They knew what they were doing. They made a system that was slightly less powerful than the PlayStation 4, but they had it so that it would use the power of the cloud. Now, everybody thought that that was a joke. The power of the cloud. Where is no power in the cloud? That's a joke. They literally showed us. They literally showed us the Crackdown 3 demo. If you have never seen the original, not Crackdown 3 that was released, okay? Crackdown 3 was going to be one of the first games to use the power of the cloud. And they showed us a level of destruction that up until that point in time had not been possible in real time. Okay. It was amazing. If you haven't seen it, you should definitely go and give it a look because it was amazing. And they showed you, okay, they showed you how many, like how it worked on the screen. They would show you, okay, the Xbox is handling this part right here. And then as soon as you did some destruction or something crazy, you can see that another Xbox went online to help power that. And then another Xbox went online. And when it got super intense, where there was so much debris everywhere and everything was going crazy, it would have 4, 5, 6 Xboxes online helping to power the destruction. And it was glorious.
Yeah.
Okay, it was glorious. Roblox was good. What is good? Thanks and
Welcome.
welcome for
Roblox is here.
welcome here.
How do you feel
stopping
about
by.
coming to PlayStation for the first time?
Ooh, it's a
That
big
is
deal.
That is a big deal. But yes, okay, that was a real demonstration and it worked and it looked glorious. Destin from IGN played that demo and it worked and he loved it and it was amazing. But alas, all the crying about
No, not the
always
cloud.
online and the cloud's not real and all this other crap.
We don't want the cloud to rain on our
They
parade.
ended up backtracking, changing the whole system, removing the always online, and we were left with an inferior console that was less powerful than the PlayStation, and it was a waste. Okay, and that was essentially what changed everything for Xbox's future up until now, which they're still in a hole that they can't seem to dig out of. Right? We thought that the Series X and the Series S generation was going to flip the script, and COVID hit. And
Yeah.
it delayed all of their big games, so it took too long for people to see why they needed that, why they could buy the Series X or why they should have bought the Series X, because there weren't the games that showed that power, right? But fast forward, and now the cloud doesn't seem like such a joke anymore. Why? Because one of the most beautiful, most amazingly detailed games in existence. There's literally no game with the technical prowess of Flight Simulator on an Xbox. Okay. There's no game out there that is doing what that game is. That game is giving you the entire planet. And it's streamed in from where? From the cloud. Okay. The cloud is supplying all of the extra horsepower needed to deliver the game world to you. There's so much detail that is in this game. It's insane. And the fact that it's playable on the cloud, just through the cloud with no client, shows you that it's literally, it really just is a feat that has not been delivered before. And now we know, well, actually, Yobi says Flight Simulator 2024 is about to be insane. So this is the thing. Flight Simulator is not my bag, the regular one. I liked it to just like fly by your house. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, look, that's where we live. That's so dope. But it's not like a game for me. Like I don't just want to fly, straight or whatever in the air. But the 2024, that's gonna be fire, because that is going to have like jobs that you can do in the plane or in the helicopter. And that I'm excited to check out. But okay, so keeping back onto it. Oh, Asante says 2 petabytes of data use. That's wild. That's wild. And that's all coming from the cloud. Jacob says, be grateful, CMoney. I can call Phil to convince him to sell Bethesda and cancel the ABK buyout. I don't think so, my man. I don't think so. I think that's going through. But this is the thing. Xbox clearly sees that, all right, we're not there yet for the Series X and S to go all in on it, but coming to this next generation, they are going all in on the power of the cloud to help combat the situation that they're in and console gamers are in general, which is having a chance to fight the mobile platforms. Okay. And if you checked out our podcast last week, we were talking about how the iPhone is coming and it's changing everything. Okay. Because, I have it right here, iPhone 15 Pro Max. And the iPhone 15 Pro Max is capable of playing console level games and is capable of doing it with hardware ray tracing. This thing is amazing, right? But this year, we're limited to only the Pro model, which means the majority of people who buy iPhone this year are not going to have access to that, right? But next year, the iPhone 15 Pro will be the same base. It'll be the base phone for the 16, and then the 16 Pro will be more powerful. And then every year after that, that's just going to keep happening. So if they're ready at console level gaming now, what does it look like 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now? What power levels are they going to be in? And yeah, maybe you don't play it on your phone because the battery's going to die, but what's to just stop you from going home, docking it, and now you have your console on your phone plugged in so the battery's not going to die, and you have this amazingly powerful system that's way more powerful than the Series X or S right now, right? Whenever the new consoles come out, yeah, it might be more powerful than that phone, but every year the phone's going to keep getting more powerful. And if you remember back to the interview that Phil did with, I think, Charlie from Xbox On during Gamescom, he said, because they brought up about the mid-gen refresh, and he said that he's not really interested in that because at the end of the day, that's not the biggest problem to solve, because the power is constantly growing on these phones, right? In the mobile landscape, they're always getting more powerful every single year. So the Xbox, he said he's more interested in figuring out how you can have a more constant growth, right? How you can have it where you could become more powerful more often, right? So we didn't know what he was talking about at that moment, because at that time I theorized maybe a modular system, maybe something where you buy a box and you can just literally pull out the graphics card and plug in the new one, buy an upgrade. Like that would have been the way I thought. But I completely kind of forgot about the idea of the cloud. And what they're doing now is they're saying that their plan is to have a powerful box for the original client to run off of, but they're going to use the cloud in conjunction with that to scale the power to heights that are, they literally say new classes of game experiences. New classes, a higher class. They're going to be
Steve, real quick,
Go
I
ahead.
need you to check the chat. I need you to figure that out real quick.
Okay. Well, Purple Berry's in the chat, and so is Yobi. So
yeah, they can handle it.
They can go ahead and handle what's going on in the chat. So Purple Berry, you can go ahead and handle that, or Yobi. But the cloud is going to allow them, okay, to not only have a super powerful box out the gate, but it's going to be able to be evolved where they can go ahead and upgrade their cloud client every year if they wanted to, or every other year. And it doesn't mean that you're going to have to buy a new system. It's going to be in the back end. It's going to be them upgrading that system, and developers don't necessarily have to do it in a way where they have to account for that scale. They don't, because if they just make the game to the certain, whatever SKU they're stopping at, right? So if they're aiming for the cloud of, I'm sure Xbox can give them a roadmap too. Like, when is your game going to be done by? Okay, you can target this amount of power because by then we'll have this much in the cloud or whatever it is. But they can just pick one and just make it that there's a headroom, right? So you make the game and just don't cap the frame rate, right? So that it can go up to 120 frames when there's more power.
Yeah.
Or there's resolution scaling, right? If you remember Titanfall 2, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, I remember that game.
technically you could have played it at 8K once the Xbox Series X came out, because that version had, like, they let it scale the resolution based off the power of the box that it was in. So there's different ways, right? There's different things that they can do to make it easier on a developer. But again, this is going to open so many more possibilities. So there's no more, like, the limits are going to be non-existent for the
Mhm.
most part. Like, you're going to be able to say, I'm making my game and I want it to do this and I want it to do this, and the power will be there. I cannot wait for them to show what that looks like in the future. There's like stats and stuff here that we're gonna go through, but before we go into it, Doodle, what are your initial thoughts on that? Like, what do you feel when you hear the plan, right, of what's going on?
Well, this is the thing. This is exactly where we thought they were leading to, right? Obviously, this is what they've been thinking about for a while. I think that, again, it explains the not having to go up in power, right? Because we're doing things through the cloud. And I'm just happy that this is the route we're taking. Again, it's gonna just reinforce all these, like, developers, the games to go ahead and look better, to run smoother. It's all just gonna be there without it being in there. So, it will actually, all these problems we've had with, like, overheating and, the which we don't have anymore, the pink eye, as I call it,
What,
right?
the red ring of
All
death?
these things,
Yeah, I
yeah,
remember the Ring
all
of
these
Death.
things
It
that
was pretty
came as
deadly.
an effect, a cost from the overpowering the system, getting it to run and do things, um, that it could have not keep up with, that was the outcome of that happening, and I feel like this solves a lot of issues. Also, again, we talk about not having to change a box all the time. This, again, as you said, they can do their own updates. It's all through the cloud, and it allows us to not have to go out and spend that money. It's just a simple update. It becomes their problem, not ours, which is huge,
Absolutely.
you know? It's
Absolutely.
not on us anymore. You want better, you want the frames per second to go and be at its best. You want it to run smoother, go get a new box,
You
right?
know what's wild? They could actually even tie it to your level of Game Pass
Wait,
subscription.
pink, I never heard that. The red eye for the I call it.
Pink eye, never heard that one. So they could actually, if they really wanted to, tie it to your subscription level.
That
So
too.
for instance, if you're Xbox Ultimate Game Pass subscriber, you get access to the latest
Yes.
cloud infrastructure. So whatever the next level cloud is, every time they update it, you're automatically part of that. So that can actually go towards helping fund the next upgrade to their
Yes.
cloud system.
Exactly.
Whereas if you're a regular Game Pass member or a PC Game Pass, member, then you don't have the same access. You have the access to whatever the initial cloud is, or whatever the standard that they want to set. Or maybe you're always like one level behind or something like that. So everybody gets upgraded, but it's like you say behind the ultimate. I mean, there's ways to make it more financially viable for them to actually go ahead and do. Man, I'm gonna get to you in 1 second.
Sounds pretty good.
But I do want to bring this up because I don't disagree with this. Okay. People call Jacob Novik says people call Don the worst Xbox CEO ever. I call him a legend.
A visionary.
So in general, I don't think Don delivered things well when he spoke, but again, he was part of this Xbox One plan,
I'm with
and the
you, Jacob.
plan
Yep.
was amazing. It just was ahead of its time.
Mhm.
And if anything, he should be considered a visionary
Yes.
because all the things that he thought should be happening are what we do now.
All the
He's a true
things that were
maverick of his
going
time.
to happen, we kind of delayed that process.
We
It's
did.
really frustrating because we see technology evolve so fast. We talk about the iPhones, we talk about everything, how it's just like a yearly thing. Let's go, new TVs left and right. It took so long back then to go ahead and make a big move. And now I feel like we make them yearly, which means that we're even way ahead of what we're getting, and it's just crazy that we held that back because who knows where we could have been right now when it comes to all this stuff. Could have saved ourselves a lot of freaking money. I do feel like this was the cheaper way for them to go.
I agree. I mean, I listen, at the end of the day, I think we needed this to happen because Game Pass was an innovation that wasn't around at that point, and the things that happened kind of forced them to come up with these creative solutions,
Yeah,
which I take Game Pass over, what might have been at that point because I think Game Pass has saved us a lot more money than the family game
I
sharing would
do.
have
I
because you
love you
still had to
saying
buy
that.
each one of those games, even though you're sharing it with multiple people, you still had to buy the whole game
Yeah,
versus Game Pass just gives us everything.
cause and effect. I wonder if we would have Game Pass had that ran smoothly. Again, everything happens for a reason. So,
Exactly. So I would say that I'm still happy that happened because we got Phil. I think Phil is a better overall leader. Um,
yeah.
but and I do think Game Pass was awesome. But at the end of the day, um, the things that happen and it looks like they're gonna go ahead and right those wrongs and kind of put forward what the original plan was, just 2028's version of that, right? The enhanced, upgraded version of that. Um, Kayasante
Yes.
says the only criticism of that Microsoft of the past is that they had no
Yep.
spine. They needed courage, a la Apple, and the headphone jack and stick to their guns. Well,
100%.
Asante, I agree with that 150%. That being said, we do have to be fair and remember that at that time, Xbox was not included as part of Microsoft's big picture of life, right? They were not a main pillar. They were just something that they did, right? They were like barely funded, right? So like it was just a different scenario. And again, we know that to be true because once everything went to crap, Phil Spencer literally had to save Xbox from going away, right? So because of that, you know, it was scary for the people in charge to have that spine because if they kept that spine and it didn't work out, then Xbox would have just been shuttered, right? So, just like you said, they were on their own. Um, I'm gonna highlight this because G maybe makes a great point. He says, I hit the like button now that they brought Dusty back. Let's all follow along
Yes. Let's
with G
go.
maybe and let's hit that like button
Let's do it,
because
boys and
that's what
girls.
friends do. Okay. Friends don't let friends watch videos without hitting the like button. Okay. So let's do that for sure. And if you're watching this for the first time, hit the subscribe button because that's a cool thing to do. And if you hit the bell, you know when we go live so you can watch us again and hear all of Doodle's other shenanigans that she likes to
I have a lot of
add to our show, add
shenanigans.
the flavor to our show.
Thank you. Thank
um,
you.
but yeah, so all right, man.
Yes.
What is your thoughts on this? Xbox not only being a box, but having the cloud to support it, and what do you think can come from that?
I think that, like, I definitely think that ever since the very beginning, digital was always like I think they almost look at the video games as applications, kind of at this point. Like they're turning the Xbox into like a computer, like a PC almost. I think that's what they're trying to do. And even though they will never completely get rid of physical, I think discs will die pretty soon on Xbox. But I'm sure like they might sell the boxes, but have like a digital slip on like with like a code in there. They want that retail presence because like that's still money that is to be made. But they are clearly wanting everyone to like make like buy shit like on their digital storefronts where they make all the money, not having to pay the retailers and stuff like that. And I think that they're like the only people that 100% do that because I think Nintendo and Sony will still want physical presence. But I think Microsoft, yeah, you can always see it. Like there are some games where they'll be physical everywhere, but Xbox is digital only. So I think that they are bound to be a digital only platform very soon. And I think that this digital refresh will be like a part of that. Like, oh no, physical is not gone. It's just a digital alternative. But I think that this is the pillar or like a stepping stone to that all digital future that's inevitable in Xbox's future.
Yeah, um, the one thing I will have to push back on is I don't think Xbox will ever go against the grain again. So I don't think that they would ever say we're not doing all like they would never say they're doing all digital only without physical unless everybody's doing that. Because they're not gonna allow themselves to have that mark against them where people are like, "Oh, no, I don't buy an Xbox because I wanna be able to buy the disc," or whatever the case is, right?
Yeah.
Um, so I just think they're gonna go back to their initial plan. The disc was just a key, right? So you got the disc, you put it in, and it downloaded the game. Now they can keep the game on there and have you just, download the rest of it, but I think they'll do some type of version of that, but I don't think you're ever gonna go to a store and not see a spot where Xbox has their games because first of all, marketing wise, that would be suicide. Like if you
Yeah.
go like most people go to a store, if you don't own an Xbox and you walk into a store and there's no Xbox area because
Yeah.
there's no wall of Xbox games, there's only PlayStation and,
That's
and
a great
Nintendo,
point.
then people are only gonna buy a PlayStation and Nintendo.
Yes.
They're gonna be like, oh, I guess Xbox is gone, right? Because they don't have to be bothered looking up that stuff, right? So they definitely going to want to keep retail presence, especially like the retailers are not going to be okay with them not having the games there. They're like, why am I going to sell your system here and then you're going to collect all the money on the games, right? Like, no, the whole point of us selling your system is so that we can sell your games here,
Yeah.
right? So I really don't think that that would ever be something unless it's everyone doing that. If all
Makes
three
sense.
took a stand and said, "F retail. The only way you can buy our system is through us or Amazon. And the only way you can buy our games is through us or digital codes on Amazon." Right? Like
Yeah.
that's it. Because GameStop is not going to take that. Walmart is not going to take that. Target is not going to take that. We already know what happens to a system if a retailer goes against you
Dreamcast.
because that's what happened to Dreamcast. Dreamcast is gone and dead because the Sega Saturn, they went ahead and did a weird deal with just one retailer or something like that, screwed everybody else, and they were never forgiven, and everything went to crap for them. So I don't think that anybody's going to be looking to go down that road again, for
Yeah.
sure.
That's a great point.
For sure.
All right, so let's go through some of these specs that are in the new system. So it says the CPU is going to either be ARM 64 or X64 Zen 6. So there was a little bit of discussion about like ARM, which is more of a mobile chip versus the X64. Um, but I don't think that holds water. I don't think they're gonna make it where they have to do too much work to be backwards compatible.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna want to keep the same family of CPU, but I mean maybe they're not. Maybe they have another way. Maybe the cloud is gonna help with the backwards compatibility for the rest of the games. Um,
Simplify.
they're going to do a balance of big and little CPU cores. The GPU will be co-designed with AMD, or they'll just license AMD IP, the Navi 5. The NPU will be balancing the desire for flexible, programmable machine learning silicone versus high performance silicone for targeted workloads. And it'll have forward capability. Forward compatibility. Forward compatibility. So going forward, it'll work, but not backwards. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder why they worded it that way. Maybe they're just pointing out the fact that it will move forward when they go to the next one. The big thing I think coming up this generation outside of the cloud is going to be machine learning. They do bring it up here, programmable machine learning silicone. Um, I think that that's gonna be a huge, huge, huge part of our games going forward. I think they're going to use that to help make the games, to get some of the tedious work that's done on them to be machine learning driven. Same thing with testing the games. I think the same thing's going to happen there. And then going forward, we're going to have machine learning in our games as far as, conversations you might have with a CPU or having machine learning to, follow different, situations that could happen in an open world and it
You've
can
been
be
wanting to
smart
see.
enough. Absolutely. But this is why, like, we're not done, man. We're not done. Games have so
No,
far
they're
that they
doing.
can go, man. There's so much future
Yeah,
that can happen. Jacob says, so Xbox will potentially drop back compat. I don't believe for sure. I just meant it more of a how are they going to do it? Maybe it's not the box directly, maybe it's through the cloud. You know what I'm saying? So maybe you put in your disk. Remember, it's going to be always online. So maybe you put in your disk and the cloud is just going to give you a native version that runs on the system. I mean, we don't know. We don't know. But I know that that would be a bad look. Again, I think they're getting past the idea of things not working with each other,
yeah,
especially since in the PC world that happens forever, right? Like it's only like big monumental moments that make it that you can't play something on like you can't play an old game on your new console, or you can't, I mean, your new PC, or you can't play a new PC game on your old PC, right? You might have to run it at like stupid low resolution and you'll get like 15 frames per second, but it still technically can be done.
yeah,
um, but G maybe says I don't think Xbox will drop back compatibility. That's one of their fortes. They invested so much into back compat. I just don't see it happening. Jacob says, "What if next gen is digital consoles only? That will not happen." That's what we were just talking about with Madman. That they can't do it. The stores are going to require them
yeah.
to release
I
their
didn't even
games.
think of that though. Like that's a great point. It's crazy, but they cannot do that. Like unless everybody's going digital, and at that point, you're kind of saying, "Hey, GameStop,
Yep,
middle finger."
absolutely. Absolutely. And that's retail suicide, right? You need to have a presence in the shops because people go into shops and you want people to see your system, and you want to be able to advertise there and you want people to buy. So that won't be a thing. Um Now graphics innovation. It says next gen DirectX ray tracing. So we already have ray tracing now, but obviously they're going to be pushing that forward, right? Dynamic global illumination, micro polygon rendering optimizations, machine learning based super resolution. That's going to be a big one. Extensibility model for faster iteration and innovation. Um, Again, I don't know if you guys have seen the new Cyberpunk update, the
Yeah.
cycle ray tracing with the Phantom Liberty that's coming out.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Um, Ray tracing, when done at the extent that these systems are doing it, that these games are doing it, like Cyberpunk, it's literally game changing. Like it changes the entire look of the game completely. Like you do that on and off ray tracing situation, it's like day and night for a lot of these games. And that is what takes the realism to the next level. Lighting is everything in games. If you have crappy looking lighting, the game looks crappy. If you have amazing lighting, the game looks amazing, right? And that is going to be a big focus for them. And when you have machine learning in play, like sky's the limit, man. Machine learning is insane with the amount of stuff that it can do. And it's in every industry. So you can literally use it for anything, right? So that's going to be a huge boost. Like this system is going to be crazy. I'm so excited to see what that looks like. But the dope thing is that you don't need to skip forward because we have so many dope games coming out in the
Yeah.
future that are going to push this tech to the limits. That I'm excited for. And we already know that even though it's not all around cloud solution right now, if they choose to, it can be a cloud solution, right? So because again, Flight Simulator is doing it. So if they want to make a game that uses that tech to help push it to the next level in the next few years, they can also do that. And I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will do test runs on these games to kind of prove out the theory that
Oh, for sure.
come next gen, we can make all of our games this way, right?
Yeah.
So I definitely think that that's a big possibility. Dusty says, I restarted Cyberpunk for 2.0. So flipping good. Yeah, it's stunning. It's stunning. I'm still debating. I mean, I'm playing Starfield, so I'm not even gonna do anything with that, but I'm still debating on whether I should restart the game from scratch just to kind of experience the new version in all its glory, or just go back from my last save and dig deep,
Keanu
start it
Reeves,
again.
bro.
Keanu
It's
Reeves.
crazy with the John Wick
Who would have thought?
movies, Cyberpunk. He's like such a presence
Who would
now.
have thought he would have been such a beast?
Yep. He's
And it only took
hilarious
him
on
like a
TikTok,
million
by the way,
years.
you
Keanu Reeves is
guys.
shit. Let's be really honest.
He
He's
is
so
really funny on
funny.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Not that I would know because I don't watch TikTok stuff.
Oh,
but
sure,
you guys bring it to
sure.
me. So
The lies.
now they do have this comment here that says thin OS. So it says lacking thin OS for less than $99 consumer or handheld devices. So I guess that they're saying they're going to make a thin OS something that they can port over to a handheld device, right? So that it's thin, it's easy, it doesn't take up a lot of power to run. So the new console will benefit. Plus, they can use it in other, of their consumer products. So that's the outlook on the next system. And honestly, it's exciting for me. Now, obviously, they're not showing you whether they're going to do 2 SKUs, whether they're doing a Series S type version of it, where you have a lower base power. But if the cloud is going to be what it sounds like it's going to be, why would you even like need to do that? Or maybe you just do like a base power, because the base power wouldn't matter at that point, right? If you're using the cloud to boost up the power anyway, they wouldn't matter where you start power wise, right? Theoretically. Hey, John, how you doing,
John,
my man?
welcome.
John Wolf, how's it
Welcome,
going?
welcome. Um, John, we were talking about the crazy episode last night. It was wild. It was wild. And you missed some wild stuff going on in here too. but
Oh my gosh,
Not that
CMoney
type of
wouldn't
wild.
stop.
CMoney, no, that was a Doodle ass problem. We had to chill. We had to chill with that. All right. So they go a little bit deeper here just to kind of give it some idea. So they say the key technological enablers for this vision: cohesive hybrid compute, cloud to edge architecture across silicon graphics and OS, enabling ubiquitous play, AI and ML enablement, optimization and acceleration of game performance, operations, and development for players and creators. And it's going to be a creator platform, open and extensible game and immersive app development platform. So they have a lot of things that they're looking to do. I mean, they even go deeper into it, and I don't want to go too deep because then you're starting to get into really techie
Yeah,
ideas here.
down
But
the rabbit hole.
yeah, you're going like really down the rabbit hole. But that is the plan. Now, Dragon Heart Yobi brought up something that we were going to get to now, which is some of their other roadmap items that we kind of found out about. Um, Back from the dead, what is up, my man? Welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
It's not
So
back from the dead. Looks like you're back from the
it looks
dead.
like you're back. All right, so they did go ahead. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about this for a second. The launch timeline for all of this.
Okay.
Okay. So the way they're looking at it is June of next year, they should be releasing that new controller. Okay. So you imagine during E3, they announce it and they say it's available now. That's also where they're going to announce the mid-gen console games. I mean the mid-gen console refreshes.
Refresh.
So the two systems will be announced at E3.
Yeah.
Now they are going to have a different launch for each system. So the Elwood, which is the Series S refresh, is going to launch in September, whereas the Brooklyn, which is the Series X, will launch in November. Okay, so they also plan on having additional storage options announced, and that'll be available in the following year. But this is their rationale for having the two different launch periods. Okay. So instead of letting them both be released the same time, the reason they're going to break it up, they say that 60-day plus separation between launches enables dialogue with different audiences. It allows us to focus on new improvements in Sybil, which is the controller, tell stories beyond console, like the direct to cloud. Adds value to Brooklyn and Elwood at announcement. Gives Elwood its own moment earlier in the holiday timeframe to maximize sales. Last Chance Edith, which is the old Series S, the 512 gigabyte is going to be $199 on Black Friday. So the old Series S will be $199.
That's a sweet price, bro.
That's a
That's a
amazing
good deal.
price.
That's the time to jump in.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
sweet
an
price point.
amazing price for the Series S, especially considering that the refresh is essentially the same thing, just with a little bit of extra tech. So that's going to happen. And they say before end of life. So it seems like they're going to just discontinue the Series S once they sell out from all of that.
Interesting.
So they're going to also do the end of life of the Series X before the Brooklyn launches. So before the refresh, they're going to end the Starkville EOL end of life. That's what it sounds like. Which if they did that, that might be a little suspect, because then where's the disk drive offer, right? If they stop the Series X with the disc from coming out or being made, that's a different conversation, right? Because that'll be an issue. And then Brooklyn arrives just in time for gifting season, but separate from Elwood. So that time frame again kind of lines up. Next year is when all this is going to go down. It sucks that their conversation is like going to be screwed, because it's not like we're going to know what's coming, right?
It's
And
now public.
yeah,
And
so
it's
the only way they can kind of trick us or do something like that is if they went early.
yeah.
So instead of in June, they told us in May or something like that, where it's like, oh, okay, so you got us. We weren't expecting this, and now E3 can be about the games or whatever it is. So I think that'll be the
They were
only way.
robbed. They robbed themselves, really though, because
Absolutely.
we were talking last night about Marvel, right? And taking that element of surprise and excitement, and that's kind of what's going to lack. They need to regroup and go ahead and really look at what they're doing and make it very impactful. They need to make some changes.
Agreed.
Regardless, like, that's what they need to do now. They know about this, let's figure out how we can make it more, how we can make it better, so it's way beyond what they expected or wanted.
Yep. I agree 100%. Jacob, it's 2024. So next year when the mid-gen refreshes are coming out.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting back to it, we were going in. Dragonheart Yobi, was talking about his excitement for the handheld.
Yes.
And this is the thing. In this document, it is very clear that one of their plans was to do the handheld. So an Xbox handheld was in the discussion. But we've had a few things that kind of takes away from that now. At the time that this was happening, the Steam Deck wasn't huge, the ROG Ally wasn't out, this new Legion that's coming out, it wasn't a part of it, right? So, Phil Spencer did have that interview again during Gamescom
Yep.
where he went ahead and essentially said, like, it's not really in their pipeline because he doesn't understand why you don't look at the ROG Ally when he's holding it in his hand. He has the same buttons, the ABXY, the color scheme, everything's there. Like, he looks at that like that's an Xbox console for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. But obviously, we know better,
Yeah.
right? We know that there's a difference. Those are PCs that are in your hand that are not as seamless and easy to use. You still have to understand what you're doing to use those. Versus if they did go ahead and create a Xbox handheld that was just like your console, you press the button, it turns on, right? And you're in your dashboard, and that's it. Like, you're just playing your Xbox in your hands.
Yeah.
That's a very different discussion than a ROG Ally and a Steam Deck, right? That requires more energy on those ends versus this energy is plug and play, quick and easy, press the button, you're in.
Yeah, a lot smoother it should be.
So now they had this little pyramid that they made to kind of show um their current gaps in fiscal year 2023 to reach 2030 goals. And they break it up by the biggest pie is what's already funded. The next part of the pyramid is what's not currently funded or resourced, which means it's something that will be in the docket, will be in the like on the roadmap, but it's not ready to go now. It's not funded yet. And then they say not in scope for first party. Okay. Now, this is again a doc that's literally talking about current gaps in fiscal year 2023. Now, this is not fiscal year 2024. Maybe 2024, these things change, but in the fiscal map for 2023, they look at it as saying that not in scope for first party are earbuds, a media remote, a mobile controller, so like a controller that you're going to take with you on the run, and then Dragonheart, the handheld. The
Oh,
handheld is not in scope for first party right now. Maybe this pyramid gets upgraded and updated in time and they put it on there, but right now it looks like the handheld is not going to be something that they have in their first party scope. So um, they're relying on third parties to go ahead and provide them, which they're doing, right? Again, you do have the Steam Deck, which we just heard that they're not looking to upgrade the Steam Deck anytime soon. So it's kind of a take it or leave it situation with them. They're not looking to compete with power with these other guys. They have a dollar amount that they hit, which is $399 on the cheapest model that they have, and that's the sweet spot. They don't want they don't want to start increasing the price. They're already taking a loss on this system because of the hardware in general. Um, and then you have ROG Ally, which is out, which is dope. You have Legion that's pushing it with the bigger screen. And then who else, who else is going to come out? We don't know, right? Are these other guys, Kay Asante is huge into these handhelds from these other places, a Yeno or a Neo, or I forget the brand name, but there's other people who are in the market. They just are more expensive, right?
Yeah.
So are they going to figure out how to
Make
compete with
yeah,
price?
make it
You
more
know,
affordable.
make it more affordable,
Yeah.
bring it down. We don't know. We don't know. Um, Doodle, I'm gonna
Yes.
start with you. The Xbox handheld, would that have been a good idea to just make a handheld that was focused solely as a portable Xbox?
So, I believe it would have been a great idea. I feel like they needed that, and I couldn't understand how every else is getting in the game and they're not, right? And I also can't imagine them not being able to crack and figure out the technology. So it's the smoothest situation, right, for them to figure out how to work with their own box. That would be perfect. But again, Philly did say this is not something they're looking into, which one, either they were looking into it and what we're looking at, as excited as we are for it, was scratched off, right? They're not planning to go ahead and go through with it. They figured the other ones work well enough with an Xbox that they don't need to invest. We don't know, as maybe stated in the chat, Game Pass on Switch, we don't know
They
what that
have the deal
2-year
with
deal looks
Nintendo.
like. So my fear, as great as it sounds, the idea of getting really attached to the idea of a handheld from Xbox, like, proceed with caution. Because again, unless he's then shame on you, Philly. Those were some serious lies told, right? Um, he should have said, "I have no comment," rather than say, if they were working on this, rather than say, "That's not something we're looking into doing." At some point, that interview, and then the freaking the the systems now, the handhelds now, and then you go back to the interview, and it's like, "Philly, what's up? You talk
Well,
to
he
your
doesn't wanna be
people,"
looked at as
right?
a liar, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So that's a big deal. So I just when I look at that, I see who he is and how he tries to do things and how he comes off. Obviously, he's a businessman, but he comes off very genuine. I don't see why he would go ahead and give a comment in which he will scratch off the idea unless the idea was scratched off.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we should get carried away on the idea of a handheld from Xbox.
Yeah, I feel that. Also, keep in mind, maybe they at the time that they were first thinking about doing a handheld, maybe they had a different outlook on this generation. Maybe they
Yes.
thought this generation was gonna go different and, it didn't. So it's like, well, why introduce another piece of hardware first party
Mhm.
that just to, like, fail, right? Like,
Yes.
people are not buying the Xbox in the amount that they want, and how much of a f like, what fraction of those people are gonna go buy a handheld from them, right? So it's like, maybe they're pushing it off. Maybe they're looking at their future tech saying, "Why not wait until we have this cloud infrastructure for our next gen?
Yes.
Go ahead, start the generation with a handheld."
Yeah.
Or remember, with this controller that can go between things, maybe they're looking to do a Nintendo Switch type scenario for the next gen. Maybe that's why the cloud scenario is such a big deal for them, as you connect it to Wi-Fi and you're just streaming, to your handheld. And at that point, the idea being the network infrastructure will have been better
Yeah.
to support that, right? I mean, that's a possibility.
Listen,
Drag
the, S is close enough, you know what I'm saying? Chop that in half, put some handles on it, you know?
Yep. So Yobi says, plus I'm not trying to drop 600 to 700 for a handheld. Ain't no way. Give me a Series S or X via handheld. Then we talking 350 to 400 is a sweet spot for pricing. But
Yeah.
then he says, I take that back. Take back what I said. I'm willing to drop 600 to 700. I just remember our phones and how much we pay for them. LOL every other year. Facts. So Kay
Oh,
Asante did come in with the facts about
let's
this
go.
other handhelds that we were talking about. He says the AOK Zoe A1 Pro is super interesting. They are more affordable than even the Ally from a price to power. It also has the Legion screen and a bigger battery.
Oh,
Their only is their only issue, I'm assuming, is their only issue is scale and support. I mean, that's the problem with these when big boys come into a niche market, things change. You know what I'm saying? So, when these guys were rocking on their own, doing their handheld and living their best life, they could charge $1,200 and things like that because it's a niche market. Not many people want it, so you can ask for that premium price.
yeah.
When the big boys like Steam and so Valve and like AO, ROG, Asus, and you have was it LG, Lenovo? No, Lenovo coming into it, right? Like now you got big players in the market. They can go ahead and subsidize some of that cost for themselves and be like, all right, we're gonna not make as much on this, but we're gonna make a dent where we sell a lot of them.
Yeah,
Like, then it's like, how do you survive as the smaller company trying to, have a place, right?
agree.
So their niche becomes even like them themselves, it becomes even a bigger niche. They become a niche within a niche, right? It's wild for them. So I definitely get that. G maybe says, what if Samsung wants to make a portable gaming device now that they are in a partnership with Xbox? See, that's what we
Oh,
don't know. We don't know what conversations
yeah,
Xbox has had. And again, let's just be clear. Let's be clear. The iPhone is already showing what's to come. Who's to say Xbox is not looking at that saying, you know what? Let's just make our games run on that damn phone.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Let's just make our games run there. We
Mm,
don't have to make hardware. We don't have to do any of that stuff. Just it's another SKU for us and we make it work.
I mean, that'll make life a lot easier. That's sure.
Right? I
Agree,
mean,
agree.
who's to say? And if they know Samsung's working on something similar, the pr- like Samsung would be the closest to Apple and Google as far as phones are concerned, right? It's all the other phone makers who are much smaller. But Samsung has, a huge footprint in Android. So if they went ahead and followed, suit with iPhones and they made their system where they can go ahead and have console level gaming. I mean, yeah, man, they know what's coming. Xbox has these relationships with these people. They know what's to come. So,
It's all about making things practical for us. That's what we need, right? It's the bottom
yes.
line. We just need to be able to use the things we wanna use. Listen, look at Yobi. Yobi just said, "Listen, only 350 to 400 in, like, in a split of a second." It's like, "Shoot, I have the access to just pick up my stuff and go?" Like, "Alright, I'll give you the money."
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
So
I mean, but that's what it is, right? And then Fansel says if a handheld, if have a handheld, if they go OLED screen, they need to go to a monthly mobile phone contract price point to make it affordable. Well, that's the thing. That's why the phones are already there, right? The phones are already in your pocket. You don't need to go buy a handheld. You already have it.
yes, live
Jacob's
supremacy, welcome. Thank you for being here.
What
Hey,
is
live
up, live
supremacy. What is
supremacy?
good, my man? Welcome, welcome. So Jacob says Xbox ain't failing. That console ain't failing. The only thing Phil has to do is stay on Xbox's current course because if PlayStation refused to change their way to compete 2025, 2026, Xbox might be number two. It's possible.
Yeah,
It's possible. I mean, I definitely feel like if Sony stays the course with their stubborn shit and not make the changes that they need, they can very well end up in a bad place going into next gen.
yeah.
It would be hard for them to lose this gen, but
Not now, they keep popping out
yeah.
systems, like,
Going next gen
it's
though,
like, "But where are the games, bro? Where are the games? What are we gonna play? They're pretty, but what are we gonna
ah,
play?"
Fontos, yeah, facts, baby. Facts. Fonto says if I had to pay $50 a month for a kick-ass handheld with Game Pass, I'd be all in. I
Yep,
mean, yeah, it's not bad. Um, Yeah, if I can get a handheld with 5G support, I'm sold, my man, seriously. But that's the problem. See that right there? That's why your phone will always have the better chance of success because the phone has 5G. If you get handheld, now you got to
yeah,
go ahead and pay for a separate data plan. That's rough.
yeah,
That's rough. That's rough because that's going to be like now that's an extra cost on top of it just for the data. And then how much data are you going to have? Is it unlimited? Or is it you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I I don't know, I feel like
It's
that's
tricky, it's
that's a
tricky.
little rough.
I still think that, again, that phone situation, that's where it's at.
Yobi says, "Nah, I don't wanna use my phone, C-Money. I wanna keep that separate. Give me my handheld, please."
We'll see
Listen,
if Philly comes through, man.
maybe, I mean, trust me, I want what you want. Like, I want the handheld. I have the ROG Ally, I have the Steam Deck, but I just feel like it's gonna be the path of least resistance that wins, right? Because at the end of the day, people are simple, right? Like they want things to just work and be easy to work. And again, as much as it'll be cool to have an Xbox handheld that has 5G capability, that's also another bill that you have to add on top of what you paid for the handheld.
And there's nothing worse than something that no longer works unless you're paying for it. Yes, obviously the phones, we gotta go ahead and it's like it's your phone, right? But yeah, like having a handheld and then it's like unless I pay that money, I can't use it. I mean, it beats the whole PlayStation situation where you're sitting there and their handheld, you just can't connect. But at the same time, it's like the same freaking problem.
What if Microsoft gets in on the idea of supplying internet from their cloud? What if there's a way that you can just log into them and you pay for the service? So you go online, you pay for the service, right? You go on your internet on your laptop or your phone or whatever, pay for the service, and you have like a direct connection. Like they beam Wi-Fi. You know how you
Yeah,
have
I know what you
you
mean.
like AT&T, like you can
Like
buy
through them.
mobile Wi-Fi,
Yes.
right? That they could beam
Now
to you.
that would be the problem solver right
Microsoft is
there.
big enough
They can do that.
to
They
do
can
that.
do that.
You know what I'm saying? Like they can do that. They could,
Yeah.
and they don't have to make it their own. They could piggyback off of somebody else, right? So they could
Right.
piggyback off of AT&T or somebody, make a deal with them, but then just offer it directly as part of your subscription.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have Xbox Ultimate. Guess what? You have 5G connection to your handheld if you have it. You know, maybe you got to pay. Maybe Ultimate is more now, right? Um, damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
The
The
idea. Yeah.
possibilities are wild. Fanto says, I bet these discussions have already started, CMoney. Yes, I agree. Yobi says, wait, you have those? Why are you talking? listen. I
The money wants
did I
it
tell you
all.
I
That's
want
the thing.
all
He's
the
got
tech?
promo. He wants what's out. He wants what's not out yet, and he wants it ASAP.
I do.
It
I
this
want it.
him, he loves
I
his
want it. I
technology.
got it.
That's something I've
I
grown to just
accept.
like accept.
I
Yes.
appreciate that, my doodle. I do. Because that's like, listen, I don't waste I don't spend my money anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't go to the bars, I don't go drink, I don't go do this, I don't go do that. I don't spend anything, right? I just want to be able to have access to the latest in
It
gaming in
happens
any way,
that
shape,
what
or
he
form.
likes to spend his money
Is
on is
expensive.
expensive as
Is
fuck.
expensive.
But
Yes. Those are true things. Those are all true
but that's
statements.
okay. You live once, right? YOLO.
Of course.
Hold on. Wait. Microsoft acquired AT&T 5G a few years ago.
Really?
What are you talking about,
Live
live? You're gonna
supremacy.
need to
Let's
expound
go.
on that
Yes, please.
information because I don't know what you talking about.
By the
I
way,
need to know.
John Wolf had me cracking up.
I'm a
Let's
tech whore
go.
also.
Let's go.
Facts. Facts. That's where it's at, man. I want to be able to do the most possible in gaming at any given time. And honestly, like this is the shit that sucks. Like I have a 4090. I love it. I have the
I
Xbox
want to
Series
say
X.
something that I don't
I
know
love
if I
it.
can say.
No, don't say it. Don't say it. You've done enough today, Doodle.
What?
You've done enough. But the problem is that I rarely have time to sit down and play these systems. Okay. I'm mostly like handheld. If I have any time, it's because I have a moment to do something somewhere else. So I jump on the handheld and play that way, and that's my thing. But I'm still on the search. Like the ROG Ally is dope, right? But I have
I want to
GeForce
so
now.
bad, John.
No, just stop.
So bad.
Just stop. But cloud gaming is a real thing that a lot of people don't want to pay attention to. Jacob, thank you, my man.
Have a great night.
I
Love.
appreciate it.
See you, Jacob.
It's so dope when there's people who come hang with us that are like super far out in the future of time. So it's really dope. We appreciate you, man. So the cloud is out here slapping shit up, to be honest with you, because as dope as it was for me to play on my ROG Ally, been playing Starfield, living my best life. GeForce Now, the 4080 level, right? You can subscribe to that tier. I subscribed in the very beginning when they first started offering it, so I paid less for it because I'm a founder. But dude, I go ahead and I rather play on my G Cloud on GeForce Now with the 4080 level than native on my ROG Ally. Because if you have the internet, which we have in our house, it works amazingly. And on the small screen, it looks just like the level of quality I get on my 4090. Obviously, 4090 is doing that level at 4K. On the small screen, though, at 1080, I'm getting gorgeous image. I'm getting the 60 FPS easy. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. Joanna Dark says you could do a simple mod on the ROG for Starfield and it will run at ultra settings. Yeah, run at ultra, but at like 30 frames per second or less. Whereas the cloud version of it, man, dude, I'm getting smooth butter 60 FPS. It's so amazing. And this is why, like, dude, like people who think that the cloud doesn't matter or the cloud's not real or the cloud's not going to be a thing, dude, the cloud is going to be the thing.
It's gonna be
Yo,
it.
on my G Cloud that has no real power, I'm playing 4090 caliber gaming, playing Starfield. God, it looks beautiful. Looks beautiful. I love it. I love it. So I've actually sat my ROG Ally down because I don't need to play with it because the G Cloud is giving me everything that I want for Starfield right now.
Yeah.
And that's just the
Yeah, you switch
reality
them out real quick.
of what it is. So absolutely. Now, Fonzo says that sounds awesome, CMoney. It is awesome. I promise you. It's so dope. Life Supremacy says June 30th, 2021, Microsoft acquired AT&T Technology Cloud Network. What is 5G networking? Fam,
Yo,
that's the
that's
long
huge.
play, bro.
That's
They
it.
did that to get ready for 2028 when they go ahead and unleash the cloud on the world for us.
Yep.
That's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be crazy. CMoney, no, 60 to 7. Joanna Dark says 60 to 77 frames per second on ROG Ally at 900p. Yeah, but that's 900p, bro. You see these glasses? This is not for fun. This is me being able to see. So 900p, no, I want that crisp. But that's dope if it's true. But I feel like all the mods help the frame. So the mods are maybe DLSS, maybe. It's like a DLSS mod. Get that. I get that. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's like, but this is the thing, Joanna Dark. If I do that, I could only play for like a hot 45, if that. 45, and I'm stressing the last 5. Like, oh damn, I only got like I see it, the percentage is so low. Meanwhile, on my G Cloud, I could play for hours, dude. Hours, no problem whatsoever. All right, let me see.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Yobi.
CMoney, I
Thanks,
sent the
Yobi.
article.
Yeah,
to your
baby.
DM. Let me see what that looks like. Where I be. Message. DM. Enriching the Azure for Operations offer, improving the cloud for telcos, updates of Microsoft acquisition of AT&T's network cloud.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
snap. An eye toward future innovation, harnessing the power of the cloud. Damn, how did I not know about this?
Well,
What?
I had no clue.
What? Yo. This is it. This is just putting everything right in play. It's
Yeah.
letting us know what's to come from this next generation of consoles. Yo, this is gonna be crazy.
Yo.
Yobi, thank you, homie.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. On Ally, 900p is good. Don't cap, bro. Yo, listen. You know what we rocking with on the G Cloud with GeForce Now. Come on, man. Come on. It's so good. Fonzo says, might have to get G Cloud and GeForce Now and a divorce. JK. Listen, I wouldn't recommend that last part. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Definitely get the G Cloud and the GeForce Now, but That divorce would not be good.
It goes hand in hand.
Yeah, I know. That's cold. That's cold. Six Slayer says, Dusty, yeah, I love using that. Yeah, that shit works so well. This is great, man. I'm gonna have to dig into that
That's
because
awesome.
that is so cool.
Chat
I think that's
coming
pretty rare.
through, baby.
Chat coming
Let's
through, dropping
go.
them
You
bars.
guys are the best. Awesome.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so let's go back to our pyramid. So we know what's not in the scope for the first party, but the not currently funded or resourced, which again does not mean they can't do it. It just means that they haven't necessarily started doing it. But you have a new elite controller, which we desperately need.
Yeah.
Okay. Not because the one that we have doesn't work, but that button in the middle is not to take pictures. It's for the mode, right? So I want to be able to do easy screenshots on my controller. And I want a new Elite series to be able to do that.
And you should get one. See?
I should. So I want that. Then they have a thing called luxury controller.
Oh, I like that.
My friend, I have no idea what that is. Okay, so is it like gold plated?
I don't know. It sounds like something I want, though.
Does it have
the
like
name alone?
I
It's
know
like,
it's
okay,
luxurious.
let's go.
So
Start
luxurious.
rocking it around my check, around my neck. Just put a chain around it. And just rock
A
the
chain of string. Just freaking rock your.
just rock your luxury controller. Shit, has heaters on the hands and shit. Warm you up in the winter. That's what I'm feeling. Okay, so this is a big one. This is one that I don't understand how it took so long to do, but console customization via Xbox Design Lab. Being able to go online and design your own Xbox.
That would be crazy. That's
Different
what
colors,
I want.
different
That
everything.
crap. I'm so annoyed with the fact that they made the freaking console for Barbie and all these other freaking things.
Yep.
And it's like we just see it. We have no access to it. Now, could that be just the tease? Like, look, you guys are going to be able to come in and design your freaking consoles. That will be crazy.
That would be dope.
It's just like, is this just a look? They get it. You guys don't have it, just to make us want that situation even more. And then boom, come in and design. That would be crazy, dude.
It really would be. Like,
Yeah.
I just can't see not like I can't see how long it took to do this and not like be able to really do it. Like, I think it would be dope. I think you'd be able to it would really be the next level if you could like upload an image.
Oh my God, that's what I was thinking.
You know what I'm
like your
saying?
picture, like, yo, boom, set this up.
Or like
all
if we want to
right?
put our logo, you know what I'm saying? Like get a OnPoint for Gamers logo put on there.
Baby.
That would be fire.
It'll be crazy. You're gifting one, boom, get the freaking picture on it. Like, that's what's up.
Oh, Six Slayer. He brings up a good point. Xbox Design Lab may have been nixed for the wraps. I always wanted fathead style stickers for the Series X. Yeah, I feel that. Maybe we can have it both, you know. Maybe the wraps are there.
When are the wraps coming out?
I think it was like October or November.
The diapers?
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, diapers.
They're not diapers. It doesn't go on the bottom. It wraps it completely. If anything, it'll be a swaddle.
The burrito wrap.
The burrito wrap.
I got my Tex-Mex burrito.
Tex-Mex burrito. Listen, I do think even with the wraps, I think that this is just a natural progression of Xbox Design Lab.
Yeah.
Like, why does it matter? Like, Xbox Design Lab will be more expensive. Sure. It's a $600 or $500 console. Charge me $600 or $650, $150 premium if I wanted to look a certain way.
And then if we want to get
that's
local,
my choice. Yeah,
let me do it too.
Yeah. If you go ahead and want the kind of cheaper solution, have the wrap that you can kind of change for different different things, then that's also a solution.
Xbox bras.
Where Xbox bras? Oh my God! What? Always.
Oh my God, you guys are wild. I freaking love it. Oh man.
Yeah, I saw Dusty. I saw Paris did that. My mouse, by the way, I must have like a PlayStation 5 mouse because this shit keeps dying during our shows. So I gotta let it charge. So I can't click on anything right now, but I could just see it. So I'll say it if I see it. But I did see that Life Supremacy said diaper laughing out loud. Yeah, it was funny. Unnecessary madman with the diaper. But then he says PC accessories. So maybe it looks like Xbox might be trying to get into the Xbox branded PC accessory game. That could be dope. Accessibility portfolio. So they're trying to do different types of accessibility options as opposed to just the one remote. What happened now? The X bra.
The X bra.
The X bra. Everybody is on board with the X bra.
Listen, I'm on timeout. I'm not allowed to say,
You are on timeout.
just the thoughts that come to my mind. But you guys got my back, so I'm loving it. I'm freaking loving it. Let's go.
Oh my god. Another thing says new cloud server blade. Okay. Now let's take this for a second. New cloud server blade. That would be like if they were upgrading the server blade, right? If they were going to upgrade the performance of the cloud right now for xCloud, right? Maybe get us to the point where we're doing 60 FPS with a 1080, or maybe they finally want to introduce the 4K streaming that we had with fucking Stadia years ago. Oh my god. With XBRA, your FPS will never sag. Oh my god. Oh my god. Doodle, look at what you're doing. Look at what you're bringing out of our chat. Upgrade your storage capacity with XBRA. Ponto. Y'all wallet. Y'all wallet.
This is cursed, bro. I just can't.
All right, listen. 4K streaming needs to happen by Xbox. Okay, it needs to happen. They need to give it to us. I want to be able to put on my cloud stream on my big TV and not have it look blurry. I need it to be a thing. Then it says repairability, sustainability, progress. I guess making the systems easier to do. Audio portfolio expansion. Waterloo and Mills. Those are two code names that we don't know about. Audio portfolio expansion. Are they gonna do new headsets or maybe the earbuds? I don't know. Doodle seems like she's not paying attention to anything.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's so caught up in all this loose talk. In all this loose talk.
I'm listening.
All right. Dragon says it's no longer a family show. Shut it down. I'm trying to keep it. I'm trying to keep it that way, but Doodle is on something else.
Listen, you don't even know where my man is at. I'm reeling it all in. All right.
Damn, Doodle. Doodle. We gotta get the chancleta. We gotta get the chancleta.
Don't grab it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Kayosante says with the cloud server blade.
I like that.
They are moving away from consoles in the data center and move to actual server blades. Then you can get your 60 and 120 FPS. That's how GeForce is doing it. There we go. Yes. And you know what? Honestly, that's just makes sense to do anyway.
Yeah.
Like let's stop hindering the idea of the cloud with the console. The console is a fixed target. Let's let the cloud just keep growing, baby. And that's what they're doing, right? So if you think about it, this is probably what they're doing. They're just probably trying to get ready for that moment.
Yeah.
Right. So they'll switch over. We won't even notice. They won't make a big deal about it. It'll be like, oh man, this is just running better. Wow, they must have upgraded it. Then they'll drop on, some random time telling us that, oh, you're now going to be able to do 4K, 120 frames per second. Like that would be wild. They need to do it, man. They need to push it. I can't believe all this stuff. Yeah, that XBRA holds 12 teraflops in place. Jesus.
Delicious.
Oh man. Oh man. CMoney says we saw Chainsaw Man this episode. Apparently.
CMoney said?
Uh CMoney. No. Joanna Dark says CMoney. We saw Chainsaw Man this episode. LOL. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Dragonheart says where your man is at? You mean mine, right? He's right there. What'd you say, Doodle?
Where my mind is at.
Were you talking reckless out here live on the air? You wilding, y'all. Look at this.
Mind is at.
This is just blatant disrespect. Okay, just blatant disrespect all up on the air. Fonto says this is hilarious, guys. Cheered me up. Good.
Aw,
We aim
I'm happy to hear that.
please in a non-pause like way. Okay. Just to be clear. But this would be next gen, not within series gen. Yeah, no, for sure. This is the 2028 time frame that they're looking. And again, there was rumors. I feel honestly, this doesn't change what I think. I think the plan was to go 2028. I think they're thinking that PlayStation is going to jump early. I think they want to escalate their plans and they want to move that cloud next gen version from 2028 to 2027, go a year earlier and pull a 360 generation and go the year earlier, grab a year of install base and just dominate the rest going forward.
Yeah.
I think that will be wild. I can't look at the screen.
I know.
I keep seeing Doodle make faces.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, me. Sorry.
Yeah, you. Yeah. Six Slayer says, do you think they are doing translation or do they have the source code of all current gen games to recompile for ARMS? Oh, damn. That got deep for me. I mean, it's not confirmed to be ARM. They also said it might be Zen 6. Teraflops, G maybe says element. Oh my god. X Brawl stops the flops. Jesus. What is happening, yo? Oh my god. Dragonheart Yobi, he says, Six Layer, help me out. What the hell is ARM? Never heard of that. Well, let me help you out. See, when you walk around, you have one arm and then you have two. So most people are lucky enough to have two arms. Some people sadly have one, even sadder, some have none. But that's what an arm is, Yobi. And you're welcome. I drop all types of knowledge out in these streets. Follow me at CMoney Forever for more knowledge about arms. I got all the knowledge that you need. Purpleberry said, "Oh my, even my Purpleberry is getting involved." X Brawls finished the fight. Jeez,
nice.
Oh, Dusty already went in for it. Dusty, see, I didn't see your comment first, so technically, I went first. Sorry, but Yobi, it's connected to your elbow. No, I think that's. Is that your arm? No, your arm starts at your shoulder.
Yeah, right here.
The whole thing is your arm, Dusty. Got to get it right. Kayasante says it would have to be a translation layer like Proton or the one PlayStation uses to take advantage of DirectX features on Linux. Interesting. Mobile chips, Six Layer says mobile chips on iPhone and Android use ARM chips. PCs like Intel and AMD use x86, different tech. But they also now said x64. So is that different from x86? Are they doing something different no matter what? ARM helps keep the X Bro in place. CMoney. Why is this happening? Oh my god, what was this, Yobi? CMoney kick rocks, and I hope Doodle gets you a dildo for Xbox.
Wow.
What? What? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Bro, I'm scared.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was some X-rated shit right there, Yobi.
That was it.
If you're wondering why I haven't been talking too much, because I'm traumatized by what I'm hearing.
Madman has been mad quiet.
I know, my baby.
He's like, where am I? What's happening to me right now?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Woo.
Well, listen, Yobi reminds me of Doodle. Like If you're gonna go in, go in
Go
hard.
hard.
Go in hard. God damn it. Pause. All right, we're moving on to the triangle. Oh, okay. So now, funded. So I asked a harmless question and you went left, so I had to go the extra mile. Yobi, you are 100% just like Doodle.
God.
You got to go for the kill.
Yeah.
You can't do a
Yeah.
soft
Mm-mm.
response. No. It
No.
has to be devastating.
Yes, heartbreaking.
It has to take it down to the point where you
Crippling
think
so that the
twice.
next time
Think
you
twice.
think about it.
Yeah, you think twice next time. Don't worry, Yobi. I know the situation now. There'll be no more jokes. There'll be no more jokes. I'm good. Oh my god.
CMoney,
Look, see, Kiyosate keeping things above board here. Okay, this is where we like it. Yeah, in the Apple example, they control the whole stack, so they speak and devs move. In Windows, I think game devs would revolt. Oh my god. Dusty says, go all the way in. I'm out. I don't know, man. I don't know what this channel's becoming. All right.
I don't know what's
happening.
happened. The last 2
Oh.
days have been wild.
Oh my god. We're gonna have to let Boom know to stop saying that this is the family-friendly podcast.
I know.
Oh my god. Boom's gonna be like, what am I sending my people to? Oh god. All right. So this is funded. Now, obviously, this also tells us that plans do change in a short amount of time. One of the things that were funded were Keystone, the cloud console, which we know they kind of scrapped that idea a little bit, right? I don't know if he did mention like they are evolving it. So maybe the idea got like they grew the idea further. But I don't know. They kind of put the kibosh on the idea of the console, the cloud console. So that's that. What's happening? How? Six. There you go. 6-layer. Breathe, folks. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Yes. Thanks. Oh, guys, you guys are too kind. 6-layer says, "Oh no, what have I done?" Oh, in through the nose, out through the mouth. God, oh, 6-layer. That was the setup, fam. That was a setup. Why? Pato says best podcast facts.
Thank you.
That's so dope, guys. Thank you so much. Dusty says quality content. Thank you, man. Dragon Haryobi says, I love this show so much. Man, thank you guys. We appreciate it. I'm glad that we can do all types of weird things in here and entertain you. 6-layer says, no, it wasn't, I swear. No, we don't believe you. Okay, we can't be trusted now with the things you say. I can't read your stuff out loud. I don't know what type of slander you're throwing out there to trick me. All right. No. Oh my god. Dusty says, I try to be family friendly, then I think about Jim Ryan's bitch ass.
That's bitch assness right there.
My god. Okay, let's move forward.
Let's
all right.
go.
So what is also funded? Gen 10 investigations. So getting the next system ready to go is underway, and that's good news. The mid-gen consoles were funded, so those are happening. So I guess there is no stopping that. Wireless headset 1.5 COS Park View. I don't know what that means, but are they going to do a new wireless headset? Are they doing like a premium wireless headset that's not like a basic one?
Yeah, I feel like they will have to go premium.
At
Like
this
something
point,
very, very
I
freaking
agree.
bougie. The Starfield headset is wireless, right? It's stunning. I love that one.
Yes, it's a wireless headset.
Yeah, so they will have to like give us something more.
Yeah, they would have to do something. Xbox Wireless Headset Pro, probably to do like AirPods Pro. Yeah, I feel that, 6-layer. Yeah, I think they might do a pro version of the headset, especially since I think isn't PlayStation been doing a lot in the audio. They just bought like that audio company or whatever. They figured since nobody sent them pictures of their
Yeah.
ears like they had asked us to, that they couldn't further their development,
Send me
so
a
they had to
picture
go
of
buy
your
another
ears.
company.
That's
Wild.
crazy.
Then the core controller, Sybil, which we know is coming, which that's so awesome. Can't wait for that. Then it says like SW Security, QCOM Dawn Module, Mousety. I have no idea what that is. And then Xbox Design Lab and Special Edition, Limited Edition for mid-gen controllers. iGrain. So that was all already funded. So we have like a lot that's
Like set.
set already.
Yes.
And the idea of them having more to come, because again, the real plans have not been exposed to us. So those real plans, again, we can only imagine are better than these plans, right?
Yeah.
They're evolved because they started here and now they're like, okay, well, we could do this, this, and this. All right. So now let's get into the games, okay? Because games, my friend, has leaked. And it's the Bethesda schedule that leaked. Okay. So not Xbox first party, Xbox Game Studios first party, it's Bethesda first party games that have been leaked. And it looks like this was the list that Bethesda supplied Xbox when it comes to when they were first purchased. So it's like, hey, buy us. Here's a list of all our games, when they're coming, and what games they are. Okay. Um, let me get this over here. 6 says head tracking spatial audio. That would be dope. That would be dope. So if you're in the game and like you turn your head and it knows
Oh,
that you turned it so it changes where the sound is coming,
I like that.
that's fire. That
There
would
we
be fire.
go. See, something like that. Something different.
Exactly. All right. So we already know. So they have it all the way from fiscal year 2020. So a lot of these games already came out. So we know Doom Eternal, Elder Scrolls Online. They have so many different expansions. Fallout Wastelanders, Deathloop. That all came out. That's done. Now here where things get a little bit more like exciting, because in 2021 that's when Starfield was supposed to come out.
Yeah.
Now we know that has been 2 years since then that we actually got it. So 2021 it was supposed to come out, it actually came out in 2023. So theoretically, we can kind of envision that some of these things that are um talked about here have all been delayed by 2 years,
Yeah.
right? To keep, the same time frame. So if that's the case, right? Cuz Redfall was also 2 years, right? So Starfield and Redfall got delayed 2 years. Um Ghostwire Tokyo, that came out in 2022,
So
no?
good. Yeah.
And then
Think
we
so.
just got it in 2023. So, yes. So that was delayed 1 year. But I think for the bigger ones, it's 2 years. Even Project Hibiki, which that turned out to be Hi-Fi Rush, that was also delayed 2 years. We got that 2023 in January, right? So these are all known entity, though. This is where it gets exciting. In fiscal year 2022, we were supposed to have received Indiana Jones.
Ooh,
That was
that's why
supposed
they're
to
saying it's
be,
further than we think.
yes, because they were already planning this game to come out.
Yes.
So if it was already gonna be released and that was in 2022, again, following that kind of 2-year hike, because we're already in 2023 and we know it's not coming out this year, that means next year Indiana Jones is scheduled to come out.
That would make a lot of sense. I think
That's
so.
fire.
Yeah.
That's fire. This was another big one. Oblivion remastered.
Ooh.
Now, it's not coming out this year, so safe to say that this is also a 2-year pushback. So next year we should be getting Elder Scrolls Oblivion. That
Remastered.
is gonna, if they actually do a real remaster, because remember, this is what they were planning before they got bought, right? Like when they were just getting bought, they were like, here, this is what's happening. Remember, we have that back compat that takes the original Oblivion and boosts it up to, if I'm not
Yeah, I
mistaken, I think
remember.
it's 4K, either 4K 60 or 4K 30, but I think it's 4K 60. You already, what are you laughing about? What is happening in here?
You said Oblivion.
Nothing. I'm just thinking.
What are you
That's
thinking?
all.
No, don't tell us
No,
what
I'm
you're
just
thinking.
thinking. I'm seriously just in my mind.
I could, yeah. Well, how about you be here
Yeah, yeah,
and not
yeah.
thinking about that other stuff? Okay, you guys have poisoned my doodle. Okay, she's poisoned now. Oh my god. Back from the Dead says Xbox has already said those special edition giveaway consoles cost too much for the average consumer. Well, I could feel that. But still sell it to the non-average consumers. You know what I'm saying? Like, let us buy it.
Let us decide.
Let us design
Let
it,
us
right? So you don't even
yes.
have to have it ready to go. Just let us design it, charge us a
Yeah.
premium, you're good to go. Okay, so Oblivion, again, when they were first doing the concept, they said, okay, let's go ahead and remaster it. But now that it pretty much is already remastered on the Xbox, unless they're going to remaster it to put it everywhere else, which is a possibility.
Yeah.
But how dope would it be if they actually go ahead and do visual enhancements to it? If they go ahead and do a remake for all intents and purposes, where they're gonna upgrade the visuals to the new standard, change the way that the game plays, go ahead and add, modern conveniences, right? That can be huge. That could be super huge. So I'm I'm oh my god. She allowed her thoughts to show. It ain't our fault, C Bunny. It's yours. Apologize, sir. See, I was trying to do right by
Those
you,
are
Doodle.
special thoughts. Those are special thoughts.
They were special thoughts. That's true. I shouldn't blame the chat. I apologize, chat, for
Wow.
the
How
Doodle's
special.
behavior, poisoning all your ears.
You don't even know.
You don't even know.
You don't even know what's stored in here.
So the Oblivion remaster, that looks highly likely that we should be getting that next year. So that is exciting. Another expansion for Elder Scrolls, they're going to do one every year, which is fine. The DLC for Starfield was supposed to already be out, so that means next year we should have the Starfield, which we already the Starfield DLC, which we already know for the most part because they already have the name and everything. If you buy the special edition or the Constellation edition, you get it. So looking forward to that. Now, Doom Year Zero, a new Doom looks like it's on its way. Now, there have been rumors right before this leak. I wonder if the leak has if they're related, but there were rumors right before this leak that the new Doom is going to run on id Tech 8. So they're doing a new engine, upgraded engine for the new Doom. And if we know anything about Doom, number one, it's a stunner. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Number two, it runs so well on everything they put it on. Like, it's so the engine is just peak, right? Like, it just can run it anywhere. Year Zero, that's an interesting name. Is that like a prequel?
I mean, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it might be a prequel to maybe all the Dooms or something like that. Maybe it's the origin of how the zombie apocalypse or all the demons came about and shit like that. Who knows?
Yeah, because remember they ended Doom, right? Like, if you played
Doom Eternal,
the Doom Eternal and you played through all the DLCs, I did not do that, but from what I heard, people are saying that it pretty definitively ended. Like, the story of the Doomslayer is done.
I like prequels. I'm hoping they do that with The Last of Us.
Prequels can
They
be
go
fun.
ahead and give us, I feel like, they start the story and it's kind of it's got its content, but then there's branches
The Last
or
of Us Part Zero.
yeah,
I could see
things
it.
that were left behind that you can go ahead and really give us something from. Feel like The Last of Us has that. I am hoping they will make that.
Wait, what? What about The Last of Us? I thought you were talking about Doom for a second. What just took
Yes, you
place?
said it was possibly a prequel.
Oh,
And
yes.
I'm saying that there are games that leave you with that much, right? From where they start, there's just stories how they can branch out to and give us a
Absolutely.
backstory for it. So
Absolutely.
The Last of Us is one of those freaking games that I feel like they need to go ahead and give us, his life with Tommy you know,
Yeah,
and give us
absolutely.
that game.
Give us the prequel
Yes,
and the in
I would
between.
love that.
I wanna
Yeah.
play what happened between part 1 and part 2 as well.
Yeah.
So, I there's definitely plenty of space for that, but as
Yep.
far as Doom is concerned, there's definitely room to go ahead and do a prequel. Show us how it all started, you
Yeah.
know? Or maybe it's a reboot of the whole, Doom IP from when it first started, right? And just really kind of take us into a new direction, you know? I don't know, but the fact that 2023, if things are being delayed 2 years, I mean, you're talking maybe a 2025 game. I feel like that's far off. I feel like they should be closer. When did
Think
we
so?
get Doom Eternal? Was that 2020?
2020. Yeah. The same day Animal Crossing New Horizons
4 years
released.
later?
Yes.
I mean, 4 years later, we got Doom Eternal from Doom 2016,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
So it
You're
took them
right.
4 years to do that. So, I could see it. Maybe 5 years because 'cause they're developing the new tech for it as
Yeah.
well, right? So, ID Tech 8 plus the new game. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for sure.
I love that we don't need it though. Like, you know what I'm
No, it's just
saying?
like
Like,
one of
it's just
many.
yes, and that's the thing, right? They can take their time. They can take that extra year, and that's okay because there's so much lined up. There's so much coming out. You know, it's gonna get to a point where, like, you're not even gonna feel it if you're expecting something to come out and it's just further out than than it should be or that it normally is, you know?
Agreed. I would say now more than ever is an awesome time to go ahead and show us a roadmap and
Yes.
let us know that, "Hey, we got a new Doom coming out in 2 years. We got this coming out in 3 years,"
Which Doom
because
did
we
we
already
do the
have.
gameplay on? The first one?
Which
Oh,
Doom did
Doom
we
Yeah, we
Oh,
did a
3.
no, that
No,
was
no,
gameplay.
no.
Doom 3.
So, dude,
We
like
went back to the
yes, and
old school.
it was graphically impressive to go back
Oh, yeah.
and see that because, like, dude, it stands the test of time.
I mean, that was like
Yeah.
the only horror dead like Doom out there, you know? Like, it
Such
was
a
very
good game.
different.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna dive back into that idea, give us some horror again.
That'd be pretty dope.
I mean, they're talking demons and shit, like, let's make it a little scary, but I guess the point is that, Doomslayer is not scared,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So, maybe take us back to before he became Doomslayer, and he just got invaded by these demons, and he
Like
had
when
to
he was Guy
fight.
Slayer.
Yeah, 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 for sure, for sure. Fato says, "Doomslayer: The Wonder Years." Oh, Six says, "I hear Doom Year Zero and think Brutal Doom." I don't know what that is. Check it out if you haven't seen or heard of it. Well, I haven't. But new ID Tech says otherwise. Yeah, like that's something that they're gonna go big on. Joanna Dark says, "It's the story of the Doomslayer back in the day when he was a teenager." Yeah, I mean, that was different. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not too familiar. My exposure to Doom really started with Doom 3. I didn't really
Yeah.
pay attention to the old ones back in the day. Um, and that was a cool story. And then I played Doom Eternal. Not Doom Eternal, the first one, the 2016 reboot. Then I played Doom Eternal. I didn't play any of the DLC for Doom Eternal though. So I don't know. I don't know what they can do with it, but it's a fun game. It's a dope game. And the fact that now, like, this is the real cool thing about Bethesda. Starfield was the first one to show us it, right? I think Redfall was a blemish because the Arcane was left on their own and they didn't really understand what was expected of them, right? But I think going forward, you know, all of these IPs, Doom and things like that, we don't know what that looks like when the company has the ability to take their time and do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When they have the ability to just push boundaries that haven't been pushed before, what does that look like? Plus, now you got to remember that ID Tech is a Microsoft technology now. So, when they're making this tech, who's to say that this is a tech that only Doom is going to use or only Bethesda will use? ID Tech is now part of the slate of engines that anybody who makes a game for Microsoft can use, right? So, how far are they going to go with that? What is that going to look like? Doodle, look like you have something to say.
No.
No? Okay. All right. Okay, so there's also some project names that we don't know, which I'm sure Bethesda is happy as hell. They're like, "Oh my god, thank God we didn't name it. Thank God we didn't put a name on there." So for fiscal year 2023, aside from just Doom Zero, there's also a game called Project Kestrel, and then there's Project Platinum.
Oh,
Now, I saw somebody did a video. I don't remember who it was. I feel bad because I can't give them credit for it, but they did a video um talking about what they believe Project Kestrel. Oh, it might have been Destin. Destin, I think it was Destin Legary on his channel that he looked into it, and supposedly that Project Kestrel is the game that the people who make Elder Scrolls Online, that it's their new, like, it's their new game that they're making with a new IP. Um, but we really don't know. And then there's Project Platinum, which again, we don't know as well. Then the following year, 2024, okay, we were supposed to get the Elder Scrolls 6. So if we go by that timetable, Starfield was 2021, became 2023, 2-year delay, 2024. Are we going to get it in 2026? If it's ready for 2026, I would imagine that they will hold it. I would say they won't do that. They'll hold it, let it have more time, and let that be their launch title for their new system. As opposed to just, putting it out at the end of the life cycle when it's not going to make a difference. And all it'll do is actually hinder you if you don't, like, nothing's going to happen positively for your next gen
yeah.
system if you don't hold it to launch there. So why release it in 2026 when you have a million other games? Let them sit on that for another um 2 years
We've
or
seen
one
what
year.
a couple of more years can do to a game, though, with
Absolutely.
Starfield.
Absolutely.
Just
So,
1 or 2 more years, and it can transform a game for real.
yeah.
Absolutely. Fonto says Destin also sells cookies. That
Oh my
takes the
gosh,
biscuit. I'll give it.
delicious
They're so good.
cookies.
We
They're
did get them.
so
We got them one
good.
time and
Yes.
they were
Oh, yeah, they're
bangers.
Amazing.
tasty.
Absolutely. Fonto says ID, yeah. Infinity Ward collab. Yes. This Doom will be the showcase for the new ID tech for sure, says Six Slayer. Absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be stunning.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the problem is right now, like, we're still in that, like, waiting game for, like, these massively impressive next gen looking games. Starfield is beautiful, and at times just unreal, like how amazing it looks. Um, but even then, I still feel like that has legacy issues from before when it was being made,
Yeah.
that they didn't fully invest in next gen tech across the board, right? So I am ready for, like, the next level. Oh my god, live supremacy, Starfield Online. Can you
Well, that would be
imagine if
fire.
they're making a
Let's
Starfield
go.
Online?
That would be dope.
That would be
I
That
could
would
see
wild,
be
that. I
dude.
could really
so
see that.
cool.
It just sounds cool too, Starfield
Yeah.
Online. Like, a headline Game Pass for
Dude, that would be
Live supremacy
insane.
on it.
That
Let's
would be
go.
so insane
Yeah.
for sure. For sure. Um, Now, the next game on the list, a licensed IP game. Now, let me say something here. Licensed IP game, okay? There was rumors that they were making The Mandalorian.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
Oh my gosh.
That they
That would
were
be something.
making The
Oh my god, the
Mandalorian.
right team can make that game insane.
Yeah, I feel like they would.
Listen, I was about to say I started reading to Dragons while I was about to talk. The Mandalorian as an IP still holds water. It still has a lot of weight to it, even though the third season kind of went in a different,
Wonky. Yeah.
different way. The first 2 seasons were amazing.
That's 100%.
And honestly, with Starfield being as huge as it is right now and doing the numbers it's doing, imagine that same scenario, but with the Star Wars license
Yeah.
attached to it and having Mando on there. Wild.
Yeah, that would be
Wild.
pretty crazy.
Um,
In the story, dude.
oh my god, the story could be so good.
That's the
Yobi says
thing.
rumor is the licensed IP game is supposedly the Mandalorian online game, which is what I just said, or a single player Mandalorian. Absolutely. Joanna Dark says that would basically be Star Citizen. Star Citizen is so wild that game still is just like it's out there. It's doing some really impressive stuff, but it's so like in its own little world, right? It's almost like you don't play games, you play Star Citizen.
Yeah.
Like you just live to play that one game for all eternity. And as much as Starfield is like my game of the generation, and I'm gonna play it for a long time, it's not the only game I'm ever gonna play. I just haven't had enough hours with it to feel comfortable like walking away from it, right? Like I'm not like I'll even when I move away from it, I'll come back to it, but I need to get more time with
Yeah.
it before I can do that, nicely. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna explore and do all that stuff until I feel like okay, I want to start thinking about playing something else. Then I'll mainline it, beat the game, roll credits, and then step away, play something else, go back to it, go further, things like that. But Star Citizen is like it's like a second life, you know what I'm saying? Fato says this is the way. Imagine a Doom and Master Chief game where they team up. Joanna Dark. That
Yo.
would be amazing. Live Supremacy says
Got a
round.
tier, CMoney?
It's a tier. It's like 3 tiers. Live Supremacy says Roundhouse Studios licensed comic book game. Oh, is that a JD? I've been thinking so effing hard as to what I can write Mr. Joanna Dark like a shortcut. So I don't have to
Yeah?
write Joanna or like Dark or Mr.
Mr. Joanna
Yeah.
Dark.
JD. God damn it. That was so simple. Thank you, Fonto. Thank you. Yobi says Starfield multiplayer is a possibility. They struck gold with ESO in 76, Grounded, Sea of Thieves. They had the blueprint. I say do it.
Yeah.
Yes, do it. Live Supremacy says ZeniMax Online 2 is working on 3 games. Well, maybe that's both of these. You have Project Kestrel. When you say they're working on 3 games, are you including Elder Scrolls Online, or is that a 4th game? Or is it 3 new games? Because there's Project Kestrel, Project Platinum, and then there's this licensed IP game, which, again, that would be dope if that was Mandalorian, for sure. Now, there is, again, another game on here that will be huge, which is Fallout 3 Remastered. Which again, we know with the back compat runs better. So I would imagine that they're using words remaster, but maybe it's going to be more of a remake or a remake light, where
Yep.
they're really just changing how everything looks, graphically improving everything, but going ahead and keeping it more, still in that same vein of what a remaster would be, not changing the story or not changing things like that. You're just making it really pretty. Fallout 3, people are going to lose their minds. Now, fun fact, I've never played. Well, that's not true. That's a lie. I played it, but I never beat it. Like I never played it long term. I played Fallout 3 a little while, and then that was that. So, yeah, I feel you, Dragonheart. Remaster, nah, do a whole remake. Facts.
Big difference.
Absolutely. Live Supremacy says 2 unannounced and Commander Keen. What's Commander Keen? I don't know. Live Supremacy, drop them bars.
Yes.
Let me know what those are. Now these are the other 2 things that are getting people excited. Ghostwire Tokyo 2, the sequel, was
Yes.
supposed to be 2024. So now again, we push it back, maybe 2025, because Ghostwire Tokyo was only delayed a year from when they first thought.
Okay.
So 2024, Ghostwire Tokyo comes out 2025. Yo, what's crazy is that we're talking about this. This is just Bethesda.
Yep.
This
That's
is
the thing.
just Bethesda. This
They
is
have
not
what?
the
How many
rest of Xbox.
studios?
Oh, dude, now after this deal,
Yep.
woo, 30 something,
Yep.
30
That's
something
crazy,
studios.
Bro,
dude.
this was mind blowing. How for a leak like this ever happening was like out of
I
the
know.
question. I would
Man,
never
I don't
imagine
know,
something
man.
like this.
Commander Keen is a mobile game. Oh, okay.
Somebody who thought that was worth going to jail for.
Yeah, I know. Ghostwire Tokyo 2. Yes, give it to me. G maybe says, yes. Part 1 is really good. Like, it sucks because Starfield is so good that I'm so into this, but like there's other stuff.
There's so much more,
We
dude.
got I gotta say, we've gotten really scheduled with our times now, guys. So like, we have our Monday show, Tuesday show, Friday show, and our Saturday show. But we haven't really had time to do our other shows that we used to do.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Doodles Never Have I Ever Played,
Extended play,
extended
first
plays, our first
impression.
impressions. We used to
Yep.
do a lot of streaming of games, and we kind of,
We
fell
gotta
off
figure
of
that
that.
out.
So we got to see. Man, let us know in the chat if we should figure out a way to start bringing some of that back too, and add it to our repertoire over
Library.
here. But yes, Ghostwire Tokyo too, man. That'll be super dope. And then the bigger one that I think most people were super stoked to see.
Yes.
Honestly, I'm very excited for it. Um, Dishonored 3.
Ooh.
Dishonored 3. The game that we all thought would never be released. We thought it was dead. But I think that resurgence that it got when they bought Bethesda, really added to solidify this, because they already had this plan technically when they were first being bought. But then I think once everything went into Game Pass, Prey like boosted up, became a thing that people were excited about, and the people who made Prey are the people who made Dishonored. So that became a big thing. I can see Prey 2 on the list if the dates went further,
Yeah.
because I think Prey 2 would be next up after that. I think we have such a bright future here on the Xbox side of things, man. It's crazy
Yeah. It's better
what's
than
to
we thought.
come. Absolutely. In like every way, shape, or form. Um, so yeah, like listen, there's a lot more as far as like hardware and that type of tech stuff. But we're gonna just leave it at that. Those were the biggest things that came from the leak as far as, again, hardware, techs, games. But we are gonna do a little bit more of the fun little tidbits that came out of this leak through emails. Okay. First of all, let's give it up to Phil Spencer being a G. This guy,
Capital G.
he is on the hunt to find success. Like
Yeah, he is.
he's not saying, "Oh, it is what it is."
He's not saying I did this.
Like, bro's
Let
gotta
me
catch 'em
let
all,
me
bro.
take it
He's
in,
not gonna
right?
stop.
He's
He wants
on it.
more. He's shooting for the moon, bro. Like, he wants everything to happen. Like,
He's
he's
trying to
basically
make a
us.
big change, a substantial
Shit.
change. That's the thing. And on top of it, to make a name for himself so that when he's done and he's out, obviously he's not going to be doing this forever, right? So when he's done and he's out, Phil will always be remembered as that dude. You know what I mean? Who
He
made it
wants to have a
happen.
legacy.
Absolutely. 150%.
Yeah.
150%. So let's jump right into the biggest one.
Let's
Okay. This is
go.
the one that I think everybody was like, oh shit. Like, Phil is no joke. Phil wants to buy Nintendo.
That's fucking ridiculous. There is zero way.
Okay,
No
I know.
timeline.
Well, let's not talk in random absolutes as if you have some type of ability to
Listen,
predict
see,
what's
that's
going to
his
come.
But Nintendo
reaction.
won't do it. Nintendo
That's
won't do
his
it.
Again,
to have.
you don't know what you don't know.
Do you really think that Nintendo will agree to that? Like, sure, buy us.
If you listen to the idea of what he's saying, okay, this is not a short-term play, it's a long-term play. What Xbox has been doing is they're like a lion, okay? They walk in the tall grass slowly, right? Stalking their prey, and they wait for a moment of weakness,
They really
a
are,
little
though.
slip up, a little type of sliver of a chance,
petting,
and they fucking hop on them and they take them.
like
By chokehold.
savages,
Okay, so
bro.
right now, Nintendo flying high, right?
Yes.
They don't have a thought of getting bought, but they do have deals in play with Microsoft. Phil has been actively talking to their board of directors.
Mhm.
Okay. And right now, that group of board of directors are not necessarily interested in getting bought or anything like that. But let's take our emotions out of this and remember that this is always about business and money. And those board of directors at Nintendo, if they have a change of heart and they want out or they want a big payday, everything can change. Now, let's say, and I'm not hoping for this, and I don't think this would be the case, but what if the Switch 2 is a redo of the Wii U situation? And I'm not saying I want that. I want Switch 2 to be dope and amazing and killing it. I'm just saying, in this scenario where Phil is in the tall grass waiting to pounce on that ass, okay?
Wow.
If let me tell you this much. If Xbox knew that the Switch would come out and be what it was, there's no doubt in my mind that Xbox would not have been trying hard to buy Nintendo during that Wii U situation.
Yeah.
Okay. But obviously, this is Phil's Xbox now. That wasn't Phil's Xbox back then. This Phil would have done that shit.
Yeah, like
Phil
a
would have been
savage.
in waiting and saw that happen, and he would have done it. So, in a world where Nintendo can possibly be weakened because they make the wrong call. Let's say if they listen to MADMAN and name it Nintendo some crap instead of the
No
Switch 2,
focus.
okay?
They've
If
done
they
it before
choose
and
to
it
go down
worked.
the wrong path and pick the wrong name and nobody buys the new Switch because everybody thinks it's just the same with a different name.
Just the same with a different
Okay,
name.
just like don't act like the Wii U doesn't exist, Madman. Your whole theory goes out the window.
I'm sorry, Wii
One
U,
bad
that's
name
different.
can ruin everything for them.
But the Wii was the same as the Wii with an extra letter. That's what you're missing.
Okay, doesn't
So
matter.
if they just they do the same name but put a number or something like that, they'll probably think it's just the same thing but better.
No, because people can count. They know that the first one means it's the first, the second one means it's the second. But either way, let's say in the scenario that happens, there's a very real chance that the board of directors could panic and say, "Oh no, this is happening again. My stocks are going down. I'm losing all this money. I want out."
Well, if
Phil
I don't
slides
think they'll
into
ever
their
go, I want
DMs.
out. I think that they'll just rely on other stuff like their movies. Probably make Mario movie 2,
Okay,
3,
well,
5,
this is the
60.
thing. Let's not act as if their movies are going to fund anything. One movie making $1 billion every 3 years or 2 years, whenever they make a new movie, is not saving anybody. Okay, that's not even remotely close of happening. So I don't dismiss this idea as much as many people want to, right? Because guess what? If you talked about Xbox buying Activision the day before he announced it, you would have said the same thing. There's no chance Activision would sell. There's no chance Call of Duty can be owned by Xbox. They're too big, blah, 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 blah. And look who ponied up $69 billion and bought Activision. Okay. So let's stop. Same thing with Bethesda. The day before, nobody would have you wouldn't have batted an eye and said, they're not going to buy Bethesda. They're not going to spend $8 billion. Guess what? They did.
Yeah.
So as much as you keep wanting to downplay what Microsoft is capable of doing with their money, I would say don't take such a hard stance. You never know what you don't know.
I don't think that Nintendo would ever want to go ahead and sell. I don't think that. I don't see that. However, I never thought that Nintendo will sign a 10-year deal with Microsoft, with Xbox. So, like, at the end of the day, business is business, and if the money's right and it makes sense, I mean, again, I don't see it, but I don't put it past the fact that these business deals are made every day. I still believe strongly about the phone situation with Apple. I think that's a beast.
Mhm.
That's a freaking monster coming for them.
I mean,
And
for everyone,
yes,
understand that.
and that's the
Nintendo's in that
thing.
same boat.
I can see how maybe PlayStation will go ahead and jump on board with Apple to save its ass, and if that happens, I can potentially see Nintendo holding on to Microsoft and needing that big beast to stand behind, because realistically, with them joining, like, forces, I mean, everybody's safer. I didn't like the context of how, waiting till Nintendo, it's like freaking weak and kind of attack. I didn't like that wording, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how nice we think Phil is. It doesn't matter how genuine or sweet they come off.
Everyone has their
They are
demons.
out for the hunt. They are out to make money. They are out to grow. And
Yes.
at the end of the day, business is business. And all of those Nintendo characters, all of that nostalgia, that that they cannot replicate. They can't go ahead and say, "You
It's
know what?
impossible. They can't
I
just
woke up
copy that.
today." Phil Spencer can't say, "I woke up today and we're gonna go ahead and do what Nintendo does," because I believe that Nintendo's the only one that can do what they do and do it so well, and that's why they've maintained that level for so long, and people are always, there are a lot of Nintendo freaking fans. So I don't think that they can go ahead and wake up and say, let me go and do this. But what they do have is the money to make a sweet deal and go ahead and give Nintendo what they want. And potentially in that contract, not necessarily just have full control. We saw how
Thank you. Good job.
PlayStation went ahead and
Yep.
they bought Destiny, right? And in
Bungie?
in
Yeah.
Bungie, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Right.
In that deal, what? They go ahead and they make games for every console. That
Yep.
was a part of the deal. So who's to say that Nintendo won't say, "Okay, that money is sweet. I do agree that if we merge, we are more powerful. Now the things that we don't want to give you power over or rights over will be this, this, and that. How can we negotiate this deal? How can we go ahead and get on board without leaving these things intact?" And that's part of the negotiating process. And I think that where there's a will, there's a way, and Philly is very willing.
Yeah, I agree. I think exactly what you said. Like the the Xbox of today is a different beast.
Yeah.
Like just like they're doing with Activision, right? Call of Duty is still going to be everywhere. That's all going to be there, right? So they can easily buy Nintendo and just be like, "Well, we own you, but you just do what you do.
Yeah.
Go out there and do it." Fonso says Xbox could take away Nintendo requirements to develop hardware.
Mhm.
Nintendo excel as game devs. The hardware has always been lacking in some aspect or another.
Yep.
These are the facts. Now, to be fair to Nintendo, they have innovated and given us the idea of the Switch where we didn't think that idea was possible. They did that, but
And plus, they
outside of that,
introduced 16-bit gaming. They introduced
that was back in the day
4-bit
when they
gaming.
were concerned about power. They stopped doing that. Like when they were innovating hardware tech wise, that was huge, but they stopped doing that.
They also innovated motion controls with the Wii.
Yeah, but that also came and went. So that was not a great innovation
Oh, the
to be
Switch.
stuck with. But the point is that they did that, which is cool. So, you don't want them to have, to have hardware that's gone, but now you can go ahead and be like, well, guess what? This is our handheld, market, right? This is where Nintendo makes us handhelds
Yeah.
now. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. And then you have a dock. Maybe that's just another system. There's a lot of different ways it can go, but Fonso's right. They excel at making games. That's what we're here for. We sign up for whatever console they give us so that we can play the next Mario, the next Zelda,
Yep.
the next Metroid,
I mean,
right?
can you
Whatever it
imagine
is.
if they have a Xbox Game Pass ad and Mario and Link are the two that are like on there? Yeah,
Crazy.
competition's dead.
That would be wild.
Crazy. They would dominate, bro. They would
Yeah.
dominate. And you know what's wild? Based off the FTC and the CMA's own admittance and their own definitions, Nintendo's not part of the hardcore console segment.
Yeah.
So Microsoft could buy Nintendo because they'll be buying their way into a
Another
lower,
market.
a different market.
Yes.
it's not the same, right? So
Well, so this is the thing when you look at it, right? You think Nintendo, they had the 3DS, right? The DS. This would be what Nintendo would be to Xbox, essentially.
yep. Um, Dragonheart Yobi says, safe to say it's a loan. If Bungie becomes unhappy down the line, they can leave Sony with no strings attached. That's actually true. Yeah, that's actually a great point. That it is, they basically just took a bag from Sony and they're gonna help them like with
Yeah,
their stuff, but they're gonna make their own stuff. And if Bungie wants out, they can. So it's kind of like you didn't actually buy them.
which
It's
is the
like a
dumbest
lease.
deal I've ever
It's
heard,
like you're
but
leasing them.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you're paying for them as long as they're happy. If they become unhappy, then they're out, which is wild. Um, but when it comes to Nintendo, Phil Spencer did say getting Nintendo would be a career moment.
Yeah. I
He
mean, that's
says,
not a light thing to do.
no,
That will be freaking
it'll be
monumental.
insane.
That'll
It'll
be
be insane.
insane.
And he says it'll be a good move for both companies.
Yeah.
And I believe this. Now, this is the email back from 2020, right?
That was
So
a while.
that was a while ago. But yeah, it's just cool to see how they think about it. You know what I'm saying? And he was actually hopeful because he was saying that like some of the board of directors that are actually cool with Microsoft were buying more and more stock and getting a bigger position at the company. So he was kind of hopeful that that was going to go all the
Yeah.
way and they can force the situation.
Yep. Chew through.
And to be clear, he also mentioned it, and this is the G way to do it. He said he talked about that he doesn't think doing a hostile takeover would be a good look, but
So
he
the
still said it.
Yes, and that's what bothered me, right? Obviously, like the idea that that's what they shouldn't do because of how bad it will look, that's where the distrust for me kicks in. It's like, "You shady motherfuckers."
Well,
Like,
it's business.
yes, obviously, yes, I know
It's
it's
just
business,
business.
but,
Lord,
like, the
yes.
mindset, I don't know, that was hard to hear.
Well, I mean, it's nice that he says that it's not a good look.
Yes.
So, like, that's not the right
Obviously,
way
they
to
Like
wouldn't
go
this,
take
about it.
that
excellent.
route,
Call
but
me
not
fast.
because it wouldn't be the right thing to do, but because it's not a good look, and those are 2 different
Well,
sentences.
because it's yeah, I agree. And it's just because being right is one thing, but if they can own them, that's huge business for Microsoft, right?
Of course.
So if they can do a hostile takeover and just take it over, they would. But again, the reason why it's not a good look is because the developers won't feel right or the company won't feel right. So
It
you're
wouldn't run the same.
no, it
You
wouldn't run the
cannot
same.
do that. It
No,
wouldn't
it
run the
has to
same,
be
it
they
wouldn't be the
want to
same.
do this.
Yeah.
Um, so Life Supremacy says what Tencent does buying up stocks for a hostile takeover. Yeah, that's what Tencent does. Tencent's been buying so much. He even bought, I think they bought more into Ubisoft, where they're gonna own like half of it or
Wow.
40 or 49% of it. Um, which is wild. But this is the thing. This is what happens, man. It's crazy. Um, but yeah, I thought that was super like interesting. Um, and I don't think it'll happen, but it can,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's the bigger deal. Um, all right. So the next thing that was revealed was Phil's reaction to the PlayStation 5 being announced and the way the team reacted. And they went ahead, like Phil was pumped,
Yeah.
right? He must look at that email like, man, if only it would have happened the way I thought it was gonna happen. Because he was excited. He was like, even this is what he wrote in the email message to them. He says, even as I type this, I know I shouldn't, but I can't help myself. We've all lived with 7 years of starting off a generation with a price and performance and messaging disadvantage to PlayStation 4 with the Xbox One. I have to admit, this morning when I woke up knowing the PlayStation 5 reveal was today, that the stress level was higher than normal. Now, after almost 12 hours of soaking in their unveil, taking apart their specs, and looking at the community responses, I just wanted to say that I'm proud of our team. We have a better product than Sony does, not just on hardware, but equally important on the software platform and services on top of the hardware. We have the ingredients of a winning plan. I felt the feedback from the board of directors discussion on being too confident, and maybe this will just reinforce that perception. I get the need to be humbly confident, but today was a good day for us.
I
We
don't
haven't,
see oh,
a little
Interesting.
bit more. We haven't won anything, and I know we have had hard discussions about pricing, P&L, investments, etc. This mail isn't trying to scoop any of that. Those discussions really matter, but we can take confidence in our product truth here. And I do believe any conversation needs to start with believing in that. This was a good day for Xbox. Thanks for indulging me, Phil.
I don't see anything wrong with that email.
No.
Not at all. It's not listen, I don't the only thing I am aware of that I feel like he felt like he shouldn't be writing this for situations like these. This can leak out.
Yep.
That's why I shouldn't put this on an email. But which it ended up happening. Crazy. But yes, he's given his team credit. He this has to, and it allows you to see the human behind, right?
Yep.
Because it it has to be nerve-wracking every time you're
Absolutely.
working on something, every time you're doing something and you know you're out there competing. Again, as you stated before, they didn't have that Microsoft backup before. They were just Xbox. So I'm sure they had a really tight budget to work with. And so like that was a huge win. Did it turn out as they thought it would play out? No. Obviously, they didn't sell as many. But the reality of it is that at that moment, that was their win, that was their victory. They felt like, this we have a better product, which is come on, you would not be changing these consoles if you weren't trying to have the better console, right? Because
Yep.
then why go ahead and make a better one, a more powerful one, a smoother one? Like why would you do all these things if the point wasn't to compete? So yes, those moments first of all, I didn't see anything wrong with the email, but as hard as it may be for some people to see that he was, I don't know what people may think, gloating around or trying to say that they're better than, that's what they're working for, right? To give themselves a pat in the back, to go ahead and say, yes, we did it, to go ahead and say, yes, we were better. Sorry, that's the point of it all.
Absolutely.
If not, we wouldn't be counting and seeing who sold more than who.
Agreed. Agreed. Six Layer says these are comforting words from a leader to his team who
Yes,
he knows works so hard.
yes,
Let's not forget where Xbox was the day before he wrote that.
yep,
Facts.
exactly. I love that.
Facts. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing. It's Phil is, a good leader. He's a great
He
leader.
is.
He is showing us that not only does he motivate his team behind closed doors, he does it to show us as well, right? But this for sure wasn't supposed to be seen, and he's out there doing this, right? Like he's even
Yes.
saying things like being humbly, confident, right? But today
Yeah.
was a good day. Let's count this
Yeah.
win. This was a win. Let's take this
It was
win.
a nice way of saying it.
And yeah,
Absolutely.
credit for the work that they did and enjoy this little moment and on to the next. And it has to now you think of that, right? And you put yourself in his shoes and how it must have felt to have all these documents released. This had to be like freaking heart-wrenching. Like this had to be shattering, like,
Yeah.
the idea that all of your cards are shown. Now, we're talking about a company that is very open, essentially, when it comes to, like, talking to their fans, being on social media, and everything else. We're sitting there wondering where Jim is, right? Obviously, he's nowhere to be found. So the sad thing is that knowing how they are with their fans and who they are to everyone, right?
Yep.
To go ahead and have this slip up, this F up happen, it's a big freaking deal. Now, I don't know if it was someone that, oopsies, I did that by mistake, or maybe it was someone with the intent, even though they were in there
It's
in
possible.
Microsoft that meant to do this. We don't know that. That's the problem. Only they do, I do think, though. Like, I feel like there's gonna be some type of looking into interrogation. This is gonna be a big deal. Like, we're excited to go over all the specs and everything that was released,
Those
but
spexy
the
specs.
yes, the
Hmm.
big problem is, who did this, the maliciousness behind it, and how it's gonna play out moving forward.
Agreed.
At the end of the day, a lot was exposed that wasn't just Microsoft's business. As Kay Asante had mentioned before, it had a lot to do with other companies, third parties, and that's a big problem.
Agreed. Six Layer says this leak is still a W for Xbox. Have you seen the news that PlayStation 5 comes with a free game until October 20th, the day Spider-Man 2 comes out? Yes, I did see that. I was actually gonna put it in the news for today, but it didn't make the cut. But yeah, no, I did see that. And he says there's been a few subtle moves by Sony since the leak. Yeah, I think things are like they're looking, right?
Yeah,
This is an insight. Even if this is not exactly what the plan is gonna be going forward, right? They are seeing it, right? They have an idea of where it's going, and we're far out enough that they can make moves. They can start saying, "Oh, snap, they're gonna go heavy in the cloud. Shit, maybe we gotta go heavy in the cloud."
yep,
Like we don't know what's gonna come from this leak. Like this leak could literally have changed the course of gaming
of course.
for the competition wise
Yes,
for the future, and we don't
and for
know.
them,
How do you
for
think
them,
PlayStation
because
and
now
Nintendo are
they need
taking
to
this
regroup and
leak?
figure out how they're gonna come
Do you think they're
about
thinking anything of
this
it, or
entire
is it just like,
situation.
Hold on,
Sorry,
Madman.
man, I didn't know what you were
Let
saying.
sorry,
Doodle
Go ahead.
finish, and then
sorry.
we're gonna come
Oh,
back to your question. Go
okay,
ahead, Doodle.
so the thing is, like, it's gonna change the way that they play things out, because now that their cards are shown, they need to go ahead and figure this out. The competition knows what you're doing. They know your moves. They know what's coming.
Yep,
There's no element of surprise, right?
yep.
He went ahead and he was waiting for that day to see what the PlayStation console was
Yeah,
going
he
to
did
be.
not know. Like we all assumed
Exactly.
that he already knew, but they
Exactly.
obviously have no idea because
The
they literally like if I dive deeper into that message, like they break down every announcement and compare it to what they have. So
exactly.
like they were like, oh wow, so we're like about 30% more powerful than them, this, like every tidbit they go down and break up where they see themselves versus what was announced. So they just figured that out.
Yeah.
Even the thing where the 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 frequency, right? The PlayStation has variable where Xbox is fixed.
Yes.
And when they saw that part, they were like, "Oh man, we specifically chose not to take the variable route because of the difficulty and all this other stuff." So that's a win for us, right? So like they were literally all like so pumped to see the specs and they won. So for all intents and purposes, they could have been weaker and not
Yeah.
have known it. So
Exactly. So
this is an insight that
that's the thing,
PlayStation
and
gets.
this explains a lot, right? When we're sitting there, we're talking about, yes, give us a layout, let us know what's coming, and we talk about PlayStation, but maybe this is why they keep everything so closed in together. They don't want anything to come out. They don't want Xbox to know what the next move is going to be. They want to catch them off guard, and the only way to do that is by keeping your lips sealed.
Yeah,
That's that.
agreed.
It's like warning your enemy of what you're going to do and what's coming.
For
That's
sure,
it.
100%. Man,
Yeah.
what were you asking, bud?
Well, I was saying, I was wondering how you guys how do you think Nintendo and PlayStation are taking this leak? Are they worried? Are they taking advantage? Are they like putting new games in production? They're like, oh my god, we gotta combat this. Like, what do you think they're thinking right now?
Well, I mean, I think Nintendo is like
Oh, they're blushing right now. Like,
like they
oh,
don't I don't think they really feel anything bad. I feel like they're like, "Oh, look at Xbox. They want to buy us. How can we get the most money from them at some point in the future?"
Yes, or how can they possibly even consider, how can the wording is the thing, right? Nintendo's gonna be a little bit more guarded when dealing with Xbox. So there are consequences to what surfaced, right?
What do you
There
mean
are
guarded?
consequences. Huh?
Why would they be guarded?
Because you know what their plan is. You know what they want. You know that they talked about a hostile takeover,
Well, they said
even though
about
they're
not doing
saying
one.
that wouldn't be. Yes, But when you say something like that, you're the implication is we don't wanna do that, but we could. You understand that? So it's kind of like, I don't know, it's not something that if I heard, you know, I would be taking it as, not proceed with caution. I will proceed with caution, eyes open, what's happening. Unless they're enjoying the moment and saying, "Alright, one day we can get that Xbox money," and that's how they see it, that's a different story, but we don't know that.
Agreed. Yeah, and I think the PlayStation, I think Sony's the one who's gonna benefit from this the most. They have an idea of the roadmap that Bethesda's gonna bring, which obviously they might have that roadmap, to be honest with you, because they probably had a similar roadmap before Bethesda got bought,
Yeah,
right? Because that's how they knew Starfield was coming. That's how they knew Redfall was coming. All these other games.
yeah, that's
Um,
true.
so they might already have that roadmap anyway. So that's something that I don't think that that was a big deal. Um, but I do think that it is a big deal that they have the understanding of what Xbox is doing, especially like even with something as simple as the controller, right? They know that that controller is coming. Who's to say that they don't figure out something to do to kind of counteract that, take their controller to the next level,
Exactly.
you
Give
know?
give them that and more,
Yep.
right?
So it does like reveal your plans. It's like if you're gonna go to the Super Bowl and you get a hold of
Mhm.
the coach's playbook.
Yep,
Now, you don't know if they were gonna do that play specifically. You didn't know if they were gonna, what plays they're gonna use, but you have an idea that this is the road they're going, right? And this is the way they're gonna come at you. That the cloud thing, as excited as I am to see it, if that was something that PlayStation wasn't aware of and PlayStation just announced another box,
yeah.
meanwhile, Xbox came out with like this
That would
hybrid
be
cloud,
crazy,
that would have
dude.
been insane, dude. But now we might see the same thing coming from PlayStation in a slightly different way, but that's wild.
This
Mr.
is
Honor
a
Dark
big
says,
win for PlayStation for sure,
yeah, they get to see a lot. I
behind the
think
curtain.
JD says, I think with Xbox being competitive and Nintendo coming in with a new console, it hopefully pushes Sony to bring newer and quirkier IP like they did during PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4. S- Sony has never been great when it's leading. In the end, I want Big Three to always be fighting for first place. I agree 100%. But this is the problem with talking about quirky or IP. I think I think they feel the opposite. I think they feel quirky or IP is a detriment to them, that they don't pop off when they do them, which is sad, but it's true. Like look at the Concrete Genie. They shut that studio down and moved on from them. They're getting out of the single player focus, where all of their attention is focused on single player, but instead now they're splitting that attention into getting the game as service. They're trying to be more commercial, trying to hopefully find success that way, right? So, if anything, I don't think the road Jimmy is taking is going to be, let's go back to what worked. I think the thing that Jimmy's taking is like, all right, we got to do something. We got to figure out what to do. And now, kind of seeing this roadmap of what's coming, there's a good chance that they're gonna make some adjustments,
Yeah, I think his road is
to their
gonna be
roadmap.
more aggressive and more confident now that he's seen this layout. Um, yeah, and I do, JD, let me hop on that train. Um,
JD,
I do agree that they need to go ahead and broad out, but I feel like they're just continue in that box where they keep making just what they feel comfortable with, or they feel like people are gonna go ahead and buy. But I wish that PlayStation did go back to giving us a variety of games that we can all just freaking enjoy. I feel like it's lacked, like, its essence.
agreed.
It's lost.
I agree
It's
100%.
disappointing.
Agree 100%. All right, so another email, which again kind of shows that he's not full of crap, man. Phil was super pissed about the 16-month gap between Halo and their next AAA game. He called it a disaster that they did
Ooh,
not have games ready to go ahead and compete the way they're supposed to. Um,
It
he
was a disaster.
yeah,
It was a freaking mess, and he held it together properly. He went ahead, and I don't understand how he kept so freaking composed. That had to be freaking difficult to do. He went handled that like a G. He showed his face. He never hid. We're talking Jim Ryan, right? Hiding around when he needs to. Like, dude, no, he did not. He went ahead, face out, let's go. I'm in this mess, but we're in this mess together. We're still Xbox, we're still present.
yep.
He didn't freaking mess that up.
Yeah,
That was
he
dope.
took it head on, he just did what he
Yep.
had to do. Jo JD says, "Jim Ryan is milking the Sean Layden era like the Xbox brawl gonna be milking my wallet." Oh my god, the Xbox the Xbox brawl's back. Oh, man. Alright, this is the email that Phil Spencer put out. Okay, this is back in May 7th, 2022.
Go ahead.
With the news that Starfield is going to miss holiday, not broadly communicated yet, let's let Jamie manage that. So they knew in May that they were
Be
not gonna
delayed.
that it was gonna delay it. Still, not a ton of clarity on the launch date of Redfall and Stalker 2 development, so impacted by the war in Ukraine. I feel we are in a huge hole with our games lineup, both for our platform marketing and differentiation and our Game Pass content. We keep talking about a big AAA a quarter in the service, and it feels like we are likely to go through a gap of almost 16 months between big exclusive launches on our platform. Halo Infinite being our last on December 8th, 2021. This is really a disaster situation for us given all we've invested in content across studios at our Game Pass content fund. We need to learn from this and build a plan forward. In terms of learning, I think we need to get much better at overall portfolio planning on our games with real honesty on dates. Doing this from memory, from summer 2021 through December 2021, we had an amazing lineup of games with Flight Sim to console, Psychonauts 2, Age 4, Forza Horizon 5, and Halo. There were good third-party games in that time frame as well, like Back for Blood. We set a very high bar in 2021 on quality and pacing of content, which was awesome to see. But to come off that year with no big exclusives launching in 2022 is a portfolio planning miss that we can't afford. If we need to delay launches, understanding there is a financial impact to that, to create more regular beats for us, we need to do that. We have to all understand that the situation we are in now is a failure of our planning and production execution. Dude, wow, right? Phil Spencer sitting there saying that to his team behind closed doors. He is not, people kept giving him shit about what he was doing. He was not being chill about this. He saw that this was a fail. They needed to do something to fix this crap,
Yeah.
and they didn't do it. But you heard how he said delay our launches to get to that regular beat, that regular cadence. And now he just came off of this year in June and in Gamescom talking about how they're finally there.
Yeah.
Like they finally have that every quarter big AAA game. I'm excited. Like
Yeah.
that's huge. But the fact that he was able to go ahead and be this real with his team is a big deal.
That's the thing. He was real, he wasn't nasty. He that's like, I mean, you that's as much as you would want for him to graciously go ahead and say his point.
Agreed.
What did people want? For him to, like, go rage out, flip out, have a meltdown? No.
Well, they could also be thinking that he's putting on a show for us, right? Saying things to us like, "Oh, we have to do better, blah blah blah," and then think that he's just giving us lip service. But this proves that he's not. This proves that he's back there trying to make this happen, trying to make the change.
I don't think anybody, and I understand that, but I don't think anybody's gonna sit there and be like, "Okay, we're Gucci Gooch. This is good. This is good
Well,
enough."
that's what PlayStation fanboys led
Unless
you to
that's
believe.
freaking idiotic. You can't possibly think that Phil in any way leading this company was gonna be okay or satisfied with what was happening. No. I don't think Jim Ryan is happy right now either. I mean, he's happy that this leaked out, but, like, I don't think he's happy either with the outcome of what's happening with Sony, with PlayStation. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is
Yep.
this is what they live for. This is their job.
So I thought that that was the end of that email. Okay, but there's actually more. So hold on, because it goes deeper. Now he says, now let's roll up the sleeves and get planning on the next 2 years of games. First, we need to build an accurate list of new game launches that are coming in the next 24 months with expected launch dates. For now, I don't want to litter this list with content updates or seasons for existing games. We need launches. Let's build this across first party, second party, and third party, looking at Game Pass launches. I think we're going to see that our next big new game launch is Redfall, hopefully. Well, that did not turn out.
That's okay.
I'm not aware of the Stalker 2 dates, but I saw that the studio delayed indefinitely. Are there other games we can get? I know the overall portfolio is fairly light from third party, but let's dig. We also need to get some clarity on our internal launch dates. I'm sending this now as I feel real pressure from Tamarin. And how are we going to show up in terms of dates? It will be
That's
very obvious to the community with both our lack of updates on so many games and lack of clarity on almost everything in the show that we are out of position. I need us to work this as leaders. We've dealt with difficult situations before, we'll do it again. I'm frustrated by where we are, but we'll get through this. I'm sorry, but we'll get through that. Most important is building a winning plan. Let's get on that.
yeah.
Phil. Phil.
That's the thing. He talked about being frustrated. He talked about being like, dude, back against the wall. And I can't imagine how that conversation went down about give us more money so we can go and buy the studios. We're cornered right now, and this is the reason. At that point, it was like either give us some money for us to do what we need to do and kind of go all in, or we're gonna sink.
Yeah.
That was the mentality. That was the selling point. Do you want this to move forward? Because if you don't, then all right, we'll deal with the money that we've got. If you do, bring out that wallet. Let's go shopping.
Agreed. Agreed. Mr. John Dark says, I wish Xbox could get 4A games and the Metro IP. Well, 4A games is part of Deep Silver, which is part of Embracer. So it 100% can be done. If I'm not mistaken, I think Embracer owns them. Um, then purchase GSC, World Stalker 2 Studio, and they would have the original team of Stalker back together. That would be wild. The
That
only
would be
problem
pretty
is
cool.
that I feel like those are 2 brands now. Like Stalker is his
Split
own
out.
thing and Metro Games are their own thing. So, unless they're gonna work together and build these 2 games every time, they're they're good by themselves. I think they should buy both teams for sure, but have both of them making their versions of
Different
what it is.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, JD says, look at Sony roadmap after Spider-Man 2. There is none, bro. No one will say a thing that Sony does not have anything in the pipeline that COVID played a role. That's why they doubled down on money
No, wait,
heist.
wait, wait. CMoney. They actually do have a game coming out after Spider-Man 2. Tumbleweeds, the video game.
Tumbleweeds. Oh man. But Sony is reloading and their games are far away from first party. Yeah, that's very true. Now, this is the thing. This leak, okay, um, also told us what they did with that email, guys. All right. So they went ahead and had um the boss say, go do this, right? Go get it. Well, they came back and they did that. They went and gathered all the information of these games, okay? And they broke it up They broke.
They broke it up. They broke it up for
Broke.
show.
They broke
For
it up.
show, they broke it up.
they broke it up by different titles, and then they went ahead and gave basically they did a bunch of different things. So they have the rank, so like is ranked 1 to however many based off what they think they can get. The publisher title release time, so when the game's supposed to come out, Game Pass release window, likely to close, and the wow factor. Okay. So, meaning if we announce this, how excited are people going to be that we announced that? And then how likely it is for us to be able to get it. And then how much is it going to cost to do it? Okay. So they had games like the Lego Star Wars game, which we ultimately ended up getting, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. And they thought that there was a low to medium chance to close it, but they did close it, and it was a medium wow, which it was. And it's about $35 million to make putting that into Game Pass.
Man.
Dying Light 2,
Ooh.
they were looking at low to medium, and that was a medium wow, and we did not get that. So they could not close that deal. They thought it was going to be over $50 million to
To
get
get it
that.
done?
Yep. And they didn't get that. So that didn't happen. City Skylines 2, I think we got City Skylines 2, if I'm not mistaken, but that was like low, medium pop. Like they really didn't like they were just like, man, this is the only stuff we could get. Red Dead Redemption 2 was supposed to have a next gen upgrade.
Mhm.
That was supposed to be fiscal year 23 quarter 2. So that time already passed. But I think that was we got that. The red no, was that no, that was Red Dead Redemption 1 that they did that bootleg
Yep.
remaster, remember?
The
So
not good enough.
maybe there is a next gen upgrade coming. They're thinking that Rockstar was gonna want $5 million a month.
Ooh, holy crap.
All right. That's a
Wow.
lot.
Um, you had Ubisoft on there, a Bandai Namco game, Return to Monkey Island, which I think we got that in the Sea of Thieves, right? So I don't know if they came out with the game separately as well. Wreckfest 2, but this is the one that everybody's talking about because they look at it as slander.
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3. They had it on there. They said there's a medium chance of them getting it, but hub is what it was rated. So the wow factor is HUB. So like not great. Like
Yeah.
like nobody's gonna care. Um,
Damn.
which is wild. They say it's second run because it was on Stadia and PC first. About $5 million they think it would cost to have that game in there. And man, if only they would have got it, it would have been a whole different story. But even like Gotham Knights, which we're getting now, they thought they might have been able to get it last year. They couldn't. They even have Assassin's Creed in there, Assassin's Creed Rift. They thought that they would want $100 million to bring it in to Game Pass, and there was a medium chance that they can get it. But these are all like medium excitement. What
Yeah.
they think will be a high excitement, Suicide Squad from
Oh,
WB. And they think there's a very low chance that that can happen. But if they
Damn.
did get it, it would be super high pop. And they expect to spend over $250 million to get that game.
Jeez. See, but this
that's a
is the
lot.
thing now, though. It's like awareness to these studios. Like, oh my gosh, look at what they're willing to pay for us. Do we
Yep.
want that? Do we not? Do we approach it? That puts the ball on the other side, right? Like, look how high they're willing to go.
Yep.
You don't know what this kind of money means to them. You don't know their numbers.
100%. 100%.
So,
So JD says Gotham Knights should have taken the bag, right? Because it did so bad. And they would have gotten $50 million. that was the expected price to pay.
I
But
love the slap in the face to,
yep.
BG3 though, with their bullshit,
Yes, we
you
actually have
know?
a quote. We actually have a quote from BG3, so we'll talk about that in a second.
Oh, shoot.
In response
Interesting.
to the word on the street
To
that
the
that
to the
Microsoft thinks they were
mild
trash.
excitement for their
Yeah.
game.
So the next one after Suicide Squad, listed as very high excitement, was Jedi Survivor Part 2. The Jedi Fallen Order Part 2.
Yeah.
They were wondering they would get that, but they figured it would cost over $300 million to lock that
Jeez.
down with EA,
Yeah.
and that was a very high excitement. Mortal Kombat, the new one, they said there's very low chance, medium high excitement, 250 million. At that point, you just buy fucking WB, bro.
Right? It's so freaking ridiculous, the
Like,
amount
just
of money,
do
and they're
it.
putting it down on the side like it's some type of tip. You know what I mean? Like, this
Yep.
is how much we will have to spend. This is how high we're willing to go. Like, this is crazy. We can't even imagine. Well, we could imagine, but we can't even imagine that type of money in our bank account.
I know.
Never mind going out and spending this kind of freaking money to make things happen. This is mind-blowing that they
Yep.
talk about this type of money like it's just pocket change. Crazy.
Agreed. Yeah, this is there is it's just wild to see how they do this because you start seeing all the emails that they spend um like going back with each other, like back and forth and how they're discussing. It's like, all right, let's go take a look and see what we can get. And it's like you like that's so wild that this was all happening. And this is to show you that again, Phil wasn't sitting there just taking this. He's like, all
Yeah.
right, go figure something out. We need to go find some games. Let's make this happen. And I think 2022, there was a lot of cocky third party scenarios going
Yeah.
on. So ultimately, I don't think they got any of them last year in a big
Well, let me
way.
ask you a question, right? Put yourself in that situation, third party, right? Seeing what Xbox is going through. Would you be putting your money on that? Would you be thinking that, you know what? Wouldn't that be just a major red flag? They may not even be around next year. Like, that's the mentality, right? So when we talk about business, we got to look at every aspect of it. So, these companies making these games is like, shoot, this is scary. I don't know that this is where I wanna be or invest my time and energy in because at the end of the day, it looks like they're going down,
Yes.
and that's the reality of it if we're looking at a business point perspective from every angle.
So there's a little segment here that Sarah Bonds was talking to Tim Stewart. Tim Stewart. She says, agree, all hands on deck. I'm going to dig to see if there are other good possibilities beyond this list that will hunt well on Xbox Game Pass. But looking at this, biggest question is if we can get EA or Ubisoft to do a day and date. We actually have a shot at that now with both of them that we didn't have a year ago. But to fund that, we're going to have to drive the other parts of our business hard, as you say. Nothing is free. Love that we'll be brainstorming and work this as a team. I love how you see how they kind of like dive in deep. She's like, oh, I don't know, EA, Ubi, can we get them to do it? I mean, we have a shot. Like these are like the little inner workings of what's happening behind the scenes that we don't get to see.
Yeah.
Um, but that's dope. I mean, I listen, it makes me feel better about 2022 knowing that they were sitting there trying to make it happen.
You can't possibly think that they didn't have a plan, right? That they weren't trying to make it happen when you see the layout of everything that they did. It's crazy to think.
Yeah, that was dope. So Baldur's Gate 3 though, these
That
guys
I can't wait to hear.
they actually responded way better than I thought. They said in their defense, so did everybody else. Same with DOS 2. Comes with the genre and the way we approach things and the way we execute things. There just isn't any existing data that could have told anyone how BG3 was going to perform. We just had to take giant spooky leaps.
And I appreciate them for reacting this way. Again, obviously, this is nice and polished. You go ahead, you say the right thing, but they didn't have to. They could have also played victim, right?
Yeah,
Which a lot of
absolutely.
people and a lot of companies love to do for one reason or another. But this was a big moment to kind of say, you know what? There's no reason or need to look at that. Obviously, we know why they didn't see it that way. And the only thing that they can do is to, hope that the outcome is different, right? If BG3 comes to Xbox and it does freaking phenomenal, then, you know, that's the biggest way to kind of deal with this situation.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I agree.
Then there's other tidbits, like we just found out Phil Spencer bought a PlayStation 5 last year.
Just
Um,
last year. I mean, to be
yeah.
fair, what was there to play?
True, true. Then Game Pass subs. Oh, we found out some data that Game Pass subscribers, they play 14 hours more than non-Game Pass subscribers a month.
Oh,
So
wow.
every month, 14 hours, the average person plays
Got
more.
it. Yeah, and it as it should be, you have access to all these games. It's the fun in it. Clicking, no, don't like it, move along, click on something else. Oh my gosh, look at this game. I didn't think I would like it. I'm experiencing it. I'm digging it. Spend 5 hours in there. Try another game, another 5 hours in there. Like that's the beauty of it. That's why it exists and that's why it makes sense.
Yep. So that worked out. And then they also spend, it's funny because Game Pass subscribers, people always say, oh, Game Pass subscribers are cheap, right? They want all the free games. They don't want to buy games. Well, fun fact, Game Pass subscribers spend $23 more than non-Game Pass subscribers per year. So
I
even though they're paying for the monthly subscription, they're still not only buying just as many games as people who don't have Game Pass, but they're spending more money than people who just
so
have
Well,
this
who
is
simple.
don't
That
have Game
probably just
beautiful.
Pass.
means that
Go ahead,
Go
man.
ahead, man.
I mean, that probably just means that you are, you're more into gaming if you're willing to spend money on a subscription for a bunch of games. So you're probably gonna want to spend money on the games that aren't in Game Pass too.
Yep.
Facts. Absolutely. But the world didn't want to believe that, right? The world want to say, "Oh, you have Game Pass, you're cheap." And it's like, "Nah, man, because I have Game Pass, I can afford to buy these other games that I wouldn't have bought because I don't have to buy all of these games, right?" So it's actually,
But let's
pretty
look
easy to
a
see.
little deeper and let's look at the bigger point, right? We say that everything is, Xbox fans take everything the wrong way or nobody's coming for them. This is all in their mind, right? But we talk Game Pass, right? They're talking about Game Pass first came out. They're talking about how you guys are ridiculous. Game Pass makes no sense. You're spending all this money on Game Pass. It's so expensive when you could just go and pick up your games. You're going to get locked down to a monthly, blah, blah, blah. And all this crap was said. But now, the new narrative, now that Game Pass works, now that people are subscribing to it, now that they have a ridiculous amount of subscribers, and that's just the beginning, right? Now, the narrative of the story is you guys are overpaying. You guys are paying what it's cheaper to go ahead and pick up these games. Like it's just crazy how it you can't win either
Yep.
way. It doesn't matter. It's like before they were charging too much and it's whatever and you can just go and buy the games. Now we're on a ridiculous situation where it still makes no damn sense. It's crazy. There's no winning, and that's the bottom line. It doesn't matter how many games they throw in there. It doesn't matter what they do. It's never the right thing to do to hop into this Game Pass situation.
Agreed. Agreed.
100%.
So Dragonheart Yobi says, I'll say out of all the Game Pass games I've ever tried, 90% of them I bought. Facts.
Interesting.
Yobi also says cheap. They acting like Blockbuster or Hollywood Video or Redbox didn't exist.
Yep.
Come on. Our parents rented movies and games for us. Thanks to Blockbuster. It saved them money in the long run.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
That's why it's so stupid. Like the narrative is ridiculous. He also says, hell, GameFly is still around and popping.
That's
making
true. They
money.
do still
Yep.
like they
Yeah,
exist.
because it still is important for people. Not everybody can afford to buy, especially this generation, $70 games. Like as much as we want to think about it, that $10, like people who've been working, this year versus last year, they didn't make that extra $10. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that extra $10 didn't come to them, right? They're literally making the same they made last year. Shit's going up. They have to cut. You know, that's just the way it works, man. So, you know, absolutely dropping bars. All right. One of the other big things that came from this leak, we just to be clear, it's only big because I think the PlayStation fans didn't believe it when Phil Spencer said it. But Phil Spencer literally already said that the Elder Scrolls 6 would be exclusive to
Oh
Xbox.
shit.
And now in this leak, we have seen that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be only on Xbox and PC.
Like Starfield, or are we gonna keep
Just like Starfield.
asking?
Like, it's just ridiculous,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
It's exclusive, but when is it gonna come to PlayStation?
Yeah.
Like,
It's like there's no
Bam.
there's no understanding of the word exclusive.
Agreed. So that was just it's just wild that people are still thinking that there's a chance. They also showed how Phil Spencer thought that Google Stadia was on its way out, that he was surprised by how little they actually put energy into it. ZeniMax was almost 8 billion. And that's actually fun fact, that's what took Stadia out. Once Stadia saw that happen, it was like night night. They were like, we're not going to compete. We're not spending that type of money. It's not happening. So they bounced.
Yeah.
And then let's see. One of the other details was that Microsoft is planning to stream PC cloud games, according to internal emails. But it says the Xbox maker was looking at leveraging Azure GPU servers to compete with Google Stadia back in 2021. So that being said, that's all fine and dandy. But I think now they have this deal with GeForce Now. Why do they need to stream the games when you can just have GeForce do it for you? Or maybe that's what the cloud server upgrade was that Keasante had talked about, where you go ahead and have the cloud provide the power, and that's where you can get all this extra stuff. Maybe that's what they were talking about. They were going to stream the PC version instead of streaming the Xbox version.
That's possible.
It shows also 230 million $200 million Game Pass made in 1 month, with most users having full subscriptions. So that's a big deal. But this is old. You know what I'm saying? This is
Yeah.
years ago. This is when this happened. So imagine where they are now. Crazy.
Insane.
Yeah, and that is pretty much it as far as the topic of the show.
The topic of the show.
So
Bruh.
this is the
I
thing.
was waiting for you to finish that sentence.
Yeah.
Because we talk about these shorter shows.
Yeah.
And it's
No,
freaking ridiculous.
this is what I gotta say. Honestly, if we continue, like, there's so many other topics. If we continue, this would easily be like an 8-hour to 9-hour show.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm gonna do.
Let's just not say we did.
We're gonna not go through all that stuff. We're gonna mention it. We're gonna talk about it really quick, but we're not doing the deep dives on it. What you and I will do is
Yes.
on Monday on our show, Morning Quest, we'll dive into some of the stuff a little bit more.
Okay.
Because honestly, we're at 4 hours and 18 minutes, and
that was the topic
this is a lot. That was the topic of the show. The Xbox leak, I told you it was huge, man. This leak was huge, and I just skimmed through the end of it right now. We could have spent more time diving into those things that I said, but just looking at the time, it's wild. Okay,
Yeah.
so the topic of the show is there. So the other big headlines, just so nobody can say that we didn't talk about them from our thumbnail. The CMA has given its preliminary approval of the Activision buyout.
Wow, didn't see that coming.
Six Slayer says still here though.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And you guys, honestly, you guys make it so
That's
fun.
the thing
You
that
guys make
I
it so fun.
enjoy this so freaking much. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
And, you know, you guys rock with us and we appreciate that. And we keep trying to say, you know, for out of respect, because everybody wants to keep these compact shows. And it's like out of respect for people's time, we want to go ahead and reel it in. But then we just have a freaking blast.
Yeah.
It's crazy the bond you create, you know, with you guys. Like it's insane. If you told me that that can happen, I wouldn't have believed that at all.
Yep.
It's crazy.
I agree.
Blows my mind.
I agree. Dragonheart says exactly. They spent billions for them. In return, they have the final say for their IPs. Like it's common sense. And if I spent billions, I'm keeping selected IPs for my team. Enough said. Facts. Yobi also says, I ain't celebrating until Phil makes the announcement saying, welcome ABK to Xbox officially.
I am with you
Facts.
on that. We've been hit left and right with this nonsense. I'm kind of like sick of the back and forth. I just want to know when it's done. Like finish it up, put them in your pocket. Let's go. All this stuff is crazy and I won't believe it just as you until it's officially done and they make an announcement. Let's go.
Listen, also, since we finished the topic of the show, we technically moved into our gaming news block. And even though it's going to be short, I still want to play this.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we're back. Now, you guys make very good points about this. So, like I said, the CMA has announced that they have that preliminary approval, that everything looks good. But you know, they still have to listen, get the feedback from third parties. I mean, listen, honestly, it's gonna go through. Okay. I know what you guys are saying. You want to be, you know, cautious. It's gonna go through. Microsoft is not, they're not stupid. They met with the CMA. They came up with this plan. They already discussed it before going to the courts to do it. If the CMA were to back out from this deal, I can tell you right now, Xbox is going to go through with this sale
one way or another.
They're going to drop the support for the CMA or the UK. And the reason being, and again, this will obviously only be about Activision stuff. The reason being is because they bent over backwards.
Yeah, they've jumped through
They've
hoops for this
separated their
situation.
cloud to give it to Ubisoft so that this wouldn't be an issue. They're not benefiting from the cloud in any way, and the cloud is the only thing that was stopping this from moving forward because the CMA already dropped the whole Sony being damaged and all this game, you know, bullshit. So there's no way this is not going through. But I feel you, Yobi. Let's not celebrate until it's actually happened.
That's the thing.
So,
We've been celebrating. We thought nothing can happen, and boom, here we go. Left,
absolutely.
right, sideways, here, from there, top, bottom, everywhere. We got hit with everything in the freaking book.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It's been crazy, and I don't
100%.
think it's Microsoft. They've done everything, as you said, everything they can to go ahead and figure this out above and beyond. But the reality of it is that it's not up to them, and it's, you know, they've been yanked around. That's
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting their faith into
Yeah.
whatever deal they made behind closed doors, you know, gentleman handshake type deal. But I just don't see it. I just don't see them backing out of this. There's nothing for them to stand on. They already said that cloud was the only issue. So Microsoft is not getting cloud support anywhere with Activision, meaning they don't own it. They own it, but they're licensing it out, right? So they are going to be in the same boat. They have to pay to have access to it, all this fun stuff. So there's no way that this is something that's going to be an issue. Our girl Lulu Chang,
Boy,
Missouri, she made a statement. She also has Bobby's statement in there. We have more things that we could talk about, but we're going to keep it there so we can follow up on Monday on our Monday show. I feel like that show is going to be longer than anticipated.
Oh boy.
oh boy.
But we're gonna keep that moving. Six Slayer says times went by fast. Real talk. Appreciate that, man. Time flies by, dude. I don't know how we have these long shows because they go by so
I
fast.
know.
Just slips away.
Okay, then we had the Tokyo Game Show
Oh my goodness.
that happened this week.
You mean the Tokyo Mid Show?
No, it was fine. There's no need to do it. But a quick list here. Thanks to our boy Infinite Umbra. He put out a tweet that said today's show's wins, the W's that they got. Octopath Traveler 2 coming to Xbox.
For it.
Fire. Exoprimal Season 2 goes right into Game Pass, which is dope because it's like the next season and staying in Game Pass, which is dope. This was the big win in my mind. The Like a Dragon mission and Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, both coming into Game Pass.
Good.
One game's already released, so it's going to go into Game Pass this year. The other game, the man who erased his name, that's going to be day and date into Game Pass this year. So,
cool.
They're fleshing out the rest of this year after Forza with Game Pass deals. You know what I'm saying?
That's neat.
Game Pass day ones. That's fire.
You can just taste Xbox and Sega together.
Exactly. They're making big moves together, to be honest with you. So there's a lot of other quotes and things that have come out of this that again we can that we will dive into, but we will dive into that on Monday's show.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay.
Perfect.
So 9 a.m. Eastern.
Let's go.
Be there. We'll continue this discussion. Okay, next one. Starfield has officially announced 10 million players.
Crazy.
10 million players. So just to be clear,
one of them.
we're three of them.
Yes.
So to be clear, Bethesda put out a tweet, said thank you to more than 10 million Starfield explorers for creating the biggest launch in Bethesda history, which we go back to my man Phil Spencer, where he's sitting there saying our goal is to make this the most played game in Bethesda's history, and he's off to the proper start because they already broke the record for the biggest launch in their history. Aaron Greenberg then quote tweets that and says, thank you to all the 10 million who have joined us on this record-setting launch. Love to see how much time and delight you all are finding in this game of a generation.
Let's go.
Game of a generation, my man. Aaron Greenberg dropping the mic on these bitches.
Let's go.
For sure. Yo, game of the generation. Yes. 100%.
And that's what it is. This game is beyond. Obviously, not every game is going to be a Starfield, right? That's a special gem. We got to appreciate it, and then we got to appreciate the other games for what they are. Ugh, can't wait to get into the discussion on freaking Monday about the rest of this stuff. I'm like,
yes,
itching to say more about everything that's happening. But yeah.
Six Slayer says, good thing I'm off Mondays.
Let's go, baby.
Yes.
Let's go.
9 a.m. Eastern, man.
Wish I was off Mondays.
Right?
Well, I'll be at the office doing this, but this is just be what it be. Yobi says the public wanted them to close over the CMA. Business-wise, that would have been a bad move. So I'm glad they're crossing their T's and dotting those I's. No, listen, 100%. Like, the only reason the only reason we wanted them to do that is because at that point we didn't think that there was a way forward. We thought that the CMA was just going to try to, screw them. But with this new deal that they worked out, they should be fine. And again, just to be clear, if the only way I see them doing this, closing over them, is if even after they did this, CMA still tries to pull that bullshit.
Listen,
then at that point, you'll be
irresponsible
to your fans. You'll be irresponsible to your stockholders.
Yeah,
who are doing this. You'll be irresponsible to Activision and their stockholders and their fans and their workers who are all looking for this deal to to essentially be the salvation of that company. Not that financially they needed to be saved, but ethically they needed to be saved, right? Because of the situation that they were in. So I still don't see them not closing over the
Regardless
CMA if the CMA acts stupid.
Yeah, regardless of the outcome, what they get to say is, "We did everything in our power to make it work," and
Yep.
that's a big deal, and, I was like, "Dude, just let them go. Leave them aside after everything that happened and move on and do your thing, because this could have been done quite a bit ago."
Yep.
But, see, Money, you brought up a great point when I said that. You said, "If we let them get away with that and not push back, that means that any other deal that they get to
Facts.
go ahead and knock us down for, they will go ahead and do even faster
Yep.
than what we pull on this one." So, that element of fighting until you get what you want and teach them not to fuck with us, it's a
Yeah.
big deal.
It's true because
No.
Microsoft is not gonna stop here, bro. They're buying more.
Yeah.
And if this deal gets denied, that means every time they show up at CMA's door, CMA can just deny them, man. And they're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Like, they're just gonna be stuck, and
Yeah.
they're gonna bitch out and be like, "Well, I guess we can't buy these people either." And then all of a sudden,
You can't buy
CMA
anyone.
becomes the owners of Microsoft because Microsoft can't do
That
shit
backbone, baby,
unless
that
the
backbone we're
CMA
talking about.
yeah, unless the CMA says it's okay. So, again, they gave into CMA's ways. They delayed everything. They're risking $4 billion if this deal doesn't go through. They're doing what they have to do to make it happen. If the CMA does not give them the go ahead, mark my words, Microsoft will close this deal.
They should.
They said it. That's why when they asked, they were asked. Satya was asked. They were asked, "Will you close over the CMA?" And they said, "Let's just wait to see what happens." Right? S- Satya is not going to give up this money. First of all, $4 billion. How long do they have to make for? How long does it take for them to make $4 billion from UK?
Yeah.
Don't know. Right? But on top of that, they'll lose their entire plan. And I'm sorry, the mobile market is worth way more than the UK market is to them. It's
I
just the
agree.
facts.
It's the new way of doing things, bro.
100%.
It's just
100%.
it's a
And you
big
know what's
deal.
the loophole? They'll still get the UK people because if they get into mobile, the UK people can still buy the mobile games from them there. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So
That's true.
either way, they're gonna get there. So I just don't see a world where that happens. Um, so yes, so this was a big deal. 10 mil crossing over. Dope. Um Unity back into the headlines again. They did a open letter to their community. They're they're not backpedaling, but they're making more of a scenario that gives the developers choice where they can choose to partake in that new thing, but they added new thresholds. I mean, for somebody who's not in the development community, it sounds like this is a happy medium. But I did read some things that people were still pushing back on it. Again, there's a bigger deep dive that we can take into this. And again, Monday is where we
Monday, we'll
Monday
have
will
another
morning.
4-hour show?
Monday is where we will do that. Monday morning, 9 a.m. No, it can't be 4 hours. We gotta be out before Boom starts his show. We can't we gotta go.
It's a 1-hour show, Steve. We have a 1-hour show in the morning.
No, no, but it'll be 3 hours. 3 hours max. We cap ourselves. um All right, so Unity, like I said, we'll go deeper in that, but they have made moves. It looks like there's a way for developers not to get screwed. Oh, the other thing is that if you're already making a game on the older version, like this whole thing only goes into effect on the newer version of Unity. So, like,
Okay.
once the new version of Unity comes out, if you switch to that, then that happens here. Okay. If they, if they, if they go ahead and keep on the old Unity that they're using, then none of this applies and your old way of being is good. So like all those people, all the developers who are upset saying, "Oh my God, I've been making this game for years and now this is the new way and I'm screwed." No, you're not screwed. You can just have the same plan you already had. Nothing's changing for you. The question for developers today is, after we finish this game, do we switch engines? And that is going to be the focus of what we talk about on Monday when
On
we
Monday,
dive
on
into
Monday.
Unity.
Monday.
When we dive into
Monday.
Unity,
He's
we will
stacking
do
them,
that.
baby.
All right, next up, Embracer. Whew.
Gotta
They're
embrace
still-
this one.
They're still hurting, man. Embracer, it was crazy because what a time has changed. Like they were straight up like buying everybody, and it was like, oh snap, Embracer's going crazy.
Yeah.
What are they doing? Well, they must have a plan. They must have a plan. They didn't have a plan. They had one plan with no backup. Done. So things are changing. Sadly, Crystal Dynamics, who we thought might have been shielded from this because they're working with Amazon, they're working with Xbox, they got all this money come from the outside. They still got some layoffs that hit them because of this. You know, this is a perfect opportunity for Xbox to come in and go ahead and make some moves if they want, right? Now, what moves would they make? What moves should they make? Who should they talk to? Who should they look up to scooping? We will dive into that on Monday.
On Monday, you guys.
Because that's a deeper conversation to have. But we will say that I guess Embracer's already been reaching out, and Take-Two, the people who make Rockstar, already said, no gracias. We're not looking to help out. So leave us alone. Yobi says, plus, this will be a badge of honor for Satya, Phil, Sarah, Aaron, and all the executives. This will be tied to their career legacies. Facts. G maybe says, Gamers Council is already sad today. I don't know what sad means. They're sad because I don't know. I can't even give you an answer. I have no idea. G, maybe fill us in on what you're talking about, my man.
Let us know.
Yobi says they had a plan. What was it? Believe it was a $2 billion deal and it fell through. Well, that's what I'm saying. They had a plan, but they had no backup plan. That was the problem. They did all of that hoping that this one thing was going to happen. They never thought that if it happened, they would be screwed. G maybe says they started at 4 today. Yes, they didn't. I think they had like their special show today for their members, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I don't know what they did. Who is Gamers Console? Some pony podcast. Six Slayer said, nah. That's Web Dave, Retri, and their guests. They're cool peoples. They're definitely cool peoples. Their show, they normally do Sundays
Yeah,
at
that's what
7.
I thought.
Yeah, they do Sundays at 7, but Saturdays, I guess on some Saturdays they're gonna be having some people come by who can't do Sunday nights, like guests.
Okay.
But from my understanding, that was uh a members only situation. So I don't know if that's the case, or maybe they opened it up to everybody. So I'm not sure.
It's
You didn't talk about the controller, CMoney, the one I tweeted. Hold on. Wait. The controller. What controller? Are you talking about the new controller that's coming out on for Xbox? I thought we talked about that.
Yeah, we went over.
Did I miss it?
That's when I had a lot to say that should not have been said.
Yeah, that
That
was
were assumed. Listen, what I said made sense. It just could be taken out of context.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, for
but
sure. For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Out of context.
out of context.
Out of
See?
context. For sure. For sure.
A sneak peek. The one the
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 sneak peek. The one that I tweeted, the sneak
I think
peek.
you're missing something, love.
I must be missing something. I'm looking at Yobi's. I'm looking at the tweets. I got the build guide. Got the breaking news. New chat release. Yobi, tweet me again. Send it to me again. Because I don't know where I don't know where I did with it. I don't know where it's at. Let me know. Is it this one? No. Yeah. Send it to me again.
Oh, perfect.
Send it to me again, and then I'll be able to see it. But yeah, it's a sad thing for these for Embracer and the people that they purchased because they bought a lot of people.
Yeah.
So iPhone gaming, it's something I put here because we talked about it on Saturday, and then all of a sudden we start hearing a whole bunch about it throughout the week. So I felt validated that I thought that would be a good discussion.
Yes.
Digital Foundry even did something. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's see this during the TGS and let's see. Oh yes, I remember. Yes, 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 yes. I'm sorry, Yobi.
Thank you, Yobi. Let's
Thanks, Yobi.
go. Just another.
Completely forgot. So yes, Yobi says he thinks that they did a sneak peek during the Tokyo Game Show
Okay.
because I don't know if you guys can see it. I'll try to put it up to the camera. But yes, you can see it. You see that controller? That Xbox sign
Yeah.
is lit up.
It
There's
is.
no light. There is
Yo.
no Xbox controller that
With the
has
lights up
the
like
word
that.
Xbox. It's not lit up. That's the Starfield
Yeah.
controller. No light
That's
up.
beautiful, bro.
Yobi caught that. I was like, yo, I did
Yo.
not even notice that. Thank you
Let's
so much for
go.
bringing
Thank
that up.
you. That's
Damn, I was
awesome.
gonna talk about this and I forgot to put it in. Thank you, Yobi. Yes, how dope is that?
That's
We only
pretty
saw the front,
insane.
but the
See?
back, whoo, it looks slimmer too. What were you gonna say, Doodle?
No, I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Wish there was a picture up.
Yeah, no, that's sick, dude. Yeah, it has light up the Xbox sign. That's cool, man.
Yo.
That is super cool. Oh, wait, he says that's not light up. It's a reflection. The words are glossy. Oh,
Ooh.
okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. No. They're still this one.
Still cool, but
I mean, this is kind of glossy.
let me see.
Our actual ones. No, I'm saying like on the this here, you see it's it can
Yeah,
be
I see
a
it.
little
Maybe
see
the
how you
color
depending on the angle,
has to do, yeah, and they
looks
have
like it's lit
those
up.
nice lights over there.
I just feel like it's so dark where it is that's really bright lit up, but I guess technically it can be just a reflection.
That would be pretty dope.
Still, I would love for it to be lit up. That would
Right?
be fire. I definitely would like that because that was dope. Yeah, like that looks really that picture
It's
looks really
bright,
bright.
though. I
Yeah.
agree.
But maybe they did something where the reflection shows through more. Not quite sure. Maybe it's just because it's the black instead of the red, but yeah, that was super dope. Good. That was an awesome find.
Yeah.
Awesome find.
Oh yeah, I'd say so.
So yeah, so with the iPhone stuff, we'll talk a little bit more about that. Um, and then there's a whole bunch of game updates that I wanted to talk about, but again, we're kind of here. But you got the Division 3, Spider-Man 2 going gold, and a lot of new little tidbits we found out about that. Sea of Thieves, their new single player update that's going to be coming out. Forza Motorsport had a lot coming out about it. The Crew Motorfest came out and is actually pretty good. You got Game Pass drops like Payday 3, Liza P, Party Animals. They went and met with Playground Games, talking about Fable a little bit. There's a lot of tidbits there that I wanted to dive into a little bit more, but that is going to be for Monday, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, Morning Quest. Be there. Let's see what Dragonheart says here. because once they showed their Xbox headphones in the trailer a while back and nobody did notice until their headphones was announced. They do that a lot. Yes, that was
They
a great
throw
catch,
little
dude.
hints around.
Yes,
It's pretty cool, like Easter eggs.
absolutely, absolutely.
Guys, I gotta go Christmas shopping for CMoney.
Bird.
No, I'm making a joke
Okay.
about what
Christmas time's come
Yobi said
early.
earlier in the chat.
What?
I was making a joke about what
Well,
Yobi said
making
earlier
a
in the
joke about buying something for me makes me sad. Okay? All right. So I don't know what the joke is about.
Yes, you do. You read it. Oh my god. See, I can't explain the joke because it's not funny now anymore.
Oh, you're bringing back
Yes.
that. No,
Yes.
you don't need to go
No.
shopping for that. No, you're good.
I know. Thank you.
Okay, you're fine. All right. I'll hear being slanderous as we end the show.
So slanderous.
All right, guys, listen, we're gonna end it here. I know we did a quick run through the end. But like I said, we have a show on Monday. We'll go deeper.
Is it
into
weird that I
this thing.
can't wait? And
I'm
CMoney, I
excited.
hear that. Pause. All right.
Listen, I have to add to it. Okay, I gotta add. Can't just let you be slanderous out here. Dragonheart says, CMoney, I'm working on something important in a few months. I'll hit you up.
Let's
All right, fam.
go.
For sure. Oh, show. Sixler says, good shit. See y'all Monday.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you.
All
Yes,
right,
get
so-
ready,
Nice.
boys.
So we're gonna head out of here. So remember, guys, if you're watching this later, whenever you're watching, YouTube hates us. Okay, so they don't want to let us monetize. So if you're so ever inclined to help support the channel, do so like these fine people down below: Jacob Novik, Mr. Joanna Dark, and our homie Dragonheart
Yeah,
Yobi.
baby.
Of course.
And show us some love over on Patreon. The link is right on the comments, is also strolling down on the screen. So if you ever wanted to show some love that way, please do. It helps out and it's exciting. So we thank you. Also, remember, just another reminder. So Monday we're back at it.
Oh, thank you,
Okay.
Yobi. I hope so, baby. I hope so.
Yeah, seriously. I feel that
So
for sure.
frustrating.
Monday morning, back at it, 9 a.m.
Yes.
Morning Quest with Doodle and CMoney. We're going to be talking about this stuff that we missed. So we will
Let's
see you guys then.
go.
Tuesday, don't forget, Colt Eastwood will be
Yeah.
joining us on our show.
How could you
Her,
not be
him,
excited?
and a guest. And you're not going to want to miss that.
I know I
You
will.
know, remember, last week we had Mav. Go watch that one. It was so good. The week before that, we had King David. Go watch
Yes.
that one. It was so good. The week before that, we had Boom,
Woo.
Mr. Boomstick himself.
Let's
Go
go.
watch that one. They were so good. We really got to literally every single time we've interviewed somebody, we've learned so much about them. So please go check those out. It's dope. And then remember, Friday, we're going live early for our OnPoint Anime and Beyond show.
Yes.
6 p.m. Eastern time. Not 9 p.m. like normal. 6 p.m. Eastern time.
How
for
exciting.
Just for this week.
Also, this show that you're watching right now, next week will not be taking place on Saturday because it's our baby twins' birthday. So we will be doing this show on Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern time.
Let's go.
How exciting.
And that is it.
Nice.
Guys, we're going to end the show the way we end every single one of our shows. Doodle,
Yes.
Madman,
Yes.
we're done.
I
Nice.
know.
Until next time,
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
you're intruding.